Hello, guys and gals. Welcome. Man, my throat's a little scratchy today. I was thinking about not even doing a stream today, but then I was like, nah, it's Saturday. I need to do a stream. Gotta do something. So we're gonna do some more skill videos. If you guys have never joined me for these skill videos before, it's pretty simple. I'm going to make the skill videos, and you guys can join me in the process of making the videos. I believe when I left off on the Necromancer, which was the next class we were going to, I left off, I just finished Poison Nova. So we're going to try and finish out the Poison and Bone tree. This is a particularly fun tree. We're going to go through Teeth. I believe I already have Corpse Explosion. I already have some of these abilities done. I'm not exactly sure how many. I need to pull up my playlist real quick. If you guys are unaware, I have them all sorted into playlists for each class. It's the easiest way for me to do it. So if you take a look, I have the Barbarian playlist, which is finished, by the way. The Amazon playlist, which is finished. The Necromancer playlist has 13 skills in it right now. And looks like I did Ray Skeleton, Corpse Explosion, Iron Golem, Clay Golem, Fire Golem, Amplify Damage, Blood Golem, Life Tap Curse, Attract, Decrepify, Poison Dagger, Poison Explosion, and Poison Nova. So we've got quite a bit to do. Quite a bit to do, actually. Yeah, quite a lot. I am a floating head. What are you talking about? I am a floating head, Nathan. Right? Get with it, sir. By the way, tomorrow I have a special episode for Diablo 4 coming out. I basically have kind of just been doing research on Diablo 4 because obviously I don't actually have access to it and I haven't played Diablo 4. And also, on top of that, you know, to complicate matters even more, there's like, you know, a gag order on most stuff for Diablo 4. They don't want you, like, putting out information that they haven't themselves put out. So, you know, meticulously wading through the currents of bullcrap, I've managed to put together a skill tree video. So if you guys are interested in learning about the skill tree of Diablo 4, I've got like a pretty long, nearly 30-minute video going over everything that I've learned about the skill tree, little bit of the Paragon board peppered in and some other things, but mainly it's just about the skill tree and talking about how the skill tree works. So that should be interesting. Teeth. Good old yummy teeth. Who doesn't like to pour a big bowl of teeth in the morning and just fill it up with milk and just crunch them teeth on down? Delicious teeth. I'm of course referencing the Teen Titans episode where Beast Boy's teeth were taken by the Tooth Fairy, only to find out that the Tooth Fairy actually eats them like candy. That's apparently what the Tooth Fairy does with them. Everybody always wondered what the Tooth Fairy did with the teeth that he took, and that was what the Tooth Fairy was doing with them. He was just eating them, which always cracks me up whenever I think about somebody just like eating teeth as if they are candy. That doesn't really seem possible. I have to constantly remind Cody that he's not allowed to play with the chinchillas. It's like a never-ending thing with him. It's like literally he'll go and sit on his little bed and he's the good little boy for all of about like 30 seconds, and then he goes over there to whine at the chinchillas. He whines at them. It's the weirdest, stupidest thing in the world. He obviously can't get to them in the cage. And so he just sits in front of the cage and whines at them as if whining at them is going to like somehow make them come out of the cage and play with him. Like, if he stands there long enough and if he whines hard enough and loud enough at them, eventually the chinchillas will just magically come out of the cage and be like, "Oh, Mr. Cody Monster, please stop whining. We'll play with you." And he, like, never learns because it never works. It has never worked. It's never worked and it never will work, but he doesn't care. He's just going to keep whining for all eternity. And then I yell at him, and he comes back and he lays on his couch. And it's just a vicious cycle of rinse and repeat over and over again, like I'm washing my hair 18 times. All right, so the first thing I usually like to do is I usually like to pull up the most advanced website that I have on Diablo 2. And when I say advanced, what I mean is like information that is beyond just simply the normal. A lot of you guys will probably pull up a website. Like maybe if you typed in Teeth Diablo 2, the first thing that comes up is probably the fandom article, and maybe the rank boost article. And if you really want to scroll down a little bit, you can probably get to like just the regular wiki page, or maybe even to Diablo2.io. But none of these websites provides the amount of information that Amazon Basin does. Amazon Basin is outdated now, but Amazon Basin does have the most advanced information, honestly, on pretty much all skills. And it's rather interesting because I don't know why Amazon Basin has the most advanced information. There's a lot going on Amazon Basin that sucks. Like, I will talk it down like every single chance I get, because like searching through Amazon Basin is a pain in the freaking tuchus, and I don't know why. There's also like some other interesting weird things going on in Amazon Basin, like the fact that it's never updated, and I don't even know what's going on. But the truth is that they do tend to have more advanced information than most other websites. Unfortunately, though, it looks like there's not a whole lot of information on Teeth whatsoever, which is interesting. It's not necessarily that they don't have it, but there's nothing here. There's no special information, which is odd, because normally, almost always, there's something that has special information. So I guess we're going into this one with nothing backing us up. I'm just gonna wing ding it. How about that? We're gonna wing it a ding ding dang dong. Gonna wing it a ding ding dang dong. Gonna wing it a ding ding, wing it a ding ding, wing it a ding ding dang dong. Boop. Toothless. All right. Let's just go ahead and start this episode. This one's probably not going to be very long anyway. There's really not a whole lot to go over with Teeth, and quite honestly, it's not really even that good of an ability. I think the most of this episode will probably just be going over what maybe they could do to it to make it better. We'll see. All right, so if you're unfamiliar with how I do this, I'm going to start the intro. I'm going to hit record, obviously, on my side. I'm going to start the intro, we're going to do the video, and then I'm going to do the outro and hit, obviously stop the recording. And then after the recording is over, I'll talk to you guys. But I won't be talking to you guys during the recording. Although you can try and trip me up if you want to. That's fine. Like if you guys wanna try and trip me up and like say stupid things in chat, I mean, as long as it's not like vulgar or anything, you go right to it. Go right. More power to you. In fact, I'm gonna move the chat over here for the video so you guys aren't in the way of the skills. In fact, does that bring you? It's not too bad on that side. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I was also thinking maybe like down here might be cooler. Just like put you guys at the bottom or something. Finding a good place for the chat box is always hard. Yes, sir. Maybe I'll just like minimize you a little bit. Put you up there. That's not so bad. Make you a little bit smaller. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Poison and Bone Tree of the Necromancer, and we had just finished the Poison Nova ability, so I hope you liked that video. Now we're going to be moving on to the Bone skills, so we're going to start out with Teeth. Teeth is not a very good ability, and in fact I think the only real usefulness it has is number 1, PvP, and number 2, it's decent in the early levels of the game when you like first start. And the main reason why this ability is not very good has to do with the fact that it doesn't hit more than once. So it's kind of a silly ability, and we need to go to a character that has a relatively low level so I can show you kind of like the progression and the way that this ability works, as opposed to just simply throwing you directly in. So when you first get teeth, or should I say tooth? When you first get tooth, because I'm pretty sure like when you first get the ability and you put like your first point into it, it's pretty much just tooth, not teeth. And like I'm gonna go ahead and drop my charms over here real quick so we can really get like the lowest of the low. So literally, when you get tooth, it's I'm making jokes here. When you get your first skill point in teeth, you have a whole 2 teeth that you're firing. It's pretty pathetic. And the thing about this ability is it doesn't really do a lot of damage. It is magic damage, which is certainly nice, but it also has a relatively high mana cost at low level. It's 3 mana cost per level, 3 mana cost per shot, and honestly, the amount of damage it does is really bad. Now, granted, at a low level, like if you're dealing with, say, like normal difficulty, you know, like Cold Plains monsters, you can probably kill monsters relatively easy, but you don't really have a lot of mana to spam the ability in the first place. Now, granted, if you can find some way to restore your mana quickly enough, it does function good enough that you can usually kill most targets with it with relative ease. And, of course, my Holy Freeze Doom mercenary over here is murdering everything for me. But as you level it up, it increases in the number of teeth that it has. So it's going to go from 2 teeth to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, and so forth and so on. And the number of teeth, unfortunately, don't really help you out all that much. Because, unfortunately, it does not actually scale in damage with the number of teeth like you would think it would. So, for instance, if you were, say, a multi-shot Amazon, a lot of people assume this with the multi-shot Amazon as well, is that when you fire your multi-shot, you know, you got like 10 arrows, they assume that, you know, you could maybe hit one monster with more than 1 arrow at a time, like maybe 5 or 6 arrows. But the thing is you can't hit the monsters with more than 1 arrow at a time. And you can't hit the monsters with more than 1 tooth at a time. Which means that the ability honestly should really just be called tooth, because you can only hit any monster 1 time. That's it. They're just like in your mind when you think about this ability, you got to be thinking like, oh, well, I just shot like 30 teeth out and the dude's got like 6 of them like in his face. But no, he only ever has 1 tooth in his face because he can only ever be hit by 1 tooth at a time. And this makes the ability only good for killing large groups of monsters and never the single target. So when you're like out in the you know, like the game and you're shooting off teeth at multiple targets, you know, yeah, you can dish out damage to all of the monsters. But the problem is that when you're shooting the teeth at one monster, like even if you have, say, you know, like the highest level of the ability possible, so even if you dump in 20 points and you've got 21 teeth coming out of this ability, you can still only hit the monster 1 time. And this is, of course, completely different than other abilities, like Charge Strike on the Amazon can actually land all of its charged bolts on the same target. Same thing with the Charged Bolt on the Sorceress ability. Throat is so scratchy today. Now, this means that even fully synergized, even with the maximum number of points that teeth can possibly have, the damage output on it is relatively poor. And to beef this thing up, you're going to need to put points in just about everything. I mean, the number of skill points that you need to max out teeth is absolutely insane. And no one is maxing out teeth. I hate to say it. No one is building their character specifically for teeth. You might build your character specifically for Bone Spear. you might build your character specifically for Bone Spirit. And even in the odd chance that you would want to build your character specifically for teeth, it's probably going to be PvP related. But even with full synergies, as you can see, we're still only doing 299 to 403 per tooth, which means it's just terrible. Especially when you consider that Bone Spear is doing 1,509 per Bone Spear, and it also pierces. And that's another thing about teeth. They don't pierce. So once they hit a target, they are immediately nullified. Once that tooth hits a target, it's gone. Now, once we put in our skill points, once we have all our plus to skill equipment going on, let me go ahead and throw some points into strength here so I can actually show you kind of how this works. You got all your plus to skill equipment, your torch, you've got your Annie, you know, you've got everything that you could possibly throw on this character. Once you've got everything, the damage of teeth is still relatively unimpressive at 1,157. So you're still doing relatively no damage by comparison to the other abilities. Bone Spear is now doing 4,950 per spear, and Bone Spirit is now doing 5,920 per shot. So, you know, comparatively, we're talking about next to no damage from this ability, especially since it can only hit one tooth at a time on each target. Now, in PvP, I have heard that even though it doesn't really do a lot of damage, because of the massive number of teeth and the fact that it spreads out so much, and, you know, there's so many individual teeth, spamming it in random directions can net you a pretty nice amount of damage, especially since there's no resistance to magic damage. And that's kind of a cool thing, a cool aspect, is that there's no damage to, you know, magic damage at all, or no resistance to magic damage. So teeth will still do its full 1,157 damage on most targets. There are a few targets in the game that do have magic resistances, like Uber Diablo, Pandemonium Diablo, you know, like Mephisto, Uber Mephisto, things like that. But for the most part, as you're like just running around in the Bloodmoor, or, you know, any random zone that's not like an Uber area, it's going to do its full damage. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to teeth, you have to have it for the synergy for Bone Spear, Bone Spirit, and if you want the full damage output, because you get 8% magic damage per level from teeth, which means that even if you have no intention of ever using teeth, even if it like doesn't even ever wind up as a hotkey on your bar, you're probably still going to have to dump 20 points into it to get the maximum bonus for your Bone Spear and your Bone Spirit. And that's really all teeth comes down to, is that most of the time that's what it gets used for. The synergy for Bone Spear and the synergy for Bone Spirit. Now, there is some limited usefulness for teeth for speedrunners. Apparently, like, in the early levels of the game, like pretty much like level 1 to, I want to say like level 15, teeth tends to be extremely useful during that time period because it helps the Necromancer clear out larger groups of monsters with relative ease. And of course, speedrunners tend to buy as many mana potions as possible. So while they're not necessarily concerned with the mana cost, they're really just concerned with the fact that, hey, I can shoot a bunch of teeth off, and it might potentially do more damage than me, you know, shooting off bone spears or relying on my, you know, my skeletons or my golem to do any damage. And it's basically a speedrunner thing, right? But looking at the mana cost, now that it's level 40 run, it's now 23 mana per cast, which is pretty crazy. It's not even less than Bone Spear. That's the silly thing. At 17 mana cost per Bone Spear, that's actually not bad. Now, Bone Spirit does have a cost of 32, but it also does way more damage than Teeth is ever going to. And Bone Spear does way more damage than Teeth is ever going to as well. Especially when you consider the fact that Bone Spear can pierce through, hit multiple targets multiple times. So you're talking about 4,950 times, you know, maybe like 5 pierces, or even more than that, like 6 pierces, I think is what the maximum, because it goes through 5 times, and I think when it hits the last target on the 6th pierce, I think it dies, but I can't remember precisely on that one. I don't know if it functions exactly like the arrows do. And Teeth isn't going to do that. Teeth isn't going to pierce through anything, and as soon as it uses up its original teeth, then it's done. Now, there is some interesting mechanics with teeth, along with any other ability that is similar to teeth, so it's important to note that the further away that you click on your character's screen here, and the closer you click, you will determine the variance of how the teeth is fired. So, for instance, if I click really far away over here, you will notice that the teeth spread. And if I click very close to myself, you'll notice that the teeth are now like almost at a complete fan, right? So we've got a very tight pattern, and then we've got the very spread pattern. And you can customize it exactly as you want. Now, this would be a lot cooler if you could actually hit a target multiple times, which you can't. You can't really hit a target multiple times, which is unfortunate. That is actually one way I think that they could fix this ability. And I did say we were going to talk about some ways that they could possibly fix this ability. One way that they could possibly fix this ability is let people shotgun with it. So shotgunning is the process by which you hit a monster multiple times with the same ability in a certain time frame. And because Teeth has a hit delay, a next hit delay, that prevents it from being able to hit a monster twice on the same cast, it will never be able to do that. However, if they were to take away the next hit delay on Teeth, it could potentially be an extremely powerful shotgun ability. Now, this means that you would have to get within very close range of the target to be able to do this. Because if you want to hit them with every single tooth in your teeth, you're going to have to make sure that you're close enough to shotgun them with every single tooth in that particular blast, which makes it a risk-reward scenario skill, and potentially a very damaging one at that. Because if you think about the fact that Teeth has 24 teeth with 1,157 damage per tooth, if we were to pull up a calculator and run this on a quick little numbers game, let's see how much potential damage it could do if you could shotgun with it, right? So let's get our average damage first. So very quickly, we're just going to do 916 plus 1,157. So 916 plus 1,157 gives us 2,073, and then we divide that by 2, which gives us an average damage of 1,036.5. We multiply that by the number of teeth, which is 24 teeth, and we have a total damage output of 24,876 damage per cast, which honestly is not bad. That's not anywhere near as devastating as the ridiculous, like, almost 200,000 damage that comes out of Charge Strike on the Amazon. And I think it would overall fix Teeth as far as an ability that the Necromancer might actually want to utilize past normal difficulty Act 1. This would allow the Necromancer to have a way to dish out a massive amount of damage to a single target, but also in the process put the Necromancer at risk because they would have to get within melee range to use it. Because you have to think about the fact that this ability is not going to do very much damage when you're firing it like this. Even if you can shotgun the ability, if this is how you're firing the ability, it's going to do relatively nothing. However, if you fire it like this, you might hit a target with a couple of them, maybe like 3 or 4 of the teeth, right? And you could potentially do more damage that way. However, if you really want to get the brunt force of the damage out, you're going to have to fire it at point-blank range, and you're going to have to try and hit the target with as many of those teeth as you possibly can. Now, this is also going to, if they did do this, this would also be determined by the size of the monster. So, size 1 monsters, like Spike Fiends and Fallens, are going to get hit by less teeth than a monster like a Pit Lord, which is a size 3 monster. Size 3 monsters definitely get hit by more things at a time. Overall, when it comes to Teeth, it's definitely one of the lower ranked abilities on the Necromancer's tree. It doesn't really get used a lot, and as you can tell by the video, there's good reason why. I think we've pretty much covered everything on this, and as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. All right, toothy, teethy, tooth, ton, teeth, teeth is tooth and toth and teeth and is fun. It's done. It's tooth and teeth and teeth and tooth. The toothity, tooth. Toothy tooth. Teeth. 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 Tooth, teeth. You know what? I may have messed up that video. I'm not entirely sure. Could you guys hear me fine over the audio? Because I remember I changed my audio settings recently for something that I was doing, and I forgot to change it back. Okay, good. All right, so next thing is going to be Bone Spear. Bone Spear is definitely a very fun one. Let's pull up the Amazon Basin article on Bone Spear, see if there's anything special. Honestly, I doubt there's anything special, but we're definitely going to take a look. Spear will hit and pierce everything in its path until it expires. It has sufficient range to hit any target on the visible screen. Bone Spear excels in tunnels and corridors, but unlike Inferno and Arctic Blast, it is best to aim at a distant point to ensure its trajectory through all intervening targets. It says here that Bone Spear does not have a limit to how many times it can pierce. Pierces until it expires. How long does it take for it to expire? Let's do a quick test on that real quick, shall we? Alright, so we're going to use these torches as markers. Okay, so it basically disappeared right in front of that second torch. Which probably means that it has a travel time of about 50 yards, which basically means it can pierce everything within a 50-yard range, depending on how many monsters, of course, are lined up in a row for that particular attack. I think I like the original Bone Spear. The original Bone Spear better. What do you guys think? You like the original Bone Spear better, graphically, or do you like the new Bone Spear better? I like the original sound effect better on the other skill. Why does it sound like that on the other version? Sounds weird. Yeah, I like that classic sound. Classic sounds better. It's better. It's much more better. Alright, well, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of information on Amazon Basin for this, which is fine. It's not a very complicated skill either, and I know pretty much everything there is to know about Bone Spear. So, let's just go. Get this one done with, Tim. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the Necromancer Poison and Bone skill known as Bone Spear. Bone Spear has been a love-hate relationship of mine for a very long time. I actually preferred what it was before they added the synergies. Those of you who are from the old days in Classic, shout out in the comments, by the way. I'd love to hear how many of you played back in the Classic days. You guys know what I'm talking about. You could just put 20 points into Bone Spear and you could move on with your day. And a lot of the times, it was very fun to build like a summon necromancer with 20 points in Bone Spear. And because the synergies didn't exist, you had a pretty functional ability that you could utilize with your army. However, nowadays, you can't really do that. Bone Spear has so many synergies attached to it at this point. Building it with something else is almost ludicrous. Like, it's not even an option. It requires 20 points in the skill itself, which is already, obviously the minimum that you would put into any ability anyway. Then 40, then 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. To max out Bone Spear, it is 100 points. At level 95, you've got 106 points to move to actually like utilize. You've already spent one of them on Corpse Explosion right here. So you have 5 points left. You spend another one on Bone Armor right here. You have 4 points left. So if you max out Bone Spear, you've got a whole 4 points to use elsewhere. You could put like 1 point in Skeleton Mastery, 1 point in Raised Skeleton, and then you could throw like 1 point in Clay Golem and 1 point in Golem Mastery, and you wouldn't even have enough to throw a point in Summon Resistance. That's how ridiculously silly Bone Spear is now. To get the maximum effect from this ability, you really need to just like dig deep into your skill point reservoir and get as many points as you possibly can into these abilities, which often leaves necromancers that are building into this particular tree very skill point deprived, which is why things like the white bone wand tend to be extremely very, very, very valuable for this particular build. White wands are essentially a special wand that allows you to kind of like customize the wand to a more specific requirement. Unlike things like Death's Web, which I have here, you can find a base that will have, like, for instance, +1 Decrepify, plus, 1 Summon Resist, +1 Golem Mastery, +1 Revive, things like that, which, as you can see, are pretty far down the tree, right? So if I'm already in the process of building a Bone Spear Necromancer that is, obviously going to eat up every single point that I have to get him to the point where he can actually dish out decent damage, I'm going to be looking for those magical white wands that have the right skills on them, so I don't have to use skill points to go down. Because think for an instant, if I wanted to get Decrepify, how many points do I have to spend to get Decrepify? I have to spend 1, 2, 3, 4 points to get to Decrepify. That's 4 points I don't have as a Poison and Bone Necromancer. If I want 1 point in Revive, I have to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points to get down to Revive. So if I can find a wand that has +3 Revive on it to make my Necromancer's Bone Spear wand, I can potentially save myself 6 points right there. I can also save myself 4 points by finding a wand that has Decrepify. And so the hunt for the magical Bone Spear wand commences at this point. So if you plan to build this particular character, you're going to be hunting for those ridiculously nice bases. You're going to be looking for something that has like +3 Bone Spear with +1 Decrepify and +1 Revive. You're going to be looking for things for like, +1 Summon Resist and +1 Summon, Golem Mastery, so that you don't have to put points into those. There are hundreds of different combinations, of course, that you could get that would potentially make things much easier on this particular Necromancer. Even things like lower resistance, if you wanted to help out your teammates, life tap, all sorts of interesting things. In fact, you could even have like 2 or 3 white wands with various skills on them so that you didn't have to go through the process of having to put points in any of those. And since most of the curses are 1-point wonders, curses tend to be very easy as an example for this. Now, what about this skill itself? How well does it work? Well, it's a little underwhelming. I feel like we have to talk about like Bone Spear in its maximum potential, and Bone Spear well, doesn't really do very well, even in its maximum potential. So I'm not sure exactly why it is, and I've built several Bone Spear Necromancers. The Bone Spear ability itself just really doesn't dish out enough damage. Despite the fact that it can pierce, which is very powerful, and is what makes it more powerful than Bone Spirit, which cannot pierce. Despite the fact that Bone Spirit has a higher magical damage, it doesn't really do anywhere near as much as something like Bone Spear, especially when you consider the fact that you can pierce the effect into other targets. So, for instance, if I were to go out here into something like the Canyon of the Magi and start shooting off Bone Spears, there's a very good chance that my Bone Spear, which does 4,950 damage, or let's just round it up to 5k, is going to hit more than one target at a time. And because it hits more than one target, I can dish out 2, 3, 4, sometimes even 5 or 6 times the damage that I could with Bone Spirit. And basically how this works is, unlike with Amazon bow skills, Bone Spear can continue piercing the entire duration of its travel time. So if I were to stand at this pillar right here and shoot off a Bone Spear, you can clearly see that it goes all the way to this pillar right here. Anything in between these two targets that gets touched by Bone Spear will immediately be hit for that magic damage. And that's another interesting point in Bone Spear's favor, is that it is indeed magical damage. And it is also another point in, unfortunately, against it. And you might be asking, well, how can magic damage be a point against it when magic damage is also a point for it? The answer to that question lies in the fact that nothing can reduce or increase magic resistance. So think about it like this. If you have a monster that is immune to lightning, you can take that monster's immunity and you can reduce it. Okay? And you can potentially reduce it to 0, which is the same as magic damage. All right? So if I have negative 95% enemy lightning resistance and I'm using a lightning sunder, I can reduce any monster that's immune to lightning to 0% resistance, which will effectively be the exact same thing as magic damage. However, if I have more than negative 95% lightning resistance, negative, I can bring that monster down from 0 to negative 100, which means I can now effectively double the damage output that I'm doing. Magic damage cannot do that. It cannot bring a monster down to negative 100%. There is no way to reduce it lower than 0. So your damage will always be 4,950. Whereas the lightning user, if he's doing 4,950 lightning damage, he can reduce the monster down to 0 and gain all of his 4,950, and then he can reduce the monster down to negative 100 and double it. So now he's doing effectively 10,000 damage, and you're still just doing 4,950. And so in this way, magic damage is both a good and a bad thing, because when you come across a monster, you're at least guaranteed to get the exact amount of damage that's written on the skill, but there is also no way to increase your damage further. So the damage that you get is the damage you get is the damage that you get. And it's kind of not enough. So when you go to, say, Hell difficulty, and you start fighting monsters that are a little bit more powerful than otherwise you would normally fight. In fact, let me take a character that's actually set up for maximum Bone Spear. I believe he has level 59 Bone Spear, so he's currently at 8,280 damage per spear, which isn't too terrible. That's not too bad. And we're going to change this to P8. Make sure we're on P8. And let's even go somewhere that it's in favor for the Necromancer. So there are definitely some zones in the game that, as far as Bone Spear is concerned, like the Necromancer has a happy fun time in these zones. And when I say happy fun time, I mean happy dappy fun time. And that's zones like Far Oasis. So in Far Oasis, all the monsters line up for you in a nice little line. Like they're absolutely almost what's the term, like just waiting for you to kill them. And so when you fire your bone spear in Far Oasis's maggot lair, what you're going to get is you're going to get the maximum damage output that you can possibly get for bone spear, because, well, they're basically letting you, right? And let's find a nice little group here. So as you can see, I can shoot my bone spear down this line, and I can kill the targets in this line. And as long as they're nice and lined up like this, you can see the damage output for bone spear is actually pretty nice. However, when they're not lined up, I've got to kill them one at a time. Now, this is the maximum that you're probably ever going to get out of bone spear. This is like 100 and, like 6 points just like spent strictly into bone spear, and wearing all of the right items for bone spear that you can ever possibly wear. Things like the white wand, having all of the plus to skill equipment in poison and bone skillers, making sure that you're wearing 2 Soges. You've got on a plus skill amulet. Of course, none of this stuff is legitimate. I've got this stuff all hacked in. And even in the case of having like the maximum ability that you could possibly have, it still takes a little while to kill the monsters. And you're not going to reach these heights. That's part of the problem. These heights are incredibly difficult to get to. Having the perfect white wand, which this is actually a very good white base. As you can see here, we have +3 poison and bone skills. We've got +3 bone spirit, +3 decrepify, +5 bone spear, and then it also has the +4 skeleton mastery and the bone armor. So we've got effectively, what is that, 5, 6, 7, 8, +8 bone spear with +6 to bone spirit on here. And even our bone spirit is level 57 with a damage output of 8,406. And it's just one of those abilities that, like, as you utilize it, as you actually go in and you try and get it to work, you'll find that it works better in areas like these where everything lines up for you, because you can dish out so much damage in this line. One cast, is, what, 8,280. But 8,280 times 15 monsters that are all nice and lined up for you, that's 8,280 times 15. It's probably something like, what, 160,000 damage or something like that. I don't even know. My quick math is absolutely terrible. But it's still not going to compare to something like the Javazon. It's never going to compare to something like the Hammerdin, which can dish out, what is it, like an average hammer damage for a fully geared Hammerdin, I want to say is something like, what, 11k? Let's say 11k hammers. The hammers can hit every target in a circle, like as many times. It can actually hit a target multiple times. It doesn't disappear. So it has the same piercing effect that Bone Spear does, and all without the same restrictions that Bone Spear does. So Bone Spear only goes in a straight line, whereas the hammer can spin, and it spins for quite some time, and it could potentially hit anywhere between one monster to anywhere like 30 or even sometimes 40 monsters, depending on how densely packed the group of monsters is. And the damage output is just ridiculously different by comparison. Where the Bone Spear Necromancer needs a very specific path that all his monsters have to stand in to be able to get the same kind of benefit, the Hammerdin can sit in the middle of a group of monsters, fire off, 10, 20 hammers, and literally just decimate the entire group. Damage-wise, it's not even close, unfortunately. And I think, honestly, Bone Spear and Bone Spirit need... I don't want to say that they need buffs. They need diversity in the way that they can be built. 100 skill points to get to this level is too many skill points. It's just too many. They need to remove, at the bare minimum, at least one of these synergies and bump up the rest. I would really honestly like to see maybe Bone Wall or Bone Prison taken off the list, And honestly, maybe both of them taken off the list so that you can actually take this particular character, build, say, 20, 40, 60 points in, and then build something else as well. Because for what you get for 100 skill points, or rather, actually, it's 101, 102, 102 skill points. For how much you get for 102 skill points, it's not quite worth it. Especially when other classes can do this or better with like 20, 40, 60, 20, 40. Like you can effectively build a Skellymancer for 20, 40 points. And it's a very effective class. It might not be quite as fast as something like a Poison Nova Necromancer, but think about it like this. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. The Poison Necromancer can build Poison Nova, and he can also build skeletons. So effectively, the Poison Nova Necromancer can be two things. The Poison and Bone Necromancer, on the other hand, though, has no choice. He's forced into having these specific skills and nothing else. And it does make for a very tiresome, very, like, just restrictive build. As soon as you say to yourself, I want to build a Bone Spear Necromancer, you have essentially pigeonholed yourself into building a 100-point poison, Bone Spear. And if you don't, let's say what happens if you don't? So, like, let me go ahead and reset these skill points real quick. And let me just show you what happens if you don't. So let's say, for instance, that you just decided you didn't want to build all the synergies for Bone Spear. Maybe you just put the points into Bone Spear, and then you put the points into Bone Spirit, and you decided you really didn't want maybe like the Wall and the Prison, or maybe you didn't want Teeth, one or the other. Maybe you only built one of the other synergies. Maybe you threw 20 points into Teeth. You notice that my damage is half of what it was before. Despite the fact that I'm still at level 56 Bone Spear, I'm now only dishing out 4,551 damage per shot, as opposed to before I was dishing out nearly 8,000 damage in the same regard. And this is kind of like the silly thing that goes on with Bone Spear, is even missing just one or two synergies so that you can try and cross-build into something else. It nerfs the damage to the point where you really aren't going to be able to kill too much. And the other thing is that Bone Spirit, which, while I kind of like Bone Spirit, especially back in the day, I thought Bone Spirit was really cool. It doesn't have a whole lot of PvE uses when Bone Spear does so much better. Like damage-wise, if you look at the damage between the two, Bone Spirit has 7,940 damage here, and Bone Spear is 7,725. They're essentially the same, right? So why would you ever fire Bone Spirit instead of Bone Spear? If you can potentially hit multiple targets, for instance, if I'm shooting one or two targets, like say for instance we've got a pack of targets here, right? I could fire one Bone Spirit and hit one of them, or I could potentially fire a Bone Spear hitting all of them. And this also kind of makes the entire tree silly. So here's kind of like an odd thing, right? So if you were to build a Summon Necromancer, right? Let's say you put a bunch of points into Golem Mastery. You could potentially use any of the Golems if you wanted to. You have kind of like a diverse skill set here. So you could potentially use a Clay Golem when you need it. You could maybe switch to a Blood Golem if you were having trouble with your life. You could switch to a Iron Golem if you wanted a free meditation merc. Like you could utilize the Skeletal Mages, even though they're not like the greatest, but they definitely still work. But over here on the Poison tree, with the Poison and Bone skills, Teeth is essentially useless, right? So you can't really use it for much of anything. Bone Spirit is also essentially useless. It does have some very specific PvP uses, and we'll go over that in the Bone Spirit video. But as far as PvE is concerned, if you're building a bone necromancer, Bone Spear is by far the superior choice in almost every regard. The only time Bone Spirit ever becomes useful is when you're trying to kill somebody around an object. So, like, sometimes when you're in, like, a tight zone, what you can do is you can, like, fire the Bone Spirit near the edge of something, and the Bone Spirit will often, like, seek the target. But one of the things that, like, has really gotten weird in some of the later patches, and not in the earlier patches, by the way, because those of you who are from Classic will remember that Bone Spirit used to seek better than it does now. You used to be able to take it like this and fire it at a corner, and it would automatically seek to the target. You didn't have to fire it directly at the monster. But as you can see here, unless the monster is almost directly next to the corner, it's having trouble doing its seeking. Somewhere along the line, they changed Bone Spirit to the point where it doesn't quite seek as well as it used to. And the same thing for Guided Arrow, too, if you've, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but Guided Arrow doesn't quite seek as well as it did back in, say, 1.09. That unfortunately gives the only advantage that Bone Spirit has over Bone Spear, kind of like a smack in the face, because then you can't use it for the fun stuff that you used to use it for back in the day. And Bone Spear, again, becomes the superior choice in like 99% of scenarios. And I really wish they hadn't changed the sound effect. I do like the old sound effect so much better. But as you can see, if we are in the optimal configuration, if we have all of the skill points spent, if we have all of the equipment that we need, if we're running all of the poison and bone skillers, then we can effectively make a very powerful Bone Spear Necromancer. However, one of the issues with this is that if you don't have all the skillers, if you don't have all the plus to skills, if you don't have the white wand, if you don't have everything that you need, Bone Spear tends to be kind of lackluster and doesn't really perform quite well. And I don't really know how to explain it other than that. Like, it's a very expensive build, both in terms of equipment and skill points. And a lot of necromancers would really like to have probably some other stuff to go along with their army. And well, they can't for the most part. You're like I said, you're very restricted in the terms of what you can do with this build and still maintain your maximum damage output. And sacrificing even just 20 points from one of these abilities will severely nerf this damage down. Just to give you an idea, I'm going to put 20 points into everything except for one synergy, and show you guys kind of what it looks like if you don't build one synergy. As you can see, I've lost basically about 25% of my damage. I'm 6,490, where I was very close to, what was it, 8,280. A 25% damage loss just from those 20 points. It's not like other abilities where you can just skimp a little bit and you'll be okay. Like, you skimp on this ability and you miss out on massive amounts of damage. And there's no way to increase it. Unlike with the skeletons that you can use amplify damage for, unlike with the mages that you could use lower resistance for, or Poison Nova that you can use lower resistance for, there's no way to beef up that damage any further than it ever is going to be. So it's always going to be what's stated on the ability. And then when you fight those monsters that are resistant to magic damage, which quite a few monsters in the game are resistant to magic damage, like for instance Uber Diablo, Uber Mephisto, Uber Bale, Pandemonium Diablo. A lot of the bosses have a magical damage modifier that is automatically resistant. In fact, let me pull up Uber Mephisto real quick. And Uber Mephisto's magic resistance, he is always 75% magic resistant. So when you are fighting Uber Mephisto with a Bone Spear Necromancer, you take your 8,280 and you subtract 75% from that, and that's how much damage you're doing to Uber Mephisto when you fight him with a Bone Spear Necromancer. And that is going to give us what? Let's run it on the calculator real quick, which is 8,280 minus 75%. So we're dishing out about 2,070 damage per Bone Spear. It's not very impressive when you think about like the monsters that do have resistance to your abilities. And obviously with things like the new Sunder Charms that have come out, I mean, 95% resistant magic immunes aren't really going to do you much good either. So like when you fight a 95% resistant magic immune, you're looking at what? 8,280 minus 95% is a whole 414 damage left over, which isn't really going to kill much of anything. I'm not trying to talk the ability down. Don't get me wrong. I just think that for what you get for the investment that you have to put in for this ability, it's a little lackluster. You can't really do Ubers with Bone Spear Necromancers. That's not really a thing. You don't really have the ability to decrease the resistance of any monster that you do come across that is magic immune. I would imagine doing declone with a Bone Spear Necromancer would be pretty painful. And just the sheer point investment that you have to go through for this is painful. In fact, Bone Spirit, I think, and Bone Spirit Necromancers tend to be more of a PvP class than anything, because obviously players don't have any magic resistance. We're always at 0 unless you're using that one item in the entire game that has magic resistance, which is the safety shield, and it's not very much at that. And you can utilize both of these abilities very well in PvP. In fact, they're both required. Like if you're going to use all of these, you can utilize Bone Spirit by running with the Bone Spirits. One of the most interesting things is just to fire off a volley of Bone Spirits and then follow them. This is because when anybody telestomps you, they will telestomp directly into the Bone Spirits, essentially doing lots of damage to themselves. And then, of course, when you come across those players that have lots of minions, like, for instance, the Druids and, like the other Necromancers, perhaps, that have this army of monsters around them to help protect them from damage output, the Bone Spirit, of course, pierces through everything, and you don't necessarily have to worry about the fact that they have that army. And even Teeth sees some decent use in PvP. But it's really the PvE Bone Necromancer that kind of gets the shaft in terms of, like, just his overall usefulness as a character. Now, maybe if the Bone Spear Necromancer could do a little bit of, cross-building, as I said earlier, into, like, the raised skeletons, maybe build a powerful golem. There's a couple other things that could potentially be done to help the Necromancer be a little bit more useful as far as the Poison and Bone Necromancer goes. And maybe return him a little bit to his luster back in Classic, where you could just drop 20 points into Bone Spear, build a Summon Necromancer, grab a good Golem, and have a blast, throw in Bone Spears while your army's doing its thing. But it's really not quite possible these days with the 100 skill point investment. And I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself at this point, so it's probably a good time to end the video. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking for 30 minutes about Bone Spear. And as always, keep watching. Alright, I think that video is pretty much finished. What's up, Gabrielle? This is a test character. It has absolutely no bearing on the real game. I wouldn't worry about it one way or the other. A lot of people look at my characters and they get all misty-eyed, and they're like, "How does he have so much health?" And I'm like, "It's a test character, man. It's just a test character. Don't put so much thought into it." I remember one time I was making a video, and I had like my, you know, like my Chrome tab up, right? What was it? Like let me just bring something up. I'm just gonna make an example for you guys because I think it's hilarious. All right, so let's say I had a window up like this, okay? And I'm going to bring this window up for you guys so you guys can see it. So let's pretend I had this window up on the screen and I was talking to you guys about Uber Mephisto, right? And I'm like, so Uber Mephisto, he has magic damage resistance of 75%, as you can see right here. And then, like, I only have the window up for maybe like 10, 20 seconds, right? And then I close it like this. And then somebody in chat will go, why are you interested in dinosaurs? And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, you're interested in dinosaurs. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, well, at minute mark 13:04, and I pull up the video at 13:04, and I see this. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's a picture of Uber Mephisto on, you know, on the website. They're like, no, dinosaurs. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, you have a tab open right here that says dinosaurs. You see it? Right here. It says dinosaurs. Why are you interested in dinosaurs? And I'm like, dude, it's a random tab that's open on my thing. What are you even talking about? Stop it. I was like, and literally, like, this has happened to me quite a few times. Like, if something appears on the screen for a half a second, people will be paying attention to such a degree that they will see the thing that appears on the screen for a half a second and then ask me a whole bunch of questions about it. And I'm like, it's just a chinchilla. Or it's just dinosaurs. Like here, you want to see what I'm looking at? There's some dinosaurs. Look, it's a Tyrannosaurus. There's a Triceratops. There's a Velociraptor. Like, maybe I was just pulling up a picture of a dinosaur. Maybe I like T-Rexes. Okay? Maybe I like T-Rexes. Is my chinchilla slower and sleepier in the winter? Why would he be slower and sleepier in the winter? They don't hibernate. Also, they're cold weather animals. They live in the cold weather. That's their life. That's their lifeblood. Maury Plake said, off topic, do I like beer? I don't drink at all, my friend. I am a Sistine monk of a person. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I'm a very bland person when it comes to vices. The devil must hate me. He's over there trying to taunt me into doing specific things, and he's like, well, what's his vice? He goes, I got everything. I got cigarettes, I got weed, I got this, I got that, I got. It's like, oh well, he doesn't do that. No, you know, he doesn't do that. No, Jack Daniels. No, he doesn't drink. No, it's no. It's like, God dang it. I do like nachos. Nachos are good. How come nobody asks me if I like nachos? Like, hey, GGM, off topic, but man, do you really like nachos? And I'd be like, yes, I like freaking nachos. Give me some jalapenos on there. Couple, you know, just a little bit of meat. Diablo is my vice. Pork rinds aren't even bad for you. Pork rinds are good for you. I'm eating pork rinds because they're good for you. I'm not eating pork rinds because they're bad for me. $7-Eleven brought back the good cheese. Can you stack the 20% chance to cast level 12 lower resist when struck from plagues by using 2 plagues? The answer to that question is yes. However, it doesn't stack the way that you think that it stacks. Boop. 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 I actually have a whole video, and I'm going to link you the video, my friend. I made a video about, it's an advanced mechanic video. If you want to check it out, it's called my chance to cast video. And I go over how 2 items can stack for chance to cast, and also how they don't stack. There are definitely ones that can stack, and there are definitely ones that don't stack, and then there's also ones that will be exactly the same that will, and there's ones that are not exactly the same but have the same ability that won't. And it all comes down to a bunch of factors. I can give you a quick summary answer for your particular question, but this isn't going to be a summary answer for everybody, because every single situation is going to be different. In the case of 2 plagues worn by the same person, the percentage of the chance stack, but not the level of the ability. So, for instance, with Plague, it's a level 20 or level 12 lower resistance with a 20% chance. If you're utilizing 2 of them together, it would be a 40% chance. But it's still level 12 Plague. It's not going to be any different level, but it will be a higher percent chance. You'll be at a 40% chance when struck instead of a 20% chance when struck. And every single like interaction with those abilities is going to be different. So keep that in mind. And also with weapons specifically, chance to cast doesn't always stack depending on what the chance to cast is. So for instance, Plague also has a chance to cast Poison Nova on striking. On striking does not stack on weapons because the weapons are treated as separate in terms of on striking. But with when struck, they stack, because when struck is something that happens on your character and not on the weapon. This particular character is utilizing Andariel's Visage. I've got tons of different characters. This one is a Theorycraft character called the Spreading Plague, which I actually did a video on if you want to check that out. The Spreading Plague was a failure, unfortunately, but not because I failed in creating him. It was because the mechanics of poison don't allow for what I was trying to achieve. So I achieved what I was trying to achieve, basically, but unfortunately what I achieved was essentially nothing because of the way that the mechanics of the game work. Yes, Farty Sparty. That is Farty Sparty. I'm glad you like Farty Sparty. That is the best of characters. She is the best of characters. She is the worst of characters. I have a video up sort of on that, Nicholas, called the Elemental Necromancer. And although I didn't use Trangs, I did specifically build an elemental damage necromancer and played around with the idea of it. I think I used like 3-piece Trangs or something like that and played around with it a little bit, but you could potentially mix that in to the elemental damage build that I made, and you could do that. I mean, it would work okay. It's not going to be like the greatest thing in the world. You're not going to be like record clearing P8 or anything, but it would definitely work. How do I stack my pancakes? I actually like to do like a star. I don't like stacking them up like this. I take my plate and I spread them out around the plate, overlapping each other gently, and then I pour the syrup over top of them, and usually put one right in the center. So I pour the syrup on that one in the center, and it goes down to the ones that are stacked underneath of it. This is single player offline MB1PR. That's can't join my game, unfortunately. If your weapon has a 100% chance to cast, they do stack. It ends up being 200, which for some reason, and as far as I know, is totally a thing that can happen, but also totally useless. Example. Here is a superior phase blade with 6 poison facets in it, or cold facets in it. And as you can see, it says 600% chance to cast level 37 Blizzard when you die. 600%. That's a lot of percent. Unfortunately, it's still just 100, but it's 600%. And it makes no sense whatsoever because 600% is stupid. It's only because they're the same level and they're in the same item. Chance to cast, like I said, is really weird. And if you really want to learn about chance to cast, I would really recommend that you check out my video on that, because it goes over everything that you could think of as far as chance to cast, including chance to cast order, which is also very important. A lot of people don't know this, but your chance to cast items will actually go off in a specific order. And if you have your items equipped in the wrong order, things can work not quite the way that you wanted. I actually posted a picture of that beer, Moray Plake, on my community board. It's if you take a look on my YouTube channel on the community board, I don't even think it's that long ago. I also posted a Korean brothel named Diablo as well. Oh, Thailand, sorry. A strip bar in Patong, Thailand has a sign that literally says Diablo on it. But let's see here. I'm sure I can find the link to the beer if you guys want to take a look at it real quick. I don't really drink beer, but I was tempted to see if I could get my hands on one specifically so that I could keep it as a, just like a souvenir. I thought it would be cool. Yep, here it is right here. Can't I click directly on this post? There we go. If you guys want to see the beer, I have a picture of it right here. I posted it on my community board about 5 months ago, I think. What's up, Cyravix D? I guess that's why I say your name. Let's see. I need to do Bone Spirit. I'm slacking here. I'm still slacking. I'm slacking even harder than I slacked before. Trying to remember if there's anything that I'm not remembering about Bone Spirit before I go into the video. Seeks a target within its search radius and will track it as long as it is still within that radius whenever the spirit checks for its position. Target must be within the line of sight of the player, so it cannot target monsters around corners, even if they are within its search radius. If the target moves behind an obstacle, it will not move around that obstacle. When a selected target is killed, the player stops firing, and any spirits fired before death and impact keep traveling in a straight line without hitting anything. If a selected target moves out of range, the player keeps firing, but it won't hit anything. If a target isn't selected, the one is chosen within its search radius when it reaches its destination. A unique monster will normally be targeted before its minions, and even if the minions are closer, there is no target within its search radius. It will travel in a straight line and hit anything in its path. Will pass through any units between the player and the target without hitting anything other than the target. Huh. I don't remember that. I feel like I need to test that to see if that's actually accurate. So according to what this is saying, is that if I specifically target a monster, and there is a monster specifically trying to hit me, that is in the way, by the way, that the bone spirit will continue to travel past that monster and hit my target instead, which I did not think was a thing. Huh. It does indeed. That's interesting. Yes, kill the mercenary. I don't need him. He's annoying me. Porcelain. Porcelain is dead. Porcelain! Porcelain! Hechalan! Hechalan! Bone Spirit? No, we're not testing it. We're making a video on it, Bob. So let's see if we can get this video started. I need some faster cast instead of this Breath of the Dying. There's no faster cast on that. Do I have anything with faster cast sitting in here? Probably not. Of course not. Of course I don't have anything with faster cast. Why would I have anything with faster cast? That's just silly. That would actually require me to do... Got a Breath of the Dying Thunder Maul, though. The Merc had a family. Its Call to Arms doesn't have faster cast either. I'll just give him Death's Web so he has some plus to skills. Move on with my life. Looking forward to my PE video, my physical education video. When a man and a woman want to have a baby, and they really, really love each other, Alright, let's get this video started so I can get this over with, shall we? Bone Spirit. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the Necromancer spell Bone Spirit. So Bone Spirit is, unfortunately, the lesser of the two abilities, and it wasn't always that way. Bone Spirit used to have its own specific, better uses than Bone Spear, and quite honestly, there was quite a few things that Bone Spirit did better. Like tracking targets and, just in general, like its total damage output. But as things changed and as synergies were added and as things like the White Wand came to be, Bone Spear can actually do pretty much the same damage that Bone Spirit can do now, and if not better. And unfortunately, due to the tracking nerfs that hit Bone Spirit back in like 1.09-ish, Bone Spirit no longer tracks as well as it used to. I think mainly Bone Spirit is utilized in PvP these days. It does have quite a bit of PvP usage, although in PvE, which is, like regular combat versus monsters, Bone Spear tends to outclass it in just about every way. And the only notable exceptions to this are when you can, like, screen lock something that is out of range. So one of the really cool things that you can do with Bone Spear is you can attack a monster that is at an extreme distance, and you can just lock your Bone Spear on the target. And this allows you to just continue firing bone spears even if the target moves off the screen. Now, there is a maximum distance, and once the target reaches that maximum distance, the bone spears will stop tracking the target. But for the time being, when the monster is within range but off screen, you will be able to just simply hit the target no matter where they are. Now, I feel like we need to talk about how Bone Spirit tracks its targets. That's kind of an important one. So to understand how Bone Spirit tracks its targets, you have to understand the mechanics of the way that Bone Spear tracks. So when you fire Bone Spirit, it will not track a target if you don't fire it correctly. Notice it tracked and it hit him then, but not this time. So why is that specifically? Why is it only tracking and hitting him when I fire it close enough to him? And the reason is because when you fire Bone Spirit will not hit or target anything until it reaches its target destination. So in other words, if I fire Bone Spirit and I say, Bone Spirit, I want you to go to that rock over there, Bone Spirit will travel to that rock, and then upon reaching the rock, will decide who it wants to hit from that point. So notice, if I fire at the rock, it will not hit the zombie that's over there. If I fire at this tree, it's within the search radius of the actual skill, and it will turn and come back to hit the zombie. But it really depends on if you're shooting it at the correct distance. So if you fire next to yourself, for instance, like this, the search radius is going to be around you. Imagine the search radius is like a small aura, and anything within the aura is going to be hit by the Bone Spirit. And as long as you're firing your Bone Spirit near where the monster is, the Bone Spirit will reach its destination and then turn to come back to the monster and hit them. This is important because if you are firing your ability like way over here or something, the search radius is over here. It's not over here. It's never going to hit this zombie behind me because I don't have the search radius on top of the monster. And for the same reason, let's say, for instance, I was way over here and I wanted to hit this monster, and I was firing them like this. Until he gets within the search radius, they're not going to target him. So he has to come within that radius. Now, the radius is pretty big. Like, it's not like a tiny little radius or anything, but it's definitely small enough that if I, for instance, were to fire the Bone Spirit over here, there's a very good chance it might miss the zombie entirely. Whereas if I fire the Bone Spirit right here, it will find one of them and come back. Another interesting thing about Bone Spirit is that it will not hit anything on the way to its destination. So, for instance, if I fire a Bone Spirit at this target right here, with these 3 zombies in a line, it will not hit any of the zombies on the path to the zombie that I fired Bone Spirit at, which is a little odd. It doesn't have a hitbox until it reaches its search destination. So once it reaches its actual destination, then it has a hitbox. And this is important not only for PvE, but also for PvP. So if you're trying to specifically, say, get somebody's attention and kill them, like, say, for instance, you're utilizing this as a defensive mechanic. If you fire the Bone Spirit over here, the entire duration of the Bone Spirit moving from point A to point B, it can't touch anything until it reaches point B. So if the player, for instance in PvP, teleports on top of you before it reaches its destination where you clicked, they can't get hit by it. And this is definitely a bad play as far as PvP is concerned. Because as you can see, if this represents the player that's tele-stomping me, he's not getting touched by the Bone Spirits, and he is then able to wail on me. In PvP, or rather in the game, if you wanted those to hit somebody, you have to make sure that you're firing them in front of you, not behind the target. Now, if it's close enough, if the destination that you send the bone spirit to is close enough, it will return, as you can see. However, if it's too far away, it won't return. And this is all very advanced mechanics when it comes to bone spirit. In the old days, before I think 1.09, bone spirit used to turn corners. So it's a very interesting thing is that, like, you have to have line of sight of the target that you're fighting. Let me see if I can find a nice little area to show you what I mean. So let's say, for instance, I'm... Oh, conviction. Wow. All right. It's a little spicy. I need to find a nice little corner to show you this. Unfortunately, it's probably about the only place around here that's going to work. All right, so here's a nice little corner right here. And what I'm going to show you is that if I don't have line of sight of the target, he can't be hit. So even though these guys are technically within the radius, notice the bone spirit won't turn to them. But once he comes around the corner, the bone spirit will turn to him. But the zombie right here, which is totally within the search radius of the bone spirit, does not attract the attention of the bone spirit because he's not in line of sight of my necromancer. So you have to keep this in mind when you're thinking about how your bone spirit will track a target, is that it will not track any target that is not in line of sight of your necromancer. Now, back in the old days, like I said, this wasn't the case. You used to be able to fire your bone spirits around corners even. So like I could stand right here and fire this, and the bone spirit would automatically go around the obstacle and hit the target. And ever since they changed that, they definitely have kind of like, unfortunately, made bone spirit a lot worse of an ability. One of its main and most redeeming characteristics was the fact that it could track a target almost indefinitely and even around obstacles. And now, unfortunately, as soon as the target has left line of sight, it can no longer track them at all. And the reason why we're focusing so heavily on the tracking of this ability is because it's really the only thing that Bone Spirit has going for it over something like Bone Spear. Because Bone Spear, number one, does pretty much the same amount of damage that Bone Spirit does. And number two, Bone Spirit can pierce, which means it can essentially do more damage than Bone Spirit can in those same situations. So if I'm fighting a group of monsters that's, 10 or 20 thick, and I fire a Bone Spear, I can effectively do 5,690 times 10 if I can hit all of them with the same spear. Whereas I'm only ever going to get one hit of damage out of Bone Spirit total. Because as soon as it hits a target, it disintegrates. There are tons of different ways that you can utilize Bone Spirit, though. And it's just one of those odd abilities that's going to fit into your Bone Spear Necromancer as a secondary ability. You're definitely going to be using Bone Spear as your primary, as a Bone Spear Necromancer. And Bone Spirit is definitely going to be one of those abilities that you utilize occasionally. It's going to come in handy when you're fighting, like Pandemonium Diablo or Uber Diablo. Like, say you go to Frigid Highlands and you spawn Uber Diablo over here, which is a pretty common place to spawn Uber Diablo. And you're able to get a Bone Spirit lock on him, which is a pretty common thing to do. So what you do is you come up here, you go to Frigid Highlands, and you try and get a lock on a monster that's off the screen, basically. So, like, what you would do is say I have these little spike fiends over here. I know where they are, right? So I could potentially do this. Send my Bone Spirits right where I know that they are, right? Off the screen, and try to kill them off the screen. And let's go take a look and see how many of them actually got killed. So as you can see, I was able to kill quite a few of them by using off-the-screen mechanics. By utilizing the fact that Bone Spirit will target the monster, whether I can see them or not, as long as I'm within line of sight and I cast it at the correct location. So in this way, you can kill monsters that you cannot see. And they can't fight back because they're out of range. Now, in this case, with these particular monsters, they won't chase you. Uber Diablo will chase you sometimes, and sometimes he won't chase you, which is very strange because you would think that he would always chase you, but occasionally when he gets far enough away, he won't chase you back. And so if you're able to put yourself in a situation like this where you can just spam your bone spirits off the screen, you could potentially kill him off the screen. Now, it's also important to talk about what happens to your bone spirits when the monster dies or when the monster leaves the range, the maximum range for those abilities. So if, say, you're targeting a monster that's way over here, right? You have him clicked on, so you can actually physically see his name at the top. So you've clicked on him, you're firing your bone spirits at him. You've got 10, maybe 20 bone spirits in the air. Maybe you've got, really good faster cast, and you've got all these bone spirits in the air. And he either A, dies, or B, he leaves the maximum distance that you can possibly go for bone spirit to hit a target. What happens to your bone spirits at that point? At that point, they will continue to travel in a straight line from the moment that they lose target acquisition. So they will stop moving at whatever point that they lose the target. So whatever direction that they were last facing at that particular moment that you fired them, they will continue traveling in that direction. They will not seek new targets. They will not try to follow anything. However, if they happen to hit something, they will dish out damage. They become dumb spirits instead of smart spirits that will track their target. At that point, because you have this giant line of bone spirits that is traveling, in whatever direction that they were last traveling in, they cease to become smart. They cease to become these homing missiles, and they just simply continue to travel in the direction that they're going until they deplete themselves. And if you are unlucky enough to be hit by one, like in PvP, or if a monster is unlucky enough to be hit by one, they'll dish out their damage, but they don't do anything more than that. I feel like we need to talk a little bit about the massive amount of points that you have to sink into Bone Spirit to actually get full damage out of it. I talked about that a little bit in the last episode with Bone Spear, but the total number of points that you have to put in to max out Bone Spirit is 102, I believe. 102. So it's 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 101, 102. So you have to put in 102 points to get the maximum effect out of Bone Spirit. And it's just really, really high in the skill category. If you're a level 95 Necromancer and you have, done all your quests, you have 106 points. And maximum Bone Spirit is going to cost you 102 of those 106 points, which leaves you with 4 points left to utilize elsewhere. Another big downside of Bone Spirit, and an upside, it's both a downside and an upside, is that it's magic damage. So magic damage is an amazing damage type. Because there are very few monsters in the game that have resistances to magic. And this is a good thing because the damage number that you see on here, 6,541, is the damage number you're going to get for the most part. There are specific monsters in the game like Uber Diablo and Uber Mephisto that do have magic resistance. I believe Uber Mephisto's magic resistance is 75%, which is pretty painful. But for the most part, you're at 0. However, what you have to take into account is that you can't bring it down either. So whereas a lightning or a cold sorceress or any other character could potentially bring a monster's resistance down to negative 100%, effectively doubling their damage output, there is no way to bring down the magic resistance of a monster, which means that, again, you're stuck with exactly what you get. It's not going to be any lower than 6,541 for most of the monsters in the game, but it's also never going to be higher than that either. And, just to give you an example, a cold sorceress could be dishing out like 11k cold damage and then reduce that resistance down to negative 100%, effectively increasing that to 22,000, right? With Bone Spirit, you're doing 6,541, and since there's no way for you to double that damage, you're always doing 6,541. And if you ever come across a monster that's immune or highly resistant to magic, which does happen in Uber Tristram and some other zones, you're not bringing that resistance down. So your damage is only ever going to go down when it comes to Bone Spirit in PvE. And it does make Bone Spirit and Bone Spear relatively ineffective versus things like Ubers, because Ubers do have extremely high magic resistance for some reason. All in all, I do think Bone Spirit is a fun skill to play around with. And if you are a Bone Spear Necromancer, you're going to have maxed out Bone Spirit anyway. So it's going to be something that you're going to be able to play around with. It's going to be something that you can PvP with. But overall, I think it's kind of lackluster compared to some of the other Necromancer builds. And it really comes down to that massive skill sink. If you think about the Poison Nova Necromancer, the Poison Nova Necromancer can build 20, 40, 60, and still has, you know, quite a few points that they can throw in elsewhere. They could build a little army for themselves. They could grab a nice golem. They could get, you know, some fancy curses. Whatever it is that they want to do, they've got extra points to play around with, right? The Summon Necromancer, same thing. You can put 20 points into Skeletons, 20 points into Mastery. You got 40 points there. You get yourself a nice golem. And even after you throw, you know, 60 points into the Summoning Tree, you can still, you know, go somewhere else and grab something else. You can grab some nice curses. You can maybe throw couple points into your armor, maybe grab a bone wall or something. You know, you've got like some extra points that you can play around with. But the Bone Spear and the Bone Spirit tree has no extra points. They've got nothing. They've got a whole 4 points left over at the end of their 102 point ridiculousness at level 95. And those 2 points, I mean, those 4 points that they've got left over, they're going to throw one into amp damage because it's a no-brainer. You definitely need amp damage at some point. And they're going to try to get Decrepify if they can, because Decrepify is the best curse for the Bone Spirit and Bone Spear Necromancers. They're definitely going to try and grab a Golem. But with the 4 points that they have, they might not even be able to get everything that they want. Which makes this particular build one of those few builds in the game that is just completely skill point starved. And that's why you end up trying to get your hands onto mystical, magical items like perfect white bases. And I'm going to show you guys a white base right now that is kind of insane and may not even actually exist within the game. But this is the white rune word. And the base that it has +3 Bone Spear. It has +3 Decrepify and +3 Bone Spirit. So this is what you would consider something like near a perfect white base. And what this does is it gives me Decrepify. So as a Bone Spear Necromancer, I might not have the points. I might not have the points to go down this side of the tree. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, that's too many skill points. I've only got 4 skill points total to my name left over after I beef up all my synergies. I can't afford that. So having the Decrepify on your wand is extremely useful with these builds because it allows you to grab a skill without actually having to put points into it. And since a lot of these curses, like for instance Decrepify, are extremely good with only 1 point in them, that's really all you need. And so as you go about your business as a Bone Spear or a Bone Spirit Necromancer, whichever one you tend to be, it's usually both, you're going to be looking for these magical wands that have things like Revive, Decrepify, lower resistance, and also maybe even Summon Resist or Golem Mastery, or even like a particular golem that you might want. Like it's kind of a up in the air. Like you're looking specifically for things that are going to save you skill points. If you want Decrepify, you're saving yourself 4 skill points there. 1, 2, 3, 4 by not having to go down this tree. If you want Revives, you could save yourself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a total of 6 skill points there that you can save yourself. And as you can see, we clearly don't have enough skill points to grab everything. So, and a very optimal white base for a PvE necromancer would be something like this. Plus 3 bone spear, plus 1 to 3 decrepify, and plus 1 to 3 revive. That's usually like one of the most optimal wands that you can get for a bone spear / bone spirit necromancer, because that's going to save you 6 skill points here to get down to revives, and it's going to save you 4 skill points here to get down to decrepify, which is a total savings of 10 skill points for a character that doesn't have enough skill points to do anything. And then you can take whatever skill points that you do have, those last 4 skill points, and you could maybe put them in skeletons and skeleton mastery, and maybe grab yourself a golem. In fact, it's difficult to even get down to summon resist, because if you put 1 point in skeleton, 1 point in skeleton mastery, 1 point in clay golem, and 1 point in golem mastery, that's your 4 points right there, and you don't even have another point to put into summon resist, which is actually pretty imperative if you actually want to utilize any of these summons. I think that covers pretty much everything on Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit definitely is an odd ability, and maybe in the future, if they do a little bit of tweaking, maybe take out some of the synergies, so that it's not so ridiculously oppressive in terms of, you know, how many skill points it costs. It could maybe come back as a useful skill for like hybrid builds. But as it is right now, with 102 skill point investment to get any real good use out of it, it's never going to be a good hybrid ability. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. How's Dusty? He's doing great. He's doing good. He's a good little boy. He's a very good little boy. All right, well, Bone Spirit is out of the way. These videos are a lot longer than I thought they were going to be. I love to talk, don't I? Like, God dang it. And Dustin, don't be promising stuff that you can't deliver on, okay? Don't promise you're going to spirit my bone unless you're actually going to spirit my bone, all right? That's just you don't tease people like that. That's rude. That is very rude. Mr. NiNi and him getting along. Unfortunately, they're not really getting along. I've tried a couple different methods so far, and I'm currently attempting a method that I've devised on my own, which is I'm trying to get them used to each other's scent. It's a little bit of a strange method, but I have a split duplex of a cage. It's just 2 cages that split into 2, or 1 cage that splits into 2, and they're basically on top of each other. So like one is on the top, one's on the bottom. And so what I've been doing is I've been switching them back and forth between the top and the bottom cage, so that they can like cover each other's side of the cage in their scent. The general idea here is that I want like both sides of the cage to smell like both of them, so that they get used to the fact that the chinchilla is there even though he's not there. Like, it's going to smell like him whether they want it to or not, basically. Smell like the other chinchilla. And hopefully this will cause the territory boundaries, like the territorial stuff that goes on between them, because they get really territorial, will blur the lines of the territory like completely, to the point where there's like no specific territory that they own. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but we'll see. I'm also trying a couple other methods as well. I don't know. That's because the Doom Knights are targeting you specifically. They don't just fire them willy-nilly into the air and hope they hit a target. They are shooting them at you. Which is what we talked about earlier, is that if you specifically target somebody with the Bone Spirit, like if that is your specific target, it will not hit anything other than that target. That is one of the mechanics of the ability. It will pass through everything on the way to the target. It doesn't matter how many monsters are in between you and the target that you're shooting at. It will not hit anything until it gets to that target. So when the Doom Knights shoot at you, they're shooting at you. And the bone spirit is going to travel through everything to get to you. And it doesn't have a hitbox until it reaches you.
You're still alive. I can see in your eyes that glorious Kurast has been despoiled by evil. I don't think I can bear to hear about it. I wish you luck.
God, I've been coughing like unexplained lately. I don't have any phlegm in my throat. It does not itchy. Like, I don't know why I've been coughing. And the more I cough, the more my head hurts. Just compulsively drink water. Coughing. I'm coughing. Drink. You have a dry throat. Your throat is dry. What's next on the list? Bone armor. Bone armor. The armor of bone. My armor. A freaking bone. My armor. Freaking bone. I got a bone armor, and it is a man, and I'm on a bone armor. All the dang time I got the bone armor. Everywhere I got the bone armor in my hair. Gonna put the bone armor everywhere, and you can't tell me what to do, 'cause I got the bones and a bone in. Why are you cutting GGM? What did I do? Cody. Why are you wagging your tail? You like my song? Is that what it is? Do you like my song? A drooly boy. Drooly boy. Why are you so drooly? Drooly booly. All right, I want to pull up Amazon Basin's article on bone armor because I know there's some very specific things about bone armor that need to be gone over. Well, that's interesting. I did not know that. We're going to have to test that real quick. According to this, bone armor cannot be active at the same time as chilling armor. Did not know that bone armor and chilling armor were somehow respectively not allowed to work together. That's new to me. I think I have, yeah, I got a fortitude over here. Let's throw this fortitude on the necromancer. So I can test this out. And we'll show it during the video too. I mean, why not? Cody, I don't know what's the matter with you. We already went outside several times. You're just mad because you can't go down there with your mama. That's all it is. Tell the truth. That's all you're mad about, isn't it? Because you can't go down there with your mama. Let me see if she's up. I'll ask her if she wants to come get you. I'm sending her a message right now. Look. I sent her a message and asked. Quit throwing a fit. What's up, Fluke? How's it going, man? All right, we need to test this real quick. Let's go ahead and take this bramble off. Throw this fortitude on. So according to Amazon Basin, they do not work together. So if I go out here in the frigid highlands and I let myself get beat on, according to what they're saying, the chilling armor will overwrite. It does indeed. Look at that. They overwrite each other. Well, that is completely new to me. Holy crap. Who wants to use Fortitude on a Necro? I don't know. I mean, there's other options, but I mean, Fortitude is definitely a very, very powerful tool in terms of defensive mechanic. Like, if you were trying to make a melee Necromancer, one thing that you would look at is, you know, using Chilling Armor to increase your defense. I mean, just look at my defense right now. It's pathetic. It's terrible, right? 3,535. It's awful. Right? If I go out here into the Frigid Highlands right now and I let these guys wail on me a little bit, which they're going to, until Chilling Armor procs, look at how much defense I have now. I've got 10,110. 10,000 defense. Like, if you were to try and make a melee Necromancer at any point, defense is one of your primary concerns. And 10,000 defense is a lot of freaking defense. And as soon as I cast Bone Armor, gone. All that defense is gone. So, I mean, it definitely ruins, like, maybe the entire idea of utilizing those two things together, which is unfortunate. According to Amazon Basin, though, from what I can tell, the only thing that apparently overwrites is Chilling Armor, Frozen Armor, or Shiver Armor. So it can be active at the same time as Cyclone Armor and Blade Shield and Energy Shield, but not Chilling Armor, Frozen Armor, or Shiver Armor, which is relatively odd. I'm going to take Kubus downstairs, and I'm going to get one of my chinchillas here. I will be right back. I got to take him downstairs, so probably about, like, 5 minutes. I'll be back, guys. Y'all see him spring like a rocket? Like a rocket ship over here. All right, little rocket ship. Running up and down the stairs sucks. So this is Dusty. Dusty Bones. Dusty Bones is the little baby. He's the new Chinchilla. He loves scratches. Oh, he loves good scratches. He's oh yeah, look at the scratches. He's oh yes. I can't breathe. Next time, jump the stairs instead of running. I mean, it does help my breathing, but also breaks my leg. So I'm not really sure if that's a good idea. All right, I think I've got everything I need for bone armor. Mr. Dusty Bones, what are you doing? Stay up there, sir. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the Necromancer skill, which is something that I actually learned something new about today, was bone armor. So bone armor is the rather good, but also not really quite as good, but rather good ability that the Necromancer has that allows him to absorb physical damage. And you might be asking, well, what the hell am I talking about? Why is it good but not good? Why is it interesting? Well, it comes down to the fact that it applies in a weird way to explain it as best I can. Let's say, for instance, a monster were to come in and take a swing at my paladin. And the paladin... let's just say, for sake of argument, he has no shield. And I have 50% physical damage reduction. At 1,000 damage, the monster's going to hit me, and it's going to take 50% of the damage away, and he's going to dish out 500 damage to my hit points. All right? So 500 damage now comes in and hits me. With bone armor is calculated before everything. And when I mean everything... I mean everything. It's calculated before your resistances, before your physical damage reduction, before your energy shield, even. In fact, there's nothing in the game that calculates before bone armor does. And this means that physical damage reduction, resistances, things like that, PDR, none of that applies to bone armor. So when a monster attacks you for 1,000 damage, it absorbs into the bone armor at 1,000. Flat. There's no reduction. There's no anything. And since it also takes place before energy shield even, it will also absorb any damage before it comes in contact with the conversion process of converting damage into mana and all that other BS. It also works in combination with everything except for some very specific skills. So you can have bone armor working in tandem with energy shield, cyclone armor, blade shield. These can all be up at the same time as bone armor. However, chilling armor, frozen armor, and shiver armor cannot be active at the same time that bone armor is. And to demonstrate this, I have a fortitude on a Necromancer, and I'm going to show you that once the Fortitude effect activates, the bone armor effect disappears. And let me just go ahead and get the chilling armor proc real quick. And as you can see, we clearly have the chilling armor proc. We have the nice little icicles going around our character. And our defense is currently 10,110. However, when we cast our bone armor, notice all our defense goes away. The chilling armor effect and the bone armor effect, as well as shiver armor and frozen armor, are the same. So any bone armor cast will override any shiver armor, frozen armor, or chilling, and any of those armors, the frost armors, will overwrite the bone armor immediately. So if I'm out there in the middle of a group of monsters and the monsters trigger the chilling armor effect on my necromancer, it will immediately turn off the armor effect and allow me to take physical damage again. Now, a couple interesting things about this particular ability is that it lasts forever. There's no duration, which makes it extremely useful on the necromancer. So if you cast this ability, you could sit here for eternity and it will stay on your necromancer. The only thing that causes the expiry of the ability is for the maximum damage threshold to be reached. So if I go out here into Frigid Highlands and I let these monsters wail on me, they will eventually cause the bone armor to cease functioning. Once they cause the bone armor to cease functioning, you can clearly see it diminish as they attack, because the pieces of the bone armor are essentially removed. And this, of course, eventually causes my death. And you can spam the bone armor as many times as you want. The problem with bone armor is that it only blocks physical damage. So in this particular scenario, I can cast the bone armor as many times as I want to here, but because there is a monster within this field that is dishing out elemental damage, I'm gonna die eventually. But as you can see, I can still keep myself alive for a pretty prolonged period of time just by spamming the bone armor button as many times as I can. And that's only with an 815 damage absorption. Now, I could utilize this to get my body back, for instance. I could cast it, go like this a couple times, see if I could click on my corpse, keep casting it, find the waypoint somewhere in this mess, see if I can kill Eldritch before he kills me, grab a couple of these potions, keep casting my bone armor, hoping I stay alive, and eventually make it out. And if that doesn't show you how powerful bone armor is as an ability, I'm not really sure what can. I literally waypointed in naked with this ability, got my body back, and survived an encounter with a booby-trapped waypoint utilizing the bone armor ability. And it's just extremely powerful in that regard. Now, the main problem with bone armor, though, it doesn't really do a lot. So even with level 24 bone armor by itself, it only absorbs about 365 damage. You need the synergies to increase it, so it gets a very nice plus 15 damage absorbed per level from Bone Wall and plus 15 damage absorbed from Bone Prison. And as you increase all of the synergies, you can bring the level of the absorption up to a very nice 1,250. And then with your plus to skills, of course, you can get that up to around 1,280. But it requires a massive investment to get the level of absorption that makes it into the amazing skill that it is. With its relatively low level, like when you're utilizing it with only like 1 point investment, it tends to be more of just like an afterthought. You cast it, you forget about it, you don't really worry about it. Now, there are particular items in the game that will auto-cast this ability for you. The Necromancer Runeword Bone, which I actually utilized on a specific Necromancer build. I believe that was my Bow Necromancer. Well, I can't really remember what his name was right off the top of my head. It's been a little while since I played him. It was a very interesting idea that I had. It was actually the Bowenmancer. That's right, the Bowenmancer. Ah, yes, the Bowenmancer. How could I forget such a classic character? The Bowenmancer was a character that utilized the bone armor and had a bow. That's why I called him the Bowenmancer, because he fires a bow. And he also utilized the bone armor. And the bone armor will automatically cast bone for you, bone armor at level 10. It's a 15% chance when struck. And it would also go off your synergies. So if you have bone wall and you have bone prison as synergies, the absorption level of the level 10 bone armor that's here will be a lot higher than you think. And utilizing it, you can actually get some pretty nice effects. For instance, if I were to go to Frigid Highlands right now with this character, I could potentially stand. Let me pull off her. Okay, she doesn't have a bow. Good. I could potentially stand in the middle of Eldritch, and as long as I manage to get a proc off, the bone armor will continually keep refreshing itself and saving me. It's not going to be every single time, but potentially I can sustain myself by just simply allowing the proc to happen. Now, at 15% chance, as you can see, it's not going to always save my life, but it'll happen often enough that on many occasions when you're out there just, roughing it, essentially, and you end up getting bonked by a particular monster, it'll activate, and it will do a pretty significant amount of life-saving process. And, when you're running naked to your body, it comes in handy, too, because as you can see, kind of saves my life here as well. Bone, unfortunately, is a little bit of an expensive rune word for early ladder, with 2 runes in it. Late ladder, 2 runes are pretty common. I wouldn't say the 2 runes are very, very expensive late ladder, but early ladder, those runes are going to be pretty sexy for things like your Haas, or your Homunculus, or any other number of things. You're not really gonna want to spend your runes, your 2 runes that you managed to scrape together early ladder, on a bone. But that level 10 bone armor when struck is actually a pretty amazing ability. It's very similar to, if you haven't checked it out, the rain armor for the druid is also very similar. It has a cyclone armor when struck. And it's just a massive amount of absorption that you can have on a regular basis. Whenever anything touches you, there's a very good chance that it will spawn. And as long as it is up, it's up. So as you can see right now, despite the fact that it's been depleted by quite a bit, I still have a small percentage of whatever the amount of absorption is. And Mr. Dusty Buns really is interested in me. What's the matter, Dusty Buns? Come here. Come here, little buddy. Come here. I give you some scrooched. How about this? You look at this. There's a scrooched. Now, you can utilize this bone armor on a non-necromancer, but you won't have any of the synergy bonuses. You won't have any of the damage absorption increases, and so it's not going to be anywhere near as good. To give you an idea of what it would look like on a character with no synergies, I don't want to reset this character because I can't remember how I set him up in the first place. Let's take a look at Spreading Plague real quick, and I'll show you what it looks like when you don't have any synergy bonuses in the ability. Your pre-roll reset. We need to take off some of these plus to skill doojanks. So at level 10 with no synergy bonuses, you're looking at an average damage, well, an absorption of 155, which isn't very impressive at all. And as we just found out, it will actually overwrite things like Chilling Armor, so it's not going to be very useful if you plan on using something like Fortitude for the Chilling Armor proc, which you can put on and then take off, by the way. Or if you're a Sorceress, you probably definitely don't want to use this because Chilling Armor, Frozen Armor, and Shiver Armor are your main bread and butter as far as your defensive mechanics. In general, the bone armor proc isn't really that useful for a non-necromancer, and it is part of the issue. But if you are a necromancer and you do have these synergy bonuses, it can be an extremely powerful passive damage absorption. But because it's only physical, it's not going to save your life in like a lot of situations. So, when you're fighting gloams, when you're fighting, magic, the magic damage bone spear snakes or like poison damage monsters, there are so many different elements in the game, obviously, besides physical damage. You've got cold damage, you got fire damage, you got lightning damage, you got magic damage. And all of these damage types are going to break through this bone armor. It's not going to do anything against them. It's really only going to help you against the odd monster that comes at you with physical damage. And usually, even the ranged monsters have some type of additional damage besides physical. Like the skeleton archers are usually fire. Like even the spear cats and things like that can be spectral hit. And what it really comes down to is that physical alone isn't as attractive as it might seem. The analog to this ability, which is cyclone armor, is all element, right? All elemental damage. And in my opinion, cyclone armor is immensely more useful than bone armor is, because more things in the game have fire, lightning, and cold damage than they do physical. And you will more often than not be struck by monsters that have fire, lightning, and cold damage than physical. Because as a necromancer, you should be hiding behind your army. You're not up front getting beat up by the monsters. So you generally don't get hit by the physical damage monsters unless you're in trouble. And so bone armor becomes a safety net ability. And that's really all it is for the necromancer, unless you're building specifically like a melee necromancer, and we'll talk about that in just a second. Is that for the most part, bone armor simply becomes a passive ability which prevents your death in the event that the unthinkable happens, right? So in the event that a monster makes it past your army, in the event that you end up in melee combat when you don't want to, if you're teleporting or something and you end up teleporting directly into the middle of a group of monsters, bone armor can potentially save your life in those situations. But on the whole, bone armor tends to be a lot less useful versus, most monsters than you would think, because most of the time you're hiding behind the group. You're behind your army. You're making sure that you're out of harm's way, which is what good necromancers do. Good necromancers are behind their army, making sure that they're safe. Now, in terms of the melee necromancer, which would be something like a poison dagger necromancer, or maybe like a grief-wielding necromancer that fires off corpse explosions, in that case, if you are going to be directly in front, if you're going to be in the battle, in that case, a very nice bone armor can definitely become a great ally for you, because it's going to absorb the majority of the physical damage for you, and then you only really need to worry about all of the elements. So make sure you've got good fire, cold, lightning, and poison resistance. And you can, of course, cast it as many times as you want. That's the really cool thing about bone armor. If you play around with bone armor on a regular basis, what you'll notice is that you can just sit there in a group of physical-only monsters, and you can just spam cast it. So anytime that you're in danger, if you feel like you're in danger and you just want to try and survive an encounter, you can just spam cast the ability as quickly as possible and hope that it keeps you alive. And as you can see, I don't have any defense. I don't have any physical damage reduction. And it wasn't enough to keep me alive because they were causing me to go into a hit recovery state. Now, if I apply that same exact logic to with gear, like if I was a melee necromancer, I would probably be wearing, fast hit recovery equipment. I'd be having a decent amount of defense. I would put on maybe like a shield that would have a decent block chance and all that stuff. You combine that together with the way that your character works, you can definitely make it into a much better scenario. So let me go ahead and dump some points in real quick so I can show you what that would look like on a character that actually has some stats. And this is with the really crappy one, by the way. So as you can see here, with just a minimal amount of effort here in terms of equipment, you can effectively keep yourself alive just by spam casting it. And this is the crappy version. This is the 275. This is not even the good one. But granted, you're going to run out of mana pretty fast. As you can see, now I have no mana left. So I can either try and run away at this point. Hopefully I've found my exit, survive long enough to teleport, whatever it may be. It's a panic option. It's something that you can do in any situation where you're panicking. The mana cost at 28 with level 18 is pretty high, though. So you're going to need a pretty good amount of mana to do your spam. And obviously you're going to be drinking a lot of potions as well. And what is so interesting about my headset, little sir? Sir. Anyway, I feel like I've prattled on long enough for bone armor. I've covered just about every aspect of this ability. And as always, thanks for watching. And keep watching. Alright, bone armor's done. I don't know if you guys learned anything or not, but that was a fun video. And Mr. Dusty Buns has been a little silly butt. Would you like to go in here, Dusty Buns? Would you like to go inside? Go inside. Inside. Blah, blah. He's going to come right back out, watch. He's like, wait a minute. What is this? Hail Hydra. Oop. You came out of there like you were a turd. That's what you look like. You look like a turd coming out of a hole. Alright, we're probably going to combine together Bone Wall and Bone Prison. I don't really see any reason not to. I feel like that's just kind of like, yeah, let's just combine them together. Let's see how you like that one. I like to put these polls up and then see what you guys choose. Green Ranger or White Ranger, boys? Green Ranger or White Ranger? If you want to go in there, go in there. Come on. Here. Come on. I saw you going for the door, and then I hold the door open, and then you're like, no, I don't want to go in there now. So you can't tell me what to do. Can't tell me what to do. Let's shove you in there. Come here. Come here. Get in there. Uh-oh. 50-50. Green Ranger, White Ranger. I'm playing head hockey with him. I'm blocking the Chinchilla. It hardly ever works, by the way. All right, let's pull up the Bone Wall, Bone Prison. I just want to take a look and see if there's anything specific about these abilities that I don't already know. Summon resistance does not apply to Bone Wall and Bone Prison. Friendly auras and buffs do not apply, although hostile auras will do, so that's okay. Cannot be cursed, although Battle Cry and Cloak of Shadows still apply. That's strange. Experience is not granted from attacking. Monsters killed by Iron Maidens return to damage. Although summoned, prisons are not pets, and evils still apply 100% damage and not 400% damage. Evils? What the hell is evils? In Diablo lore, there are 7 powers that... Oh, okay. So bosses, basically. That's interesting. Collapses when any individual segment is destroyed or the duration expires. While the level cost is 26. Costs 1 mana. Level 27 plus can be cast with no mana? Really? Huh, Bone Prison has a 0 mana cost. That's interesting. Bones contain calcium, which is good for you. It is good for you. It definitely is good for you. What's wrong with calcium? You just don't like calcium. That's all it is. Nothing too amazing here as far as, like, things, you know, that, you know, not, like, too crazy. It doesn't say whether it's, it doesn't say whether or not the ability is being applied the negative resistances from Hell difficulty and Nightmare difficulty. It just has a resistance. Apparently it has resistances. I don't know why it has resistances. It's weird. It's immune to poison, pretty much. That's 200% resistance to a poison. Necromancers do have strong bones. What's wrong with bones? Are you a bonist? I feel like you're a bonist. What's up, Speedy? That's right. I'd key Scrooge's. What's wrong with that? You don't like Scrooge's? Would you like a chip? I'll give you a chip. You want a chip? This is a chip. There you go. Have a chip. Don't drop it. It's your chip. Don't be putting crumbs all over me neither. I don't want crummies. Don't give me no crummies on me. The Green Ranger is winning. Blaspheme. Blaspheme. Troll your friends. All right, I think I'm ready. Let's do this. I think I'm ready. Did you eat that whole chip in like a half a second? You want another one? Like I didn't. Damn. Like I think he ate the whole thing in like a half a second. Here. Dang. All right. Freaking little greedy Gonzalez. Dang. I ain't never seen a chinchilla gulp down food like that. Freaking gulped it down. Did you even chew the chip? Like, or did you just, like, inhale it? Chip inhaler. I got watch you this time. That was really fast the first couple times. I feel like you just inhaled it. You're taking your time on this one. Because I'm watching. Like, it must have been some sort of magic trick the first time. Feel like it was a magic trick. All right, let's get started on this Bone Wall and Bone Prison so we can move on to some of this other stuff. There's really not a lot of skills left on the Necromancer once we finish these two. I believe we still have to do videos on each one of the curses that I haven't done. And then there are some... We already did all the golems, but I don't think I've done one on the Golem Mastery and the Summon Resistance. I'm not sure if Summon Resistance deserves its own video, but I mean, we could definitely cover it. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I'm checking behind my ear too to see if you put the chip back there. There's a lot of stuff that we could cover with Summon Resistance, like what it works with and what it doesn't work with. All right, let's get this bone wall, bone prison out of the way so we can move on to the next tree, shall we? 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Poison and Bone, the last two actually, of Poison and Bone. I'm going to combine them together: Bone Wall and Bone Prison. So Bone Wall and Bone Prison are essentially the same skill. They do have some slight differences in the way that they are cast, and then they also have a little bit of a difference in their mana cost, but for the most part, they're essentially the same ability. And let's go out into the Blood Maw. And we're going to play around with some of the little low-level monsters so I can show you how these two abilities work. Now, first off, when it comes to Bone Wall can be cast at any place. And it is important to note that earlier on in Bone Wall's life, it used to last forever. That's right, forever. So if you cast it, it would stay up forever. It was crazy. It had a massive amount of life. And it was potentially unkillable. There were definitely some characters that had a difficult time actually killing it. And it had to do with the amount of HP that it has, combined with the resistances and various other things. But because it wouldn't go down on its own, with a duration, it would never expire. And if you never killed it, well, then it just never fell down. Now, if any of the segments is killed, the wall will fall. So, for instance, with this particular wall, you can see that it's comprised of a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 segments. And this wall is currently level 32 and has a hit point value of 4,891. But as you can see, they have a duration now. So this was something that was added later on because, well, they realized that infinite walls all over the place was silly, and also you could troll your friends with it, which was pretty common. Back in the day, people used to love to troll people on their max bone wall necromancers. One of the most common things to do was just to target your friend like this, locking them in place. This was really, really common. And you're stuck, essentially, here. You can't do anything. And another really fun thing to do in PvP back in the day was to use the Iron Maiden curse. If you cursed somebody with Iron Maiden and they tried to go through or attack your bone wall, they would take a massive amount of damage in the process. And unfortunately, nothing that is killed by this counts for EXP. So if you have a monster, for instance, that you cast Bone Wall on, or even Bone Prison, and you cast Iron Maiden on them and they are able to kill themselves on it, you will not get EXP in the process, and I don't think it's going to work here in Hell difficulty. So let's go to normal real quick so I can show you how this works. Actually, normal difficulty won't show either because I won't get any EXP for killing monsters in normal difficulty, so that's not going to work. I guess we'll have to do Hell difficulty, and we'll just have to hope they die eventually. We'll just have to hope they die eventually. And this guy is level 99, isn't he? He is level 99, so he's not going to get any EXP either. Do I have anybody that's not level 99 that is a necromancer? I think I have a lower level necromancer on the list here. One that I was leveling up a long time ago. His name is Hollow. That will definitely work. Does he have? He does not. So let's go ahead and respec him real quick. Let's give him his vitality back. Alright, so let's go ahead and give him a pretty decent level of Bone Wall and Bone Prison. Doesn't really matter. This is just for demonstration purposes. And give him some more Iron Maiden as well. I want him to actually be able to kill something. And we're going to go to Frigid Highlands. Mr. Dusty Buns, what are you doing back there, sir? Alright, so we're going to take these minions, for instance, right here. We're going to surround them with bone prisons as much as humanly possible, and then we're going to cast our Iron Maiden curse on them. And we're going to keep them locked down like this. And one thing you're going to notice is that they don't, even if they kill themselves on our bone wall, which they're not going to, it looks like, because they're taking, like, next to no damage from it, I won't get any EXP for it. And unfortunately, due to the rather low duration of the bone walls and the low HP, you can see they're killing them relatively quickly. It's part of the big issue with bone wall is that if you don't have enough HP on the bone wall, they die relatively quickly, which means that you have to invest a pretty heavy amount of points. And as you can see, I put 18 points in bone wall, and I put 12 points base and 15 points base in both of these, and it still wasn't enough really even for normal difficulty. And this is because the HP of the walls actually increases and decreases depending on the difficulty you're in. So as of right now, I'm pretty sure these are, 124 at level 15. And if I go to, I'm trying to see if this guy has Nightmare. Does he have Nightmare? He does. If I go to Nightmare difficulty, you'll notice that the HP of the walls actually increases. So now we're at 962 on the bone wall, and then we're at 849 on the bone prison. So the HP of the walls and the survivability of these walls actually increases and decreases depending on the difficulty that you're in. They have far more HP and you know, obviously much more durable in hell difficulty than they are in other difficulties. They also have resistances, believe it or not, which is rather weird. So your bone wall and your bone prison have a standard resistance of 70% cold resistance and 70% poison resistance in normal difficulty. They also have 90% cold resistance in Nightmare and Hell difficulty and 200% poison resistance in Nightmare and Hell difficulty. So they're much tougher in Nightmare and Hell difficulty because they get a huge boost in their life, they get a huge boost in their defense, and they get a huge boost in their resistances when they hit the higher difficulty settings. So it's important not to judge the bone wall's efficiency or the bone prison's efficiency depending on the difficulty that you're in, because it definitely has a lot better usefulness in the higher difficulty settings. Summon Resist does not apply to it. So very weirdly enough, the bone wall and the bone prison do not actually count as pets, which is kind of silly. So this is both a good thing and a bad thing. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but all pets have a 400% damage increase that they take when they are fighting bosses. So any of the evils, basically, the like Andariel, Mephisto, Duriel, Diablo, etc., anything that is considered a boss has a 400% damage increase versus pets. But that 400% damage increase versus pets doesn't work versus the bone wall and the bone prison because they are not considered your pets. And also because they are not considered your pets, summon resistance does not work on them. So like I said, both a good and a bad thing, which is a little odd. Another bad thing about the bone wall is that, like I was talking about earlier, when one segment is destroyed, the entire segment is destroyed. So when you cast your wall like this, you have kind of like a little fortress, right? Well, if one of the segments is destroyed, the whole wall collapses. The whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the whole 9-segment wall collapses, which can make some pretty big gaps in your wall. And this is especially bad with things like Bone Prison, because if one segment of the Bone Prison collapses, again, now the entire Bone Prison has collapsed. Another downside of the Bone Wall, Bone Prison combination is that it will not stop monsters that are incorporeal. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but there are definitely quite a few monsters within the game that don't give two craps about your stupid wall. And when you go to places like Arcane Sanctuary, which are full of ghosts, the ghosts will walk right through your wall and attack you anyway. This has happened to me many times. I've been in a situation where, for instance, I'm trying to hide behind the wall from maybe some Death Lords or something in Worldstone Keep, and a pack of ghosts comes along and walks right through the wall and kills me anyway. So, like, for instance, in this scenario, you can see the ghosts didn't care about my wall. They just walk right through the wall. They can also fly around the wall, by the way. And you can cast the bone walls completely around them and in them, and they don't give two craps that your wall exists. My poor Pratham over there is getting his butt kicked. So you have to keep that in mind when you're thinking about monsters that have like an incorporeal form. Anything that can go through your wall is going to go through your wall. You can obviously teleport out of the wall as well. So, for instance, Bale or Uber Bale in Uber Tristram, if you hit them with the bone prison, of course, they're going to be stuck within the bone prison. They can't walk out of it. They can't run out of it. But they can teleport out of it. Barbarians can whirlwind out of it. So, for instance, if you were to use bone prison on, say, the Ancients, up in Ancients Way, I believe Talik and I can't remember the name of the other one can leap. So whirlwind can go through the wall and leap can take them out of the wall. So there is a myriad of ways that you can get past what's going on. However, there's definitely a lot of monsters in the game that can't. So, you know, being able to lock down a specific monster is dependent on what kind of monster you're trying to lock down. Like, for instance, if I'm in Canyon of the Magi and I come across, you know, like some maggots or something like that, I can very easily lock down the maggots. They can't do anything about it. However, if you have things like spear cats have the ability to pierce. So it's important that you take into account the fact that when you're fighting a monster that can have a piercing effect, the bone wall's not going to stop that. It's very useful to stop projectiles as long as the projectiles don't have a piercing effect. Trying to see if I can find some spear cats real quick to show you how this works, but of course it's not going to stop these guys because these guys don't care about where you are. They just go underneath the ground. But as far as a defensive ability goes, it's extremely useful. Now, there is a particular item in the game that is actually kind of nasty in terms of getting you killed with this ability, and that is the Arm of King Leoric. So the Arm of King Leoric actually has the ability to cast Bone Prison on you, and it can get you killed. I've actually had it get me killed on several occasions. And this is because it will cast the Bone Prison on you when you get struck. In certain situations, this can be a very bad detriment to you. Like, for instance, let's say you were out here in the Frigid Highlands, and, you know, for whatever reason, let's just say you got a little bit too close to the monsters, and they managed to hit you. Which, of course, isn't happening. Of course, when I say... You guys can't hit me? What's going on here? Come on. Come on. Come on. The Bone Prison can go off and get you stuck. As you can see here, the Bone Prison has filled in every gap, and it will continue to do so every single time it goes off. And this can essentially get you killed in certain situations. Now, it's important to note that there are ways out of this as well, like the same thing that we were talking about earlier. So if you are a necromancer who has teleport can help you out of that situation. In fact, I often recommend that if you are a necromancer that is utilizing the Arm of King Leoric, that you have some form of teleport to help you out of the situation. So if you have a teleport amulet or teleport circlet, or if you're using an enigma, there are various ways that you can, you know, exit the Bone Prison if that happens to you. Bone Prison is also something that you can get in the form of charges. So there's quite a few different items in the game that have Bone Prison charges. One of them is the Marrowwalk boots. Let me see if I can find a pair of Marrowwalks. I have Marrowwalks on just about everybody, it feels like. Does he have Marrowwalks? I don't think he has Marrowwalks. Poison Bomb, he probably doesn't have mine. Nobody probably has Marrowwalks because I've got so many jankety builds with my Necromancer. No, of course he doesn't have Marrowwalks. Why would he have Marrowwalks? That's just silly. But Marrowwalks also have Bone Prison charges on them and can be extremely useful. Specifically for like non-necromancer classes, I usually recommend it for non-necromancer classes. Like if you were any kind of character who generally kites things on a regular basis, having bone prison charges can be really useful for things like Pandemonium Diablo, Uber Diablo, Uber Mephisto, Uber Bale, although not as useful for Uber Bale, but if you tag it with Slow's target abilities, you can prevent him from teleporting. If you put enough Slow's target on Uber Bale and Bale, they won't teleport out of the prison. And of course, the prison is only going to last for 24 seconds or until it's destroyed. And usually with marrow walks and things like that, you can make the bone prison last long enough that you can kill whatever target you're trying to kill. My main issue with bone prison and bone wall is that they require too much of a point investment to be useful on the necromancer. You will often find that unless you are actually a bone spear or a bone spirit necromancer that is specifically building these skills for synergies, they won't be strong enough to be extremely useful on the actual necromancer. 1 point is really not going to do it for the most part with these abilities. To give you an idea, let me just go ahead and throw 1 point into them on, let's say, let's do the Trangul one. And this is, of course, assuming that you're not a poison and bone necromancer. So if you're like a summon necromancer or something like that that's not doing poison and bone, we're going to take these out because this is obviously a poison and bone necromancer setup. If you have just 1 point into these abilities, you're looking at level 23 raw and no synergy bonuses. And so we're looking at about 2,887 life, which is decent, but it's not like the most amazing thing in the world. And it'll stop the monsters from coming at you. But things like Diablo, Bale, and whatnot will be able to take these walls out pretty effectively. With only about 2,000 life, they won't survive that long versus bosses. But they will survive for a pretty decent period of time for, like, trash mobs. And you can utilize them to block things like arrows, like I was talking about earlier. As you can see, I can use them to block the fire arrows that are coming from the skeletons. And I can utilize them to block, obviously, the minions here. But any monster that has a significant amount of damage will usually break through these level 1 bone walls and bone prisons relatively easily. And since all they have to do is break one segment, not the entire line, it'll the whole wall goes down, and then you're kind of left out exposed. But at level 23, it's not too terrible. But when you have them beefed up for your synergies, they definitely are a lot stronger at like 5,753. And you can effectively hold and pin down like something like Uber Diablo with relative ease with something like this. So you can literally just lock Uber Diablo in a bone prison and never let him out. And you usually won't even have to cast it that many times. And speaking of the difference between the leveled versions, if you take a look at the leveled versions here, at 1 point we have a mana cost of 17 on Bone Wall, and Bone Prison is a mana cost of 5, which is not bad at all, level 23. However, if you raise the level of Bone Prison to level 28, which is the point at which it costs 0 mana, you can cast Bone Prison an infinite number of times without having to worry about the mana cost. This makes Bone Prison very, very useful in terms of trying to lock down monsters, because if I were to lock down monsters with Bone Wall, I would eventually run out of mana unless I have really good mana regeneration. However, if I have level 28, even with plus the skills, if I have level 28 Bone Prison, I can infinitely cast Bone Prison as many times as I want to and never run out of mana, which is freaking amazing. So, you know, I could just sit here and lock down a target forever. And just keep casting Bone Prisons until, like, literally the sun, the freaking Jesus comes back. And it's kind of funny, because as you cast Bone Prison and you keep casting it, it does get kind of silly because it turns into a square. But I am perfectly safe within my wall of bone prisons that will never deteriorate away because I have no mana cost, and I can just cast them infinitely. I can't really do the same thing with Bone Wall. I mean, I could try, but eventually I would run out of mana. As you can see, I'm already, like, decreasing a little bit. Sir, will you leave my wires alone? No, sir. Sir. That's bad. Do not chew wires. You can hurt yourself. Stop it. He said, what? Chew on your wires? I like to chew wires. I think that's pretty much everything, honestly, with Bone Wall and Bone Prison. There's really not a lot more to cover. They're great abilities for crowd control. They don't really have much damage potential. You can utilize them to block attacks. You know, like summing it all up in the tiniest time frame. I know I've already been going on for 20 minutes, but they're utility skills, right? You don't really rely on them for anything. You're not going to like build a Bone Wall, Bone Prison Necromancer. They're incidentals. Like you have them if you build a Bone Spear, Bone Spirit Necromancer. Maybe you have 1 point in them if you built like a Summon Necromancer or a Poison Necromancer. But you're usually not going to drop 20 points in them unless it's for the synergies. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. And keep watching. KC, I see you, buddy. So if you have a 7% Magic Find 5 all res small charm, or a 7% Magic Find 11% single res small charm, those are actually like exceedingly valuable to the nth degree. I mean, you're talking about like 20, 40 burrs. Like, I don't even know. Like, it would be insane. The amount of value that you have in a perfect charm like that is nuts. It's basically whatever someone's willing to pay for it, my friend. And having that many burrs is next to impossible. But those perfect charms like that, those ridiculously perfect charms, are like 1 in a million. You don't see those every day. Like, you're not going to find a 7% MF 5 all res small charm every day. In fact, you probably maybe find one of those like once every couple seasons, if you're lucky. Tim, this is a Chinchilla. This one in particular, his name is Dusty Bones. Dusty Bones is a good little boy. He's a little baby. He's what's called a kit. Dogs are called puppies. You know, cats are called kittens. Baby chinchillas are called kits. He's a kit. What are you standing for, sir? You hear something? Will you listen? You hear something? You want to talk to everybody? You want to say hi? I said talk, not chew, sir. I said talk, not chew. He's not very talkative like the other one. The other one talks all the time. He's not talking. He doesn't yell at me yet. You just started playing 1 to 3 hours a day? I mean, if you're trying to find some ridiculously rare items, I mean, your best bet is just to check. Things like this, like a 20 life all-res 5, are insanely valuable. This is offline, of course, so I can hero edit in whatever I want. A +3, 20, 20, like, charm, like these right here, are insanely valuable. Finding yourself a +3 max 20 attack rating 20 life small charm is like finding yourself like winning the lottery, basically. A 20 life all res 5, that's again like winning the lottery. A +1 with 40 or 45 life, again, that's like winning the lottery. These charms like this are exceedingly rare. You don't see these all the time, and if you do find one, you've literally got yourself like your payday. You could effectively sell this charm right here and deck out your whole character. Like if you found one of these, you go sell it, and with the amount of currency or with the amount of runes that you would get from something like this, you could get yourself a weapon, a helmet, a shield, an amulet, armor, a belt, 2 rings, boots, gloves, and probably deck out your charms too. Now, granted, you're not going to get like perfect charms because obviously this is the perfect charm that they're looking for. So these people are looking to outfit themselves with a full Monty of these perfect charms, whatever it may be, whether it's a +3 max or whether it's a 20 life all res 5. They're looking to get like a full, inventory of these perfect charms. And if you find one of these perfect charms, they're the person that's going to pay you all the runes that are going to deck out your whole character with. I've found some pretty godlike skillers in my time. Definitely some very nice ones. I can't remember how many of these abilities we covered. I need to go double check here real quick my playlists. Give me just a second here. Did I cover Summon Resist? No. Did I cover Golem Mastery? No. Did I cover Revive? No. Did I cover Skeleton Mages? No. So looks like we're going to be doing some summoning stuff. Sounds like fun. Yeah, physical damage Amazons usually shoot for a full inventory of 320/20s if they want to get their maximum damage output, but it's insanely expensive, and you have to trade for them. Like, there's no other way to get them. Mr. Dusty Buns. Sir, would you like... I'm trying to talk to you, sir. Will you calm down? I'm trying to talk to you. Would you like a chip? Would you like a chip? Hmm? I mean, either he bought it all with real money or he botted it. Even botting it, it's going to take you a very long time. But he could have botted the items and then traded for them. You're not going to find a full inventory of 320/20s even botting. But you could potentially find the items that you could potentially trade for 320/20s. It would take you a while. But... it's definitely something that is like when you see somebody with a full inventory of 320/20s, there's definitely some shenanigans that went on in the background. Like it's not a legitimate solo self found, and it's definitely not like I traded for these. It's usually I bought it for these, or I bought them, or I bought the items that I used to trade for them, or I'm insanely rich on JSP and I bought them with JSP currency. Like they're insanely hard to come by. That's why whenever anybody tells me that a physical damage Amazon is not an expensive build, I laugh right in their face. Literally, I laugh directly in their face and point at them and tell them that they're stupid. Because literally to make the perfect physical damage Amazon, you need 320/20s. That's your goal, is literally 320/20s. And you really can't get the maximum damage output on those builds without them. That's why your friend has a full inventory of 320/20s. What is the max MF on a Grand Charm? It's not that great. I think it's like 15%. If I remember correctly, which is pretty bad considering that a small is 7 and 2 smalls is 14, and of course 3 smalls is 21. Some of this stuff doesn't really make a lot of sense, especially when you compare it to like what you can get on a small charm. There are some really good grand charms. Like I'll show you guys what I've got like on some of my other characters. Give you guys an idea of what you're looking for. Hold on, I gotta reboot the game so I can go online. Yip-boo. Yip-boo. Apparently my battle.net was not running. I don't know why. I don't know how, considering I was literally playing Diablo 2, but whatever. I am excited for Diablo 4. I don't think it will replace Diablo 2, but I think it will be a distraction, much like any other thing that's ever brought me away from Diablo. I mean, I'm trying to think of a good example. I mean, for those of you guys who played Counter-Strike back in the day, like, if you were a big Counter-Strike player and Half-Life 2 came out, yeah, you played Half-Life 2. You were excited about Half-Life 2. You played it. You maybe played it once or twice. You maybe downloaded some mods for it, right? But you still went back to Counter-Strike, right? That's your main game. Half-Life was the distraction, and Counter-Strike was the main game. I think it's going to be a distraction for many of us. I think many of us are going to go in and we're going to be like, oh, this is cool, and we're going to play it for a little while. But I'm not entirely sure it's ever going to be a main game. Main games are often like the game that you always will come back to, no matter what other game you play. And, is Diablo 4 going to be a main game? I'm not sure. Time will tell, but I doubt it. I doubt it's going to be a main game. It's going to be a distraction for sure. 100% it'll be a distraction. But I'm not really sure about the rest. So I'm going to show off some of these charms that I've got. So this is a 7% faster run walk, all resistance 13. It's not perfect. It could have been all resistances 15. It would surprise you to know that I found this from normal Diablo. That was where I found this from. Normal Diablo, 7% faster run, all resistances 13. Absolutely insane, right? Another one that I have that's absolutely insane is this 12% faster hit recovery, 10 to max damage, 73 attack rating Grand Charm. Very, very sexy Grand Charm. Will you stop chewing on my cord? Sir, this is mine. You do not get to chew on my stuff. If you want to chew on something, I will give you something to chew on. Come over here, you little thief. And I will tear you off a piece of cardboard on something. Here, hold on. I give you some cardboard, and you can chew on this cardboard. Would you make sure there's no glue in it? Okay. You want this? Here, chew on that. There you go. Have something to chew on. I don't care if you chew on that. You can chew on that. Just don't chew on my wire. So that's a pretty nice one that I found. Pretty decent. Then I also have things like this Combat Skills Pally with 7% faster run walk. That's a very good combo. This Combat Skills with 39 life. Very good combo. 45 is the maximum on that. Trying to see. I don't think I have some other ones in here. That's a pretty good one there. 2 decks with 11% to a single resistance. Let me check my other girl here. I know I've got some other nice ones to show you guys. If you touch my cord, I'm gonna get you. I see you over there. I don't see you over there. All her charms are sitting in her inventory. So there's a +1 with 12% faster hit recovery. That's a really good combination. This is actually a perfect charm for freezing arrows on. 4 to 11 cold damage is actually the maximum amount of cold damage that you can have on a Grand. And in combination with the way that the cold damage works on this particular character, this actually allows the cold damage to get multiplied with the freezing arrow effect, which allows you to get a huge damage bonus, a lot more than you would think, because it takes this 4 to 11, adds it to the bow, then it takes the 4 to 11, adds it to the freezing arrow. The freezing arrow explodes multiple times. You hit the target multiple times. And before you're done, that 4 to 11 damage actually multiplies out to more like 400 or 500, which is pretty damn cool. I also have some interesting ones like this 4 maximum damage one, which could be interesting for specific builds. There's also some crazy ones that you'll find, like this one, which is like +6 strength and like 30% to a single resistance. Those are pretty cool to have around, especially for lower level characters. As you can see, it's only level 22, which is pretty amazing. I usually keep those for lobies. Double element ones are rather interesting. So a lot of people don't know this, but there's actually a pretty big market for double element or single element with some big effects, especially for freezing arrow characters. So this is a 9 to 20 cold, which is the cap on cold damage, and then it also has life attached to it. So if you find like a 9 to 20 cold and then it also has maybe like 20 life, those are actually pretty valuable to freezing arrow zons. This can actually roll twice, by the way, and it can go higher than 9 to 20. So notice that this one says Boreal Small Charm of the Glacier. So it's 2 different cold effects that are being combined together. Well, this one right here is 9 to 20. So if this had been Hibernal Small Charm of the Glacier, it would have been even higher than 9 to 20, and that would be perfect for specifically what I'm looking for with this particular character. You can also find this in the fire and the lightning as well. So what you're looking for is things like a smoking small charm of incineration or a thundering small charm of, you know, such and such. And you want to make sure that it's the highest elemental damage charm that you can possibly get. So we're not looking for no little piss ants. We're not looking for the little small ones like the little 3 to 7s. Although this is a decent one because it's 3 to 7 and it's 20 life. Right? We're looking for the ones that have both modifiers. We want the prefix and the suffix together to add up to a really large amount of damage. I've actually played around with this mechanic on a couple different characters to try and make like the highest damage elemental damage character that I possibly could using charms. And I can't remember her name, but she's a sorceress that's on here. I think her name is... I don't think it's Tess Sork, but let me check Tess Sork just in case. Yes, this is her. So as you can see, she has the fire damage ones, 26 to 42, the flaming small charm of incineration. She's got the cold damage ones, which are the hibernal small charms of winter. These are exceedingly rare. The smoking ones are exceedingly rare. And then there's also lightning ones as well, and I don't know if she has the lightning ones. She does not have the lightning ones, which is sad. Why do you not have the lightning ones? Why do you only have the fire and the ice ones? I thought I gave you lightning ones. Oh, there's one. Shocking Small Charm of Storms, 2 to 99. All right. So you would think that she wouldn't do very much damage, right? Because it's just 2 to 99. It's not that much damage. Look at how much damage she loses for one charm. 7,681 to 8,142. That's one charm. Take off another charm. Look at how much damage she loses per charm. It's insane. It's absolutely insane how much damage she loses per charm. And this is just one little 26 to 42 damage charm. This is because she's utilizing these in the melee form. So these only apply to melee or ranged, right? And she's using the Kingslayer so she can get Vengeance, by the way. Which I can throw on here. I can't have Vengeance. And then I can throw on my enchant. And look at how much damage I'm dishing out per hit with Vengeance. 15,000 damage per hit with Vengeance. I can go out here in hell difficulty and I can katonk something on the head. I can just come here, let me katonk you, sir. Katonk. Come here, no, come here, let me bonk you right there. I'll just bonk you right on the head. This is P8, by the way. Nah, don't be mean to me. So these weird charms like this are exceedingly rare. I see you over here trying to chew on stuff. Sir. I'm brief on you real hard. I'm gonna brief on you with the hardness. No cord for you. Dang, he really chewed up that paper, too. Holy crap. Here, chew that some more. You ain't finished. You didn't finish. You just spread little crumbs all over me. God dang, I have to sweep that up later, too. And you got that cord right in your hand, and you're about to just chomp it away. I gotta watch you, don't I? I gotta watch you. I turn my back for 1 second. You're just gonna chomp my cord in half, aren't you? I'm just gonna be talking, and then all of a sudden, it's gonna be dead. There ain't gonna be no talking, because you're gonna chew the cord right up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You don't think I know? I know. Rude. Ruad. Ruad Chewy Boy. Alright, I'm gonna put Chewy Boy back in his house before he actually does chew on my cord. Because he's trying really hard to get at the cord, and I don't want him to mess up my headset. We switched to Mr. Nimoy because he knows not to chew on cords. He's smart enough. He's got the brain power. Mr. Nimoy knows better. Mr. Knees. Mr. Knees, Mr. Knees, Mr. Knees. Chinchilla. Choo-chilla, poo-chilla, choo-choo-choo. Alright, let's play around with some of these other abilities. I want to see if I can get a couple more videos done before we hop off tonight. You know, it'd probably help a lot if I wasn't like ADHD. I'd be hopping around from topic to topic. Just don't make no dang sense half the damn time, like freaking bouncing around like a pinball machine. Mr. Niece, how was your day? Did you have a good day? You was a good boy? Did you pick a boy? You want to chew on some paper? You don't even care, do you? He said, I'm not a baby. What am I playing on Season 3 start? I haven't made up my mind yet, Mr. Robot. I'm still trying to decide. I want to see what rune words they come out with first. I want to see what they decide upon for the characters. I don't want to like dive into anything too quickly, because you know they might come out with some really cool rune words, and they might come out with some you know, possibilities to make some really cool new builds, and I don't want to spend a bunch of time like coming up with a build only for them to change my mind at the last minute. We'll make up our minds closer to Season 3. I'll make up my mind closer to Season 3, I guess.
Good day.
I'm hoping that we'll see a whole lot of new rune words, and we'll have some fun with that. There were supposed to be new rune words in Season 2, but they focused on the Terror Zones instead, and they pretty much promised that this time there was actually going to be new rune words. And also that the old rune words would be available to non-ladder. There's a post on my community board, if you go back far enough, of a comment by Pez Radar where he basically said that the plan was to make the rune words available to non-ladder at the end of each ladder season. But because they didn't make new rune words for ladder season 2, because they were focused on terror zones, the season 1 ladder rune words did not get rotated to non-ladder because they didn't have any new non-ladder rune words to put in their place. So that's going to be that. So you guys, if we do get new rune words, and this is contingent on that, if we do get new rune words, the old new ladder rune words will go to non-ladder for you guys. So Plague, Unbending Will, Mist, and all those other things should roll over to non-ladder as long as they come out with new rune words this season. Let's do Golem Mastery and Summon Resist. Those are pretty easy, and there's really not a whole lot to go over for them anyway. So I would like to give a Golem Mastery. Let's do Golem Mastery first. That one is easier. I will make them available for offline play. So, whether they are or not, I will. But in the past, when they came out for Ladder, finally, so on the day that Ladder was released, they were also available for offline, yes. But last time they released new rune words, and you guys can, obviously check on this when they come out, I created versions of those rune words so that you could use them in offline before they were released for Ladder. So you could download them and test them using the Hero Editor software and files that I have. So if you guys haven't, already checked that out, I do have a huge pack. It's GGM's item pack, which has tons of items in it that you can utilize. And in there are also mock rune words. They're not real rune words. They're fake rune words that are programmed into the file so that they simulate the real rune word. And you can also use these in D2 Classic as well. So like if you wanted to grab a Plague Sword for your Paladin in the original Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, well, guess what? I got you. It's there. You can pull up the Hero Editor. You can load in a Plague Sword for your Paladin in Classic, and you can get your brand new rune word in the old version of the game. I'll be doing this, like I said, I'll be doing the same thing with these new rune words when they come out, whenever they release them. I'll make mock versions of every single one of them, and we will, and I'll post them up. Mock as in M-O-C-K. It means to make fun of. Mock, when you mock something, like if your mom were to say, honey, make sure you take out the laundry. And you're like, oh no, honey, make sure you take out the trash. And you're like, and then take out the trash. That's mocking. You're mocking your mother. And then your mother slaps you in the face, which is usually what happens after you mock somebody. But, they're not real. It's not, you're just making fun of the person that said it. When I make a mock rune word, it's obviously not going to be a real rune word, but it's going to be as close to the real rune word as I can get it. What are you chewing on in there? You're always chewing on something. Okay, chewing on the key. You can chew on the key. Go ahead, chew on the key. I don't care if you chew on the key. So they're not actually rune words. That's the problem. So the reason why I call them mock rune words is because they're not rune words. They're just pretend rune words. They don't actually function as rune words. You can't take an item and just put the runes in it and get the mock rune word. It doesn't actually function like a real rune word does. So like with plague, for instance, if I put Cham Shale in a plague rune, in a 3-socket, whatever, I can get the plague rune word. These mock rune words don't exist, and you can't make them. They like if you put Cham Shale in a rune word or in an item in like D2 LOD, nothing happens because the rune word doesn't exist. It's not in the files. The mock rune words don't exist either. They don't add anything to the files. There's no modification of the game. Now, there is a way where you can modify the runewords.txt file in D2 LOD to add rune words that don't exist. And if you add a rune word that doesn't exist into the rune words text file, you can create a rune word inside the game, right? So if I were to go in and physically add in the plague rune word into the runeword.txt, I could make it work, but it would be modifying the game. It's not technically allowed. But the mock rune words get around this whole thing by essentially having the same stats as a rune word without actually being a rune word. All they are really is just a crafted item that I gave the correct stats. And I went ahead and put the runes in there too, just for laughs. But they don't actually do anything. The runes are in there, but they don't actually have any effect. I have a couple of these mock rune words on a couple characters. And let me see here. Boop, 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 boop. Where are they at? Plague. Here's one right here. If they're still on there. Yeah, so these are real plagues. So that's not right. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for the fake plagues. Farty spotty. I think that's the patterned ones. Yes, so these are the crafted versions of the patterns. As you can see, they say blood bite talons. They don't say pattern. They have Tal or Thul in them, which is the rune word for pattern, but they don't actually have the rune word ability, but they do have the stats for the rune word. So the rune word pattern has 30% faster block rate, 80% increased damage, 10% bonus to attack rating, so forth and so on. And I gave them the same effects as if you were to put the pattern rune word in them. And that gives you the ability to test them out before the rune words even come out. So if you guys want to test out the new rune words when they are released, I will have them available for download. That's one of the services that I provide you guys, for the community, is that I will create these mock rune words for you, and then I will upload them into the hero editor pack, and then you can download all the mock rune words, and you can test out your characters in advance with them to see how the builds will work out, so you know what you want to play for ladder. Especially if they're particularly cheap, like some of the cheaper rune words that you can make relatively easily. You can build entire characters around sometimes. Like Plague isn't really that expensive with one Cham rune in it. You can generally obtain a Cham rune sometime during your ladder play. Maybe not right away, of course, but pretty quickly, like within the first month. And you can build a character around a Plague sword, or use it on a mercenary or anything like that. It's definitely a lot easier to obtain one Cham for Plague than it is, like a Burr and a freaking Jaw rune for an Infinity. What's up, Silveraku? Okay, let's get these skills out of the way. I want to get these done. Boop, 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 boop. Beep, 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 beep. Golem mastery. Let's do the golem. The golem mastery. We're going to do the golem. We got to do the golem. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the Necromancer summon ability known as Golem Mastery. So previously I went over the Clay Golem, and the Blood Golem, and the Iron Golem, and the Fire Golem, but I didn't go over Golem Mastery. And I think Golem Mastery deserves a little bit of love because it does have some pretty amazing effects as far as like how it makes your golems tanky and more useful. But it also has another negative effect, which we're going to have to talk about. So first off, let's talk about the positive. What does Golem Mastery do for your golems? Well, it increases their life tremendously. Honestly, it increases their life more than pumping the points into the skill itself. It's kind of crazy, actually. I'm going to go ahead and reset my character real quick. I'm going to show you the difference between putting points in directly and putting points in to mastery. So if I have a clay golem here and I put 1 point into him, you'll see his life is 948. If I bump his skills up to maximum, he goes up to 2,777 at a level of level 27. So 2,777 life, which isn't too bad. However, if I reset this, and I dump the points instead into the Clay Golem, I dump them into the Golem Mastery, you'll notice that his life is now 6,072. So the life of my Clay Golem has gone up ridiculously by dumping the points into Golem Mastery instead of the Golem itself, which makes them far tankier and far better as minions. It also increases their attack rating, which means they hit more often, which doesn't normally matter all that much, especially for some of these golems that have really crappy damage. But if you are relying on the hit to actually help keep them alive, maybe in the case of the Blood Golem for the lifesteal, the attack rating is nice. We also have run walk speed. Now, run walk speed is both a positive and a negative here, and I did talk about Golem Mastery having a negative, and this is actually the negative. The run walk speed actually means that the golem will more often than not be at the front of the pack in terms of your monsters. And you might be asking, why is that a negative thing? Well, the answer to that question is because the golem is really bad damage. Your golem is not there to dish out damage. He's there to be a meat shield. He's there to be a tank, okay? And in certain situations, he is always in the front, and he's always blocking the other minions that you might have because he is always in the front. So one of the things that you have to do when it comes to the Clay Golem is you have to make sure that he's not in the front in situations where he can block things. And to give you an idea of what I mean, I'm going to head over here and I'm going to summon an army real quick. So let me go ahead and grab some skeletons real quick just so that I have something. And I'm going to show you what I mean here. Alright, so I've got 9 skeletons, right? And I'm going to head my way over to Arcane Sanctuary, which I feel like is a good place to show this off. It's not the tightest place, but it's pretty bad. And let's go the route that has the stairs, which is the worst one. And we're going to put our little golem here, for no particular reason, at the front of the stairwell. All right? Now, in this particular case, we got 1 skeleton that's in the front, so it's not too terrible. But you notice that the golem is now preventing the entire army from moving forward in this particular case. The golem is blocking things, and the army doesn't want to move forward because he's blocking everything that's going on. The run walk speed causes the army, or rather the golem, to constantly be at the front of the pack when you generally don't want him to be. Now, what you have to do is you usually just have to resummon him. So if you are using either the Clay Golem, the Blood Golem, or the Fire Golem, you can do this, but obviously you cannot do this with the Iron Golem. But what you're going to do is you're going to cast him at the back instead of at the front. You want to make sure that your golem is never blocking the army. And this, unfortunately, becomes an issue a lot because your golem tends to be faster than everything else that you've got. So in a lot of situations, your golem will be in the front, blocking the damage output that your army is capable of. So keep that in mind if you do build maximum golem mastery to beef up the golem, which is a pretty nice way to get the tanky golem. Now, of course, you could double it up, and you could go with max clay golem with max golem mastery, and in that case, you're going to be sitting at 17,776 life, which is pretty insane, and you really don't need that much life on your golem. That's like ludicrous levels of golem life. But if you are just trying to have the tankiest golem known to man, I mean, that is one way that you can do it. And obviously, he can get even tankier. So if we were to go to a necromancer that has more plus to skills, something like I got quite a few test characters here that just have massive skills for no reason. Yes, this particular one is running some pretty nice plus to skill equipment. So if we were to throw in our points here, you can see he now has a level 45 clay golem with a total of 45,100 life. So absolutely insane, right? But the cool thing is you don't really need to pump points into the golem itself, because if you have a really high level of golem mastery like this with 900% increased life, just 1 point into the golems is actually more than enough. So as you can see, my blood golem now has 38,220 life with a base point of 1. My Iron Golem now has 9,849 with a base point of 1. And my Fire Golem has 10,180 with a base point of 1. I don't have to dump points into these to get their life beefed up to its maximum. Now you can, of course, like I said, you can throw points into them and beef them up a little bit more. Now my Blood Golem is at 62,000 life, and so forth and so on. And as you can see, dumping points into them can definitely bring their life up higher, but you don't really need to. The golem's main purpose in life is just simply to be the tank. He doesn't need to be the damage output. Unless you're doing the fire golem, and if you're doing the fire golem, you're doing the fire golem for damage output. That's really what the fire golem is for. He doesn't really have another purpose. He's not a very good tank, to be honest with you. Even maxed out, he's not a very good tank. He's really there to do damage. And the iron golem is there to stay alive. Like, you don't want him for damage output. You want him to stay alive as much as humanly possible. In which case, if you were building an Iron Golem Necromancer, that is the one case that I would probably recommend that you actually build Blood Golem, which is the synergy that adds life to Iron Golem. So if you max out Blood Golem, Iron Golem will get a huge life bonus. Whereas if you max out the Golem himself, notice his life does not go up from maxing out the actual golem. So if you do want to get the toughest golem that you possibly can in terms of the iron golem, like his HP, you want his HP as high as possible, you definitely want to make sure that you beef up blood golem, not iron golem. So max out your golem mastery, which is what we're talking about, and then max out your blood golem, which is going to give your iron golem the best possibility of staying alive. Because that's going to give you 5% life per level for each level in the blood golem, and the other two don't really matter. And so for basically 40 points right here, you have basically the best investment. Now, the bonus that Golem Mastery gives your golems is upon summoning. And what this means is that you can have like some alternative equipment specifically for summoning golems. So if you wanted to have like some godlike swap or something, and I know Grimm's Burning Dead is not the godlike swap, but let's say, for instance, you found like some amazing +3 summon, +3 golem mastery wand or something that has like +3 to the specific golem that you want. So you're looking at like +6, and then you have like a really nice necro head over here with like +3 summoning and then +3 golem mastery, which could get you at like a total of what, like +12 between your hand and your shield. But let's just pretend you had this really awesome setup and you had +12 over here. You could very easily swap over to this set, cast your golem, and then swap back. Because the effects of golem mastery are on cast, not constant. And so that golem that you summon is going to be summoned at the amazing level of your swap gear. And then you can, of course, swap back to whatever it is that you want to wear. In this way, you can definitely make some pretty powerful golems. And in the case of the Iron Golem, he is actually summoned upon entering the game. So if you have an Iron Golem for whatever reason, let's say, for instance, you have, I don't know, an Iron Golem that's made out of a IK Maul. So actually a good choice for Iron Golems. I mean, they're pretty strong, made out of IK Mauls. If you have an Iron Golem that's made out of an IK Maul, you can resummon him by entering the game. Every time you enter the game, he's resummoned. So if I had that mythical plus 12, like setup on my alternate hand, then all I have to do to get him at his full power is to leave the game and then rejoin the game. The moment that you join the game, he is summoned. You can actually hear it. That is the moment that he's summoned. So he is summoned right then when you join the game at the current level that whatever your Iron Golem is. And that will set him for the entire game. So until you leave, or if he dies, which is unfortunate, but until you leave the game, he is at that level set for the entire time. So you can have some pretty awesome, like, plus Golem Mastery equipment, plus Iron Golem equipment, things like that, and you can summon him at an insanely godlike level, and then you take that equipment off and put on your real gear. And the same thing goes for any of your other golems. So if you have a fire golem and you want to summon the most godlike, amazing fire golem that ever existed upon the land, like, you could put on some crazy equipment. You could throw on like a blue +3 summoning amulet, a blue +3 helmet. You could throw on, that amazing, like, +3, +3, +3 head and +3, +3, +3 wand, and then, like, throw on 2 Sojas and put your mage fists on, and then, like, throw in some extra skillers. And by the time you're done, you're going to have, like, a level 60 frickin' fire golem. And then you summon him, of course, and that's it. You take all that crap off and you put on your real equipment because you don't need all that stuff on. And a lot of the Necromancer works this way. The Skeletons work this way. The Skeleton Mages work this way. All the Golems work this way. If whatever level that you summon them at, that's the level they stay until they're resummoned. And Golem Mastery is great, in my opinion, because it's like the cheap trick way to build all of the Golems. So if you've ever wanted to just have a Swiss knife army tool Necromancer that has all of the golems, this is the easiest way to do it. Just throw 20 points into Golem Mastery specifically, and then 1 point into each one of the golems. They will be strong enough, combined with your plus to skills, that they will be able to tank just about anything. As you can see, my Clay Golem has 19,272 health with 1 point. My Blood Golem has 46,000 health with 1 point. My Iron Golem is sitting at close to 10k with 1 point, which is pretty decent. And my Fire Golem is sitting at, 9,724. So very easy to get yourself a decent Golem with only, 21, 22, 23, 24 points. And if you're a Summon Necromancer, you're going down this tree anyway to get revives, which means you really only spend 1 extra point into Fire Golem. And if you don't want the Fire Golem, I understand, because he's kind of crappy. And if you're not building him specifically, he's kind of the worst Golem. If you build him specifically, he can be interesting, but he's just not really a great Golem to have as like an addition. Whereas the Iron Golem can be useful if you want to do like meditation and things like that. And the Blood Golem can be useful if you want to have like more sustainability. And the Clay Golem is absolutely amazing because of the slows target proc, the 62% slows enemy by. They all have their individual uses, but the Fire Golem is kind of like the worst of the lot in terms of his individual usefulness, and unless you're building him specifically, he doesn't really have much usefulness. Unless you're like a Poison Nova Necromancer and you're trying to finish off that target that's running away with 1 health. They're interesting to use in those cases because the Holy Fire proc can finish off, obviously, the 1 health targets pretty easily from the Fire Golem. There's really not a lot more to go over with Golem Mastery. I think I've covered pretty much everything of this ability. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. All right, that one's pretty much finished. There's done. And then we can move on to Summon Resistance. That one should be quick. There's not a whole lot to cover with Summon Resistance except for like what it doesn't work on. It does work on a lot of cool things, so I mean there is that. Mr. Nimoy, what's the matter with you, buddy? What's the matter, buddy? You piece of good boy. You got be good boy. You got be good boy. Don't be bad boy. You got be good boy. You got be good boy. A clay golem's cold resistance is plus 50%. And with a level 6 summon resistance, the clay golem will become immune, neither taking damage nor being chilled by bone mage ice bolts. Even though this immunity is not displayed, however, a spirit wolf summoned using a crescent moon rune word with level 18 summon spirit wolf charges is killed because summon resist does not add to its 85% cold resistance. Interesting. So this is an interesting one because it does have like a lot of facets going on here. And it actually interacts very interestingly with the Iron Golem because the Iron Golem can be immune to certain effects depending on the level of his resistances. And it's kind of crazy to consider this because summon resistance is actually like one of the most powerful abilities that the Necromancer has in terms of trying to keep his army alive. And because it can actually make his monsters immune or his summons immune, it can potentially save your Iron Golem in some pretty crazy scenarios. Like if you were going to build an Iron Golem, for instance, summon resist could be more of a priority than his life. Just simply because if he has resistances above 100% or above 99%, he will be immune to that element entirely. And it can effectively make him immortal, essentially, versus those particular elements. Of course, he's not going to be immortal versus things like magic damage, because summon resistance doesn't add to magic damage. And he won't be immortal against physical damage. But in those scenarios, like if you were trying to make a Iron Golem that never dies, summon resistance becomes like almost your priority in these scenarios. I feel like that's one thing we can talk about, which is resistances. So like native resistances of monsters, or rather the minions. Unfortunately, not a lot of these guys actually have native resistances. Like the Clay Golem specifically has a 20% lightning res and a 50% cold res, but he does not have any fire or poison resistance. The Blood Golem apparently has 20% poison and 20% magic resistance. And then the Iron Golem has 50% lightning and 100% poison res. And then, of course, the Fire Golem has massive fire resistance and nothing else. Which is funny because I've still seen him die to fire damage, which is hilarious. The only thing that I'm missing here, and I need to find this out before I make this video, which is how hell difficulty penalties are applied to minions. It's been a little while since I've looked this up, so I need to look at it again. And of course I always end up with like Path of Exile stuff, which is not what I want. It's one of my biggest complaints about Path of Exile. I know a lot of you guys like Path of Exile, so I'm not trying to talk bad about Path of Exile in the terms that like I don't like the game, although I don't. But what I'm trying to get at is that they've like convoluted and polluted the knowledge base for Diablo. So when you look up Diablo information, a lot of the times Path of Exile stuff will come up in the place of the Diablo information and can oftentimes like confuse the ever-loving crap out of you because you're trying to pull up information on Diablo 2 and Path of Exile information or not Path of Exile, sorry, what am I saying? PD2 information comes up instead. The games are similar enough that they have similar items, similar abilities, and if you're not careful, you can often, literally just like mess things up inside your own head, like by looking at information that doesn't apply to the game that you're playing, despite the fact that all the abilities have the same names and and all the items have the same names. Of course, I'm not finding anything that I can use. Alright, so I did manage to find a little bit of information, and according to this, they do not suffer from the penalties. They do not. I already have Rockstar Reaper. I already have. Alright, so let's get this show on the road with Summon Resistance. There's really not like a super large amount to cover here. Hopefully this will be a quick one. I know I say that, and then it'll be like 30 minutes long. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to go over a rather simple one, but also a pretty cool one, and a very powerful one, too. And that is known as Summon Resistance. Summon Resistance is very simple in its what it does, but it is very powerful in what it helps your army achieve. So the first thing that you need to know is that your minions do not suffer from the penalties of resistances for Nightmare and Hell difficulty. So their resistances don't go up and down like ours do for that. Your minions can actually also be immune to specific elements. Now, to achieve this, they have to reach above 99% to that particular resistance, which is not impossible. And Summon Resistance is one of the ways that you can get your monsters there. Now, granted, negative resistance effects will still apply to them, so things like Conviction, for instance, or lower resistance can bring their resistances down and allow them to be basically broken out of their immunity. And it doesn't say that they are immune. So unlike with monsters, when you're running along and you see like a cold monster that's immune to cold, and you're like, okay, well, I can't kill him with any cold damage because he's immune to cold. It's not going to tell you that your clay golem is immune to cold, for instance. But if you have a high enough amount of summon resistance in combination with the clay golem's already high cold resistance, you can reach a point to where your clay golem will be immune to cold damage. The cold resistance that clay golems have in a native form is 50%. So you only need an additional 50% resistance to reach the point where he will become immune to all cold damage. He also becomes immune to the chilling effects as well when he reaches this point. Now, each one of the golems has a different innate resistance. Obviously, the fire golems is fire resistance. The iron golem has an innate poison resistance of 100%. He's actually immune to poison. And he has a lightning resistance of 50%, which means that with a mere 50% lightning resistance, you can make him immune to lightning and poison. The blood golem has a resistance for 20% poison, 20% magic, which unfortunately means that he is not going to be immune to anything on his own. The clay golem has 50% cold at 20% lightning and 25% physical DR, which means that he can be immune to cold, but he will not be able to be immune to lightning. And each of the golems has their own specific specialty. Now, the iron golem is unique in this because the iron golem's resistances can be adjusted depending on what you summon him from. So one of the easiest ways to make an iron golem immune to pretty much everything is to utilize a paladin shield. So if you want to just make a really tanky, really hard to kill iron golem, the best way to do this is just simply to find a 3-socket paladin shield that has 45 all res. Then what you do is throw Ancient's Pledge in it, and then summon your iron golem out of Ancient's Pledge. His resistances will be so high that he will be immune to fire, lightning, cold, and ice. Fire, lightning, cold, and poison. He will be immune to all 4 elements. He will not be immune to physical, obviously, and he will not be immune to magic damage, but he will be immune to basically all 4 elements. And in combination with your summon resistances, his resistances will be so high that there is pretty much no chance that he's going to get broken by most like Conviction and lower resistance curses, because he's going to be overcapped by quite a large degree. And this is one way that you can make an iron golem extremely tanky. Now, let's cover the ability itself, which summon resistance is, deceptively simple. When it starts out at level 1, it is 28% resist all. It does go up relatively quickly, so you go from 28 to 34, 34 to 39, 39 to 44, and before you know it, with moderate plus to skills, you can reach a pretty nice amount, as you can see, of 65% with just 1 point. Now, early on, before you get all these massive plus to skills. Before you have your torch, before you have your Annie, these are cheated Annies and cheated torches, by the way. Before you have all this beautiful plus to skill equipment, you're going to have to dump a couple points in. So to give you an idea, let me go ahead and take off some of this plus to skill equipment and show you what it's like to have summon resistance with no plus to skills. So as you can see, with only 1 point, we have a meager 28%. Now, usually what I recommend with summon resistance is that you put in at least 5 points early on, because that will get you to a very nice 47% all res, and it will help keep your army alive for a prolonged period of time, so that you don't have to worry about them constantly dying. 5 points seems to be about the magic number to assist you through the early levels. Now, granted, once you level up and once you start to get all your plus to skill equipment, once you start to get, things like your Shako and your +2 amulet and maybe a couple Soges, and you've got your summon skillers and all this other beautiful stuff, you can respec and take those points out. You don't need to leave them in there once you have a massive amount of plus to skills, because honestly, the summon resistance ability doesn't have really good bonuses for high levels. It tends to hit really heavy diminishing returns around levels 22. I want to say, no, 20. Around level 20. It's pretty heavy diminishing returns around level 20. And to show you what I mean, let me go ahead and grab these doojanks back here. I'm going to throw my plus to skill equipment back on. And you notice now we're at level 23. It's at 67%. And I put a point in and it goes up to 68. And then it goes up to 68 again. And then it goes up to 68 again. And then finally, after a couple points, it goes up to 69. And then it stays at 69. And it stays at 69 again. And then it goes to 70. And literally multiple points won't even bring it up by 1% past a certain point. And so dumping points into it has very little bonus past a certain level. And like I said, around level 22 is where things get really bad, and you just start to get basically no return for massively dumping points into it. And it's rather unfortunate because summon resistance is one of those skills that is decent to even get 1 extra percentage, because as you can see, you can literally make your minions immune to things with high resistances. But it's just really not worth dumping points into when, number one, plus the skill equipment is more than enough, and number two, you're really only getting just a couple extra points for a massive dump in plus the skills. I mean, if I reset my character again real quick here, just to give you an idea, with 1 point, I'm sitting at 65%, right? If I dump every point that I have, so 19 more points, if I dump 19 more points into this ability, I go from 65 to 72. So what is that? 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. So for 19 additional skill points, I got what? 5, 6, 7? I got 7%. So did 19 skill points seem worth 7% resist all for my minions? It really didn't, did it? The last thing that we need to talk about for this ability is who it works on. So what does summon resist actually work on? Does it work on everything that the necromancer summons, no matter what it is, or is there a specific list? And the answer is yes, there is a specific list. Summon resistance only works on necromancer summons. It does not work on any other summon that you might cast. Like, for instance, let's say if you had Spirit Wolf charges. Spirit Wolves are a summon, right? So if you summon Spirit Wolf on a necromancer, they do not gain the effect of summon resistance. And even if you were like a druid and you somehow had summon resistance as an O skill, which doesn't exist, by the way, it does not apply to the druid summons either. The only things that summon resistance apply to are the skeletons, the mages, the clay golem, the blood golem, the iron golem, the fire golem, and it does not apply to the revives. The revives do not get summon resistance, and I think this is due in part to the fact that revives have their own resistances based upon what you revived them from. So whereas the skeletons don't really have any resistances, in fact, I'm pretty sure if I click on the necro skeletons, let me just double check here. Yes, they do not have any resistances at all. So, unlike the golems, which have base resistances, these guys don't have any resistances at all. So, applying the summon resistance to them is very important because if you don't have summon resistance with skeletons, they're sitting at 0 and they're taking full damage from everything. And that's why the skeletons, the skeletal mages, and the just tend to die extremely quickly without summon resistance. Whereas the revives are being revived specifically from a monster that has his own resistances. So, like for instance, if you summon a monster that's immune to cold, that a monster is always going to be immune to cold, even as a revive. So they don't really need the summon resistance as much as the skeletons do, which basically have nothing. And that pretty much covers the entire skill. What was that? 10 minutes? Not bad. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about an ability as simple as summon resistance. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And as always, keep watching. Alright, summon resistance is finished. Not a whole lot left on the Necromancer. We might finish him off tonight. Who knows? We got Skeletal Mages, which is a silly one. The very silly one indeed. I actually have a character specifically that I set up for Skeletal Mages. Prism. This character is actually a theory crafted character, if you guys want to check this video out. It's called the Elemental Necromancer, GGM Prism. And the reason why I set him up was because I wanted to see what it was like if I had made a character, a Necromancer, a Summon Necromancer specifically, that was set up for elemental damage, not physical damage. So instead of setting up for the physical skeletons, I set up for the mages. Instead of setting up for like Clay Golem or something like that, I set up for Fire Golem. Instead of using amplified damage, I used lower resistance. And just in general, like the entire character is built around the premise of, can I make a character that is elemental damage based? And to save you guys the trouble of watching the video if you don't want to watch it, yes, it works. It's not like the most crazy, amazing thing in the world, but it works. Well enough that it would be a fun build, but not well enough that like you would do it over a physical damage Necromancer. I feel like the physical damage Necromancer is still superior, but it was a viable, interesting thing that I did. Let me find that real quick, and I'll link it in chat for you guys. There he is, the Elemental Damage Necro. That is the link to that video if you want to check it out. But this will definitely be the character that I'm going to do the skeletons on. Let's go to Haragroth so we can summon the skeletons from the pile of the bodies over here. life from skeleton mastery is applied before plus life percentage from raised skeletal mage itself. The skill description does not apply the percent life from raised skeletal mage at all. What are you doing, little turd? Hmm? 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 I'm gonna shake all the little turds out of you. How about that? They come out this end, right? Check them out. What are you doing, little buddy? You're so rambunctious today. You're so rambunctious. Why you gotta be so rambunctious? Hmm? Rambunctious. I think I'm pretty much ready. There's a lot to talk about with these stupid guys. There are some pretty bad things about these stupid skeletal mages, and like I don't really know what to talk about except for like, hey, these things suck in these ways, and like they definitely do have some pretty awful tendencies, and there's some stuff that needs to be fixed about the skeletal mages. So it's probably not gonna be like the politest video out there. All right, let's go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Necromancer Summon Raise Skeletal Mage. I already covered the skeletons a little while back, if you want to check out that video, the Raised Skeleton. But this one we're going to be covering the Raised Skeletal Mages, and I'm going to use the free bodies in the Neolithak portal to summon myself some mages. And we're going to go ahead and summon up an army here real quick. And one thing that you've got to know about the mages is that, well, some of them suck, and you can desummon them. So you need to make sure that you're paying attention to this as a person who utilizes the summon mages. So if you're going down this route, one thing that you got to know is that the poison doesn't stack. So poison never stacks. In fact, only the highest damage poison of any type is ever going to actually apply to the target, and having like an entire army of poison skeletons is undesirable. One or two, maybe three, but like as you can see, I've got way too many right here. So what you do is you go to the unsummon skill, and what you're going to do is you're going to right-click on the particular skeletons that you want to unsummon. This will allow you to customize the skeletal mages more toward the element that you're specifically looking for. Like for instance, let's say you don't want any of the ice mages because they're going to get rid of your corpses. And they do. They will totally shatter your corpses. You can, of course, unsummon the ice mages as well. And then you can stick with mainly just the fire, the lightning, and the poison, or you can stick with just the fire and the lightning. And if you really want to be very customizable about it, you can, of course, desummon everything except for a specific element, and you can only go with that one element. Like maybe you wanted only fire mages, or maybe you want only lightning mages, whatever it is that you're specifically looking for. Now, it is important to note that they changed a lot of the mages back in one of the major patches. So they upped the damage on a couple of them, except for the lightning one, because the lightning one was apparently already pretty high. And they're all about equal now in terms of damage output, except the poison one, of course, because the poison one cannot stack damage. So as long as the poison one is, you know, in multiples, so as long as there's like two or more, and they are attacking the same target, the poison damage will not stack between the poisons, and this means that the poison mages are pretty garbage. They did, however, fix the poison mages in terms of their damage output, because what was happening was in the past, their damage output continued to rise despite the fact that the damage that they were doing was increasing in duration. So the poison damage kept going up, but the duration kept going up with it. And so their damage actually wasn't actually increasing, because as long as the duration kept increasing, the damage kept basically staying exactly the same. And so the poison damage mages were unfortunately just completely useless in the previous version, except for the fact that they would keep a target poisoned for like literally eternity. But the damage that they were doing in that poison effect was next to nothing. Another bad thing about the mages, which we do need to talk about, is they will block your army. So I've talked about this a little bit with the clay golem and the other golems, is that oftentimes you will find that they are in the front of a battle, and because they are in the front of a battle, they will block your army from getting through. Well, the mages don't have an active pattern like the skeletons do. So when you are like in, say, catacombs, and you're fighting something, they will stand directly in the doorway, and they will block the rest of your army from getting through. As you can see right now, I'm trying to get them to come through the door, and even just me walking through the door for a brief second, they were all kind of getting stuck on each other, because the mages were, one mage was literally just standing in the doorway blocking the rest. And this is a pretty common occurrence with the mages, because they have pretty stupid AI. One thing that I would say to the developers, Vicarious Visions, I know you guys have kind of like merged into Blizzard, but Vicarious Visions, if you're listening, please make it so that the skeleton mages have no hitboxes. They need to not block the rest of the army from getting through, specifically the skeleton mages, I mean the skeleton warriors. Like, they need to not block the skeleton warriors from getting through, because they effectively nerf the damage output by preventing the rest of the army from passing through stuff. Either that, or find some way to prevent them from blocking doorways, because it is one of the most horrible things about them, is that you cannot use them with an army without them effectively just sabotaging everything. Another little quip that I would add is that if you could make it so that we can summon the specific ones that we want instead of it being random, it would be really cool if we could just maybe like have like a little tick box and we could choose which skeletal mages to summon. It would make them far more useful if we could customize the army in that way. So like, for instance, let's say I wanted only lightning or only fire. Or maybe I didn't want poison at all, so I would just take that one away. Or I wanted to remove the cold damage one because he's killing my corpses. Being able to customize the mages would make them far more useful in general, and would be very welcome changes indeed. Another thing to go over with the mages is that you have to build the appropriate skeleton mastery along with them. Without skeleton mastery, they basically have like no damage and no life. And they're already particularly weak. And this is a big issue with the skeletal mages, is that despite the fact that they seem to have around the same amount of life as the skeletons are far tankier and far better at staying alive than the mages are. And more often than not, you have to resummon the mages all of the time, which makes, unfortunately, customizing your army with the unsummon command extremely difficult, because you constantly have to keep resummoning the mages. And every time you resummon them, you've got to go through the process of, okay, I don't want this cold mage, I don't want this cold mage, I don't need 2 poison mages, and so forth and so on. And so each time you've got to recustomize the actual skeletal mages so that they're useful. It just becomes a hassle, and nobody wants to do it. Overall, the mages have been lackluster. In the past, they've been lackluster, and Unfortunately, even with the buff, they're still not quite there. In fact, I think many people would probably just simply say that they are crap. And I would agree with them if I hadn't recently done a theorycraft on the skeletal, like, elemental damage necromancer. And basically what I did was like I wanted to see if an elemental damage necromancer was even like possible. And this is actually him. His name is ggm_prism. And in the process, basically what I did was I built a fire golem slash skeletal mage slash, like, elemental damage necromancer. The goal of him was to do as much elemental damage as possible, even to the point where I was casting lower resistance, my mercenary is using an infinity, and I'm trying to beef up the damage of these skeletal mages as much as possible. And with all of that, the skeletal mages did decent to okay damage. Regular skeletons still beat them, like, by a mile, as far as I'm concerned. But it was interesting to see that it was possible. And if you want to check out that video, like I said, that live stream where I did the theorycraft on this guy is up. And I mean, you can see the results on that. Yeah, I think they were unimpressive myself, but it definitely demonstrated, I think, that it was at least possible to build that particular direction on a necromancer. Trying to think if there's anything else to cover with these guys. Obviously, you're definitely going to need summon resistance for them because they die all the time. Honestly, when it comes to these guys, they also have a little bit of an issue with being telestomped. So one thing that necromancers definitely love to do is to telestomp onto targets. So for instance, if you're a skellymancer or you got a whole bunch of revives, a lot of the times what you'll do is you'll just simply teleport onto a target. So, let me go ahead and repair my telecirclet here that I had prepared specifically for this video, which for some reason is out of charges. And if you telestomp onto a group of monsters, one thing I've noticed is that in general, they will die, like, really fast. They do not like being telestomped. In fact, because they're so weak, just in general, it's been my experience that telestomping with the mages is more often than not extremely detrimental because it causes the mages to die extremely fast. In this particular case, as you can see here, I telestomped them directly into a group of crushers, which of course is not advisable. But they're doing, like, okay here. But if you telestomp them into something like Diablo or Bale or Duriel, you'll watch them fall really, really fast. And it's kind of embarrassing how quickly they die compared to the other groups. And of course, this is because they're not meant to be in melee combat. They're mages, right? They're supposed to be in the back. They're supposed to be at the other side. And this is also a downside to the mages, is that not only do they block doors, not only do they have extreme customizability issues, not only does the poison mage not really do any damage past one mage, not only does the cold mage destroy your corpses and make it more difficult for you to summon additional mages, not only do they die very often, but also, on the other hand, when you telestomp with them, you are putting them in extreme danger because they're not very tanky to begin with, and they can die extremely easy in any situation where you telestomp them onto a boss. So it's just a lot of points against the mages in general. And on top of that, most people don't generally tend to build the mages. So, like, a normal setup for a summon necromancer doesn't look like this. It's usually 20 points into skeletons and 1 point into skeleton mage, usually on your way to revives. So if you're summoning the mages, they're usually not at their best. And, a skeleton mage not at his best is terrible, is absolutely terrible by comparison to one that's at level 47. So, like, for instance, if I were to hop over to one of these other characters, let me go to Trangul's set over here, who's my, like, horrible cheated character that has, like, literally a point in everything. But if I take him and I actually run like 20 points this, 20 points this, and I grab the summon resistance, of course, notice that my mages are now only level 24 with my plus to skills. I can throw 1 point into them so that I have a hard point. And then obviously I'm going to go down here and I'm going to grab my revives. But level 25 mages are going to be far more easy to kill. They're going to be far more squishy than those level 47 mages that you just saw me using. And so all in all, they just become things that people would rather not summon. Like if I'm going to put a priority list on what I'm summoning, obviously my golem is first. Then I'm going to summon my skeletons. Then I might summon my army, my revives, depending on how many revives I have. And then after I summon my revives that only last for 180 seconds, like if I cap out on revives, I might summon some mages. And then like if they die, they die. I'm not going to resummon them. I'm probably going to resummon revives instead, right? So in general, the raised skeleton mage is just kind of like the redheaded stepchild of the family. You know, speaking from experience, that people just tend to avoid. And even when you build them, even when you build specifically for them, even when you use lower resistance, even when you have an accompanied conviction aura from Infinity, even when you complement them with things like Fire Golem, they're still relatively subpar, and they just need a lot of work. If I could, like I said earlier, if you could really do some changes for these skeletal mages, let us be able to summon exactly the ones we want. You know, have it so that we can customize which ones we're summoning. That way we can make it a lot easier, so there's a lot less micromanaging. Do something about their AI so they don't block doors, or make it so that the other summons can walk through them. That way they're not constantly blocking everything. And I hate to say this because they just suck so bad when it comes to their survivability, but make them a little tankier. Just like, I don't know if life would do it, but like they just can't stay alive to save their lives, and they don't have any AI to run either. I've noticed that when you're out there in the field and you're fighting things, like they don't even really run from monsters. Like their AI is set up in such a way that literally even when they're confronted with death, they just stand there and they just continue to choose death. And it's really freaking weird the way that they just choose death. Like, let me see if I can give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about here. I'm going to go summon some skeletons, too, so that we can have a good example. And let me grab some... there's some free corpses out here, if you guys are unaware. There's always 8 free corpses out here. 1, 2... It's usually... 3... Where's my 3? 3... And then 4... Where's my foe? Come on, where's my foe? 4... And there should be a couple more. It depends on like how long the battle has. There you go. 5... So I got a couple skeletons. Let's just go play around with this, and I'll show you what I mean. So let's do Eldritch the Rectifier. He's the easiest one. I got chinchilla fur up my nose. Like, straight up, not even lying. I sucked up a ball of chinchilla fur from that little rodent back there. Alright, so let's go over here. Let's attract some of these monsters. And I'm going to show you kind of what I mean. So look here. See this guy? Look. Attacking my mage, right? What is my mage doing? He's just standing there. Just getting beat down. He has no care in the world that he's getting beat up. He's just standing there like, alright, let's take it. He's like, hit me, come on. He's like, come on, hit me. He's like, what? That's supposed to feel that? He's like, what? Come on, hit me again. Come on, it's not hard enough. Like, their AI is so silly that even when they're literally getting beat to death by a monster, they don't care. Like, they legit don't care that they're dying. And I feel like if they programmed in maybe just a minor amount of AI into them so that they maybe ran away when they were being attacked, or like in general tried to do anything to save themselves, that they might survive longer. And I think that's really what it comes down to, is that it's not that they're not tanky enough. It's not that they don't have enough defense. It's not that they don't have enough resistances. It's that they literally just stand there and die. They don't do anything but stand there and die. And, well, of course, they shoot their little bolts, but they always shoot their bolts, no matter where they're standing. So they're not doing anything extra when they're being attacked. It's really weird. And I think that pretty much covers everything when it comes to the skeletal mages. They're weird. They need some work. They need some love. And I'm hoping that in the future patches for Diablo, they work on these guys. And who knows, maybe we'll be back. Maybe I'll be like, it's patch 2.6, guys. You know, and they've made some changes to the skeletal mages, and they're awesome now. And they shoot like lightning bolts right out of their arsehole. And it's just, you gotta see it. It's friggin' amazing. We're gonna do this on camera right now, guys, because you guys don't know how amazing this is. And you need to see it, because like they literally turn around and they bend over and just lightning bolt shoots right out. And I can't even believe it. And they even shoot fireballs out of there. I don't even know. I mean, and that's something cool that they could do too, I think. Like, if they really wanted to play around with the skeletal mages and turn them into something that's useful, they could change the fire bolt of the fire mage to a fireball. They could change the ice bolt of the ice mage to a ice blast or a glacial spike. They could change they could change the lightning one from a charged bolt, which is kind of silly. They could change it from a charged bolt to lightning or chain lightning or something. Like, there's a lot that they could do with the skeleton mages, I think, that could turn them into some really fun, like, components of Diablo. But nobody's ever really bothered to give them the attention that they deserve. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's on something silly like Skeletal Mage. And, as always, keep watching. I don't think increasing the damage would be enough. I don't think it would be. I think even if they increase the damage of the mages tremendously to like 2 or even 3 times what it currently is now, I still don't think it would be enough. I still don't. Okay, what's next on the docket list? We've got Skeleton Mastery is next on the docket list. We could record that one. Or Revives. We could also do that one as well. And those are the only 2 left on this tree, and then we'll be done with this tree, and we can move on to Curses. Which, believe it or not, we've actually done quite a few of the Curses. I did Amplify Damage already, I did Life Tap, I did Attract, and I did Decrepify. So that's already, what, 4 Curses? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 Curses. I've done 4. So that's 7 Curses left. Mr. Nemo, why are you being so bad? You're being so bad. You're just so bad. Why are you being so bad? Yeah, but then it eventually comes to the point where if you increase their damage too much, all you're doing is just creating a monster that everybody's going to use just simply because it's so ridiculously powerful that why wouldn't you use it? Like, here's the God Hammer of Oblivion, and if you use this hammer, you can one-shot anything, including God himself. And then you're like, all right, well, what's the stats on it? You're like, what does it require? It's level 1 with 0 requirements? All right, well, might as well use it. And then every character would use that in their build because it's just ridiculously powerful, right? Like, here's the God Hammer. Like, watch it. Look at it go. Where it even attacks on its own. Look. You don't even have to do anything. It just automatically attacks. See, look. See, it just does it for you. I'm talking about making them useful, making them interesting, making it a part of your character that you could actually have fun with and like, design a specific way. Like maybe if you built like fireballs, you could actually like make like a fireball skeleton necromancer and focus into, things like lower resistance and whatnot. And if you built it a certain way and you changed them a certain way, they could be very interesting as components for your build. But the damage alone isn't enough. Like they need to be more useful than single hit. What is it? Death by 1,000 cuts? Like, okay, yeah. I mean, if I have one monster getting hit by every single mage, then it might do a significant amount of damage. But what about when I'm fighting the cows and there's 300 cows in front of me? And are my mages going to focus on one particular monster? No, they're not. They're going to spread their damage out to everything. And even if you increase their damage where they could do significant amounts of DPS to say one target, they're still going to do absolutely pathetic damage to multiple targets, which is why changing their spells into things like fireball, chain lightning, and like lightning, the spells, the actual spell changes would increase their utility by allowing them to fire off an ability which is like, has actual AoE potential. Like fireball hits everything within a radius. So instead of doing single target, now they're doing AoE damage. Glacial spike hits everything in a radius. Lightning hits everything in a line. Like there are ways that you could utilize this, interestingly. That's not just simply like, oh, okay, they're shooting one little tiny bolt that hits one target and that's it. The damage alone is just not enough. That's all I can say when it comes to the skeletal mages. It's just not enough. Let's do skeleton mastery next. It's pretty easy. Beep beep. Skeleton mastery. Mastery of the skeleton. Yeah, I mean, I think even having, yeah, like you're saying, red elf shot is that if the spell level that they had increased with the level of the mage, like say as you leveled them up, like maybe when they hit level 20 they got a certain spell, and then maybe when they hit level 30 they got another spell. Like changing the spell that they get could encourage people to put points in them as well. That's also a good kind of interesting idea. Cody, why are you so insistent on trying to get over there? I mean, you could try and jump down. You could go that way. You could jump on top of the green screen like you always do. You could go over there. But no, where you want to go is right there. That's where you want to go, always. Over there to chew on stuff. That's what you want to do. You just want to chew on stuff. Here, have a grandma and shut up. Have a grandma and shut up. All right, skeleton mastery is definitely a nice one. We'll play around with this. Mm. Just checking some things real quick before I get started. Want to make sure I've got my numbers correct. Yeah, okay. Alright, I think I pretty much got everything. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Necromancer Summon skill, which is pretty innocuous, but it is a very important one, and that is Skeleton Mastery. Skeleton Mastery affects so many things. It affects your skeleton's life, your skeleton's damage, your Magi's life, the monster's life down here, as well as the monster's damage. And all of this is, of course, very useful. If you're going to be leveling up your skeletons, or you're going to be putting points into your skeleton mages, or you're going to be using revives, all of this comes in handy to obviously up your total damage output. And for a measly 20 points, you get a massive bonus in pretty much 3 different skills. And it doesn't really matter which one of these that you end up using. It's absolutely a great one. Now, Skeleton Mastery's bonus is actually applied to these monsters on cast, not as a passive ability. So it doesn't matter what level the ability is later, it only matters what level the ability is when you cast the spell. So for instance, if I were to cast a skeleton without Skeleton Mastery, like say for instance I have level 21 skeletons right now, so I go out and I find a dead body, and I cast myself, level 21 skeleton, right? But with no Skeleton Mastery. He's going to have no Skeleton Mastery forever. So this paltry little skeleton is going to be a very, very sad little skeleton. And he will always be a sad little skeleton. There's no way to beef him up. Even if you eventually put points into your summon, your Skeleton Mastery later, like if I put one in now, he will not get that effect. However, any skeleton that I summon afterward will get that effect. And he stays at the level 21 Skeleton Mastery. If I take these 2 skeletons out and I let them fight, for instance, you will notice that the one without the Skeleton Mastery is going to die super easy, and the one with the Skeleton Mastery will not. And you can clearly tell the difference between the Skeleton Mastery one and the non-Skeleton Mastery one. The non-Skeleton Mastery one died almost instantly, and the Skeleton Mastery one is literally in there just tanking it up, right? Now, eventually he will die, but he took a lot longer to die than the non-Skeleton Mastery one. Now, not only does Skeleton Mastery give you such amazing effects, but obviously you can beef it up even further. So you can go all the way to the point where you end up with your maximum ability. Now, some of this stuff can be a little confusing. It says Skeleton's life plus 320. It says skeleton damage plus 80. Plus 80 damage doesn't seem like a lot, but it's actually to the base of the skeleton, not to the total number. So, for instance, if I were to beef up the skeletons right now to maximum, you can see that they dish out 599 to 603 damage per skeleton, okay? So 80, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really seem like a lot there. But it's not giving 80 damage to the skeleton. It's giving 80 damage to the base of the skeleton. The number that's represented here is represented incorrectly, and it doesn't really kind of like tell the whole story with the skeletons. And on top of this, it makes it more difficult to calculate how much damage your skeleton is doing in terms of things like off-weapon ED. This is because the off-weapon damage, the 259% that is on the skeleton skill, is being applied to the damage of the skeleton and then represented as the number here. This means that the damage that's being represented is not his base damage. And so you cannot use that to actually accurately calculate how much damage he does when you combine him together with things like might aura, concentration aura, fanaticism aura, and things like amplify damage and whatnot like that, because you're not getting the full picture. And to demonstrate this to you, the easiest way to do this is just to reset the skills, put 1 point into skeleton, and notice he has 48 to 51 damage. When I dump 20 points into skeleton mastery, if it really was only adding 80 damage, which it's not, you would see the damage only go up from 51 plus 80, which is 80, 90, 100, 131. So it would only go up to about 131 when I pump up skeleton mastery. However, when I pump up skeleton mastery, you'll see that it goes up to 237. And this is because the 80 is being applied to the base, and then the off-weapon ED is then being applied to the base, which is then giving us the total number of 237. And then when we increase the raised skeleton skill, his base is being increased again, as well as the off-weapon ED number is being increased to 259%, which gives us our total number of 603. Unfortunately, this means that to find out how much damage your skeletons actually do, you have to go online and find out how much base damage the skeletons do. Then you have to add the skeleton mastery to the base, and then you have to figure out all your off-weapon ED sources, and you have to add them together, and then add that to your skeletons to figure out what the damage is actually doing. For instance, say, for instance, you had might and concentration. Maybe you're using a pride might merc, and you have a total off-weapon damage of 600%. Then you would take that 259 that's on the skill, so it would be 6, 7, 8, so 859%, and then you would add that to the base, and you would find your true number. This is interesting because, when you're running your number calculations to figure out how much damage you're doing, it does get a little bit complicated. Obviously, you also get a pretty nice off-weapon ED bonus to the revived monsters as well as a pretty nice bonus to life on them. And the revives, if you notice, when you actually put points into revives, I'm going to go ahead and drop a couple points in here. You'll notice that they don't really get any increase in damage output. So putting points into revives doesn't give you any damage. It doesn't give you any additional life. It doesn't give you any additional duration. It doesn't give you anything, really, except for additional revives. So putting points into revives doesn't really do a whole lot for you. In fact, a lot of people end up just dropping 1 point into it and moving on because the level of the revive ability only really controls the number of the monsters that you can revive. And after a certain point, it becomes ridiculous because with 180-second duration, it takes a very long time to actually summon, for instance, 40 monsters at 45 mana cost. And there is a certain point of diminishing returns where you basically spend your entire time summoning them and spending mana to summon them, only for them to immediately die, essentially, once you've finally completed the army. And then they all start dying, and then it's just a process of repeating that cycle over and over and over again, where you're just constantly summoning new revives to replace the ones that are dying. And it does become a little bit obnoxious. But having a large number of revives can certainly be useful for telestomping. And obviously, if you're going to do telestomping revives, skeletons, and skeletal mages with your golem and your mercenary and all that, and you end up with a really large army, you can basically roll in with a potential army of you got 15 and then 15, which is 30, and then you've got your 40 revives, so 40, 50, 60, 70, and then you got 71 with your golem and 72 with your your mercenary, and maybe even throw in some freaking summon wolves from a Hodo or something. You can teleport onto somebody with a very large army and do some pretty significant damage. And obviously all of this is being propped up by skeleton mastery, because without the skeleton mastery, your skeletons will be garbage. Without the skeleton mastery, your raised skeletal mages will die all the time. And without the skeleton mastery, even your revives will be pretty pathetic. Without that 400% extra damage and the 200% extra life that is given to the revives, they may not last very long. In fact, some of the revives just are terrible in general, and having that additional life is the only thing that makes them, unfortunately, actually work properly. And I think that's pretty much it with Skeleton Mastery. There are a lot of items that have Skeleton Mastery on them as effects. I can go over like a brief list real quick. Marrow Walks have Skeleton Mastery on them. They have 1 to 2. You definitely want to get yourself a pair of +2 Skeleton Masteries if you can. Arm of King Leoric has Skeleton Mastery on it of +3, and it also has +2 summoning, so it's very nice at a +5, which is honestly really good. And in general, when it comes to Summon Mastery, it's best paired with obviously other things. If you're not going to build a Skellymancer, if you're not going to have revives, there's no reason to put points into Skeleton Mastery. It doesn't do anything for your golems. And it's best supported with other abilities. So if you do end up getting Skeleton Mastery, you're definitely going to want to get Summon Resistance as well, because Summon Resistance is going to help keep your monsters alive also. So these two abilities between Skeleton Mastery and Summon Resistance are going to make or break your army, whether it is skeletons or skeletal mages. It's also important to note, however, that Summon Resistance does not work on revives. So if you're strictly using revives, you do not need Summon Resistance. However, if you're using the skeletons, the skeletal mages, or the golem, they are affected by Summon Resistance. Just a little tidbit there. I think that's pretty much it for Skeleton Mastery. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are just mastering skeletons. And as always, by the power of Grayskull, and the last one on the summon tree is revives, and then we'll be done with this part of the necromancer, and we can move on to curses. Cody. I mean, I said Cody because I'm always talking to the dog. Mr. Nimoy, why does thou always seek to escape? And you have dropped many turdos on me, throwing them all in the trash can. I don't want them. I don't care if you... I don't care. They're not presents. They're turdos. Mr. NiNi. He's talking crap to me. He's talking crap. That's what he's doing. He's crap talking. Talking crap. Talking crap, talking crap, talking... Why do I have 20,000 attack rating? Wow, that's amazing. How's that coming from? My blessed aim aura? No idea how I have 20,000 attack rating and 61,000 defense. Go for it. Psh, psh. All right, with revives, there's some interesting things to talk about, just simply because revives have such variety in the monsters that you can revive, which is pretty cool. There are definitely some very interesting monsters to revive. I think for this one, though, I'm going to have to put Mr. NiNi up because he's being a poopy face. You're going back in your house, Mr. NiNi. That's right. You're going back in your house. I'm putting you back because you're being a turd. You're being a rotten turd. Alright. Kind of hungry. I want a donut. Been streaming for too long. Actually, how long have I been streaming for? I don't even know. Only 4 hours. It's not bad. Hmm. A lot going on here with revives. Kind of surprised. Of course, as I already talked about earlier, summon resistance does not apply with revives. Life and damage do not increase when summoned in games with higher player counts. So player count has no bearing on the HP of the monster. Plus % damage only applies to physical attack damage, of course, not elemental, because it's off-weapon ED. Plus maximum life from Battle Orders Oak Sage is not added to the plus life from Skeleton Master and Revive. It is applied afterwards. If character level is greater than monster level, character level is used to calculate life, and life is multiplied by character level divided by monster level. C level is also used to calculate chance to hit of both revived and attacking units, attack rating, and damage. Otherwise, M level is used and is always used to calculate defense. Level bonus still applies to minions when comparing C level and M level and when calculating stats. Interesting. And of course, revived retain most of the AI and skills and stats that they had while they were alive, including unique bonuses for minions, but lose others, typically healing and buffing skills, spawning, and resurrecting. Alright, I think we're pretty much ready. I think I need some revives, though, so let's go ahead and grab some. I'll pull him out and bring him back in. That way we have some free corpses to use. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the... I can't help but laugh when I do that. We're going to be going over the last of the Summon Necromancer skills known as Revive. Now, Revive is one of those odd abilities which you would think doesn't really have a lot to it, but underneath the surface it actually has a lot going on. And as we go over it, I think you'll understand some of the more intricate things about this ability. So first things first, let's go ahead and reset our character. And I'm going to go ahead and drop some points into revives. Now, the first thing you'll notice is that it has a life % bonus, which is given by Skeleton Mastery, by the way. So let me pull this off. That way you don't see that. So it has a 200% bonus to life passive, which doesn't go up. And as you level it up, the only thing that increases is the number of monsters. The mana cost does not increase. The duration does not increase. The life percent does not increase. The only thing that increases with revives as you level it up is the number of monsters that you can summon. Now, 180 seconds isn't really that long. 60 seconds is a minute. 2 minutes is 120. And, of course, 3 minutes is 180. So the revives last for 3 minutes total, which is not really that long. And quite honestly, it's so short that a lot of the times by the time you finish summoning your revive army, they end up all dead. And this is one of the big downsides to me with revives. That combined with the extremely high mana cost means that most of the time you won't be able to actually summon all 45 or all 40, if that's how many you end up getting, in the time that it actually takes to do so. Because you'll end up running out of mana long before you hit that magical number. As you can see, I was able to get to 12 before I ran out of mana there. And once they've been summoned, they are summoned with the effects that they're granted. So any plus to skill equipment that you have, any bonuses to skeleton mastery. No summon resistance, though. Unlike the skeletal mage, the skeleton warrior, the golems, they actually have the resistances innately given to them by those monsters. So they are not actually affected by summon resistance. So if you were building a necromancer and you didn't actually want to put points into the skeletons, the skeleton mages, and, like the clay golem or whatever, maybe you only had revives for some reason. I don't know why that would be, but whatever the reason, maybe you only have revives. You don't need summon resistance for the revives. But you do need summon resistance for the golem, the skeletons, and the skeleton mages. The revives are affected by one ability, though, and that is, of course, Skeleton Mastery. Skeleton Mastery will give additional life and damage to the army. So when they are summoned with a high level of Skeleton Mastery, you can get a bonus life of up to 200% at level 40. And up to another, 400% physical damage at level 40. Now that physical damage, like I said, is only physical damage. So 400%, it's basically 400% off weapon ED. Think about it like a concentration aura or a might aura. It doesn't do anything else. So when you summon forth a mage or anything that does elemental damage, it's not going to have any effect on them. So strictly speaking, unless you're talking about melee fighters, Skeleton Mastery is only going to increase the sustainability by increasing the life of the monsters that you're summoning. It's also important to note that the life of the monsters is not affected by player count. So if you're in a player's 8 game and you summon forth, a whole bunch of monsters, it's using their base number, the base HP that they have, not the player's 8 HP number. On top of this, there's also a couple weird things with the revives. Most notably is minions, or rather, there are monsters in the game that cannot be resurrected. And these are usually monsters that have some sort of, AI-altering effect. And as you can see, all my revives just died, so totally lasted for a really long time. AI-altering effects are things like curses. So all the Oblivion Knights are ineligible. The Minions of Destruction, which are monsters that are obviously in the throne room, the Bale Waves, those have stun added to their effects, so those are off limits. The Putrid Defilers, the Suicide Minions, because they explode. Leapers also cannot be revived. I'm not exactly sure why they can't. I think it has something to do with the fact that they're jumping around all over the place. Bloodhawk nests, gargoyle traps, and tentacle beasts, those cannot be revived either. And when you revive monsters, they do retain the majority of their AI. So if you revive a monster that is stupid and behaves like an idiot and walks around, just like doing whatever he wants, well then guess what? You've got a really stupid minion that's going to behave stupidly, and he's going to walk around and do whatever the hell he wants. Which is why there is a specific number of monsters that people love to summon, or rather revive, with the revive ability. One such monster, which is among the most favorited, is the Bloodlords. Bloodlords are absolutely amazing, and you can usually find those in like Worldstone Keep level 3, Worldstone Keep, or Throne of Destruction. Generally, they also exist, I think, in Glacial Trail and some other nice zones, and obviously you have to kill them first, but once you kill them, you can get some nice minions out of them. Another very good revive minion is the Urdars. Urdars can often be found in River of Flame, Durance of Hate level 2 and 3, level 2 and 1, places like that. These are Urdars right here. The reason why Urdars are such good revives is because they have Crushing Blow. So when you revive them, they can also apply that Crushing Blow to the targets that you're trying to kill. Anything basically that makes a good monster that kills you very effectively is usually a very good monster to use to kill the enemy very effectively. Another one that I really like to grab and get my hands on is the Spear Cats, as well as the Fire Archers. The Fire Archers and Spear Cats make absolutely excellent minions. Inside of the palace, there are also archers that fire magic arrows. Magic arrows tend to be pretty damaging. Those guys are pretty good. There's also Urdars here. Instead, they're called Blunderboars. Ghosts also, believe it or not, make pretty decent minions. And you can get ghosts really easily by coming to Arcane Sanctuary. There's usually a pretty healthy chunk of ghosts somewhere around here. The reason why ghosts make very good minions is because they can stack on targets without you having to telestomp. So as you know, they have no physical form. They're incorporeal. And so they can stack on top of a target in infinity. So if you have a large number of ghosts that are stacking on top of a target, they can dish out damage in the same way that a telestomper would, without telestomping. So before you actually end up getting teleport and you can do the whole telestomp thing, using the ghosts as revives is a very cheap way that you can get kind of a similar effect, because the ghosts will dogpile on top of the monster and dish out massive amounts of damage because there's no physical form to them. And in this way, Revive has a lot of monsters that are very good to revive. And as you go through the game, you'll start to get a feeling for it. You'll be like, okay, well, these guys make really good revives. These guys make really sucky revives. A really good example of a crappy revive is something like the little cloud guys, the cloud raptors that float around in Act 1 and Act 2 and things like that. They're terrible. Like the ones that have the little nests. These guys right here will often just float around and do nothing. Yes, sometimes they attack, and yes, sometimes they also just do that. Right? So why do you want a minion that's half the time going to be doing that and half the time going to be doing this? Right? So if you summon or revive a whole bunch of these stupid little foul crows, they're not going to do your army justice, and most of the time they're just going to be floating around aimlessly doing nothing. And this is all AI that is programmed into the game. So paying attention to the AI is going to make a big difference on how effective your revives are. Some of them are garbage tier revives, which you don't want in your army. And some of them are actually pretty good. They're going to be, fast attackers. They're going to get in there. They're going to do stuff. Other ones are going to block doors, and they're going to be idiots. Zombies are a good example of this. Zombies have really terrible AI. A lot of the times, they will run up to you, and they will hit you one good time. And sometimes they will just stop hitting you and just wander away. And God help you if you just kind of like walk 5 steps, because a lot of the times they'll lose interest in you. They're also extremely slow, but they also hit really hard. So what I usually recommend with zombies is that if you find a big group of zombies and you don't have teleport, honestly avoid them because they're terrible revives. However, if you do have teleport and you can telestomp them on top of a target, get them. Because zombies hit really hard, they just have trouble targeting. Like, they're terrible and they're slow and they target badly, and half the time they just wander around and do nothing. But unlike the Cloud Raptors, which are absolutely terrible in terms of like how they do things, once the zombies lock onto a target like this, usually they'll stay. And they do hit nice and hard. So if you can get a full army of zombies and then telestomp them onto a target, they're actually far more useful than you would think. And as you go through the game and you start to experience all the AI of all the various monsters, you'll start to get a better idea of which monsters to revive and which monsters to avoid. One thing that I'll tell you, though, is that elemental damage revives tend to be very poor. And there's a specific reason for this. In my experience, and this is because I'm a Necro player at heart. I love playing Necro. In my experience, what I've noticed is that more often than not, you'll be traveling along and you'll find something like Gloams. Gloams dish out lightning damage. And Gloams are also immune to lightning damage. Okay? And if you're in a situation where you have Gloams, there's usually more Gloams. And reviving Gloams to fight Gloams is just absolutely stupid. Because the Gloams are firing lightning, your Gloams are firing lightning, there's lightning everywhere, you can't tell the difference between your lightning and theirs. They're not killing anything because the Gloams are immune to lightning. And their Gloams are not killing your Gloams because your Gloams are immune to lightning. And nothing is dying except for you. So when you're in these weird situations where you have these specific monsters that are immune to a very specific element, and they dish out that same element, I honestly avoid resurrecting them because they make absolutely terrible revives, and they don't really help out at all. In fact, they usually just end up hindering everything, and they scare the crap out of your allies, and they end up getting you killed. And this goes for a lot of monsters in the game that are immune to the exact same element that they deal out. And it's kind of hard to go through and just pinpoint every single monster. But, you know, as you're going through and you find these monsters, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like when you have a monster that primarily dishes out poison damage and they're immune to poison. And then you revive them to fight more monsters of the same type, and they're pushing out poison damage to the monsters that are immune to poison, and you're doing nothing. This is a way that revives can end up causing you more harm than good, because you got to be a little bit picky about what you revive. Now, granted, when you're fighting a monster that has no immunities, it doesn't matter. So, like, say you're going to telestomp Diablo, or you're going to telestomp Bale or something. You know, Bale's not immune to anything, so it doesn't really matter. So if you're going to build an army specifically to go fight a boss, then yeah, just grab everything that you can. Maybe avoid the Cloud Raptors and some of the other really stupid monsters like Fallen tend to be terrible revives just simply because they have such low hit points and they die so quickly. But in general, you'll get the hang of which monsters you definitely want to revive, which monsters you definitely don't want to revive, and the ones that kind of lie in the gray area. It's been my experience that anything that does significant damage to you and is not specifically an elemental damage type usually is a really good revive choice. Especially because you have that very nice 400% damage bonus for off-weapon ED. And if you are going for a physical damage build, like for instance, maybe you have a Might Merc, they can also apply to the revives. Maybe you have a Pride on your Mercenary, which can apply to the revives. Or maybe you're using something like an Infinity, which is physical damage, you know, like reduces those the defense of all the monsters so that your physical damage monsters can hit more often. There's tons of different ways that you can beef up the damage of the revives, and quite honestly, the physical damage aspect of the revives is really what you should focus on. The elemental damage ones are not really that great, and on top of that, many of the abilities that the elemental damage monsters have are stripped away. So, for instance, anything that is typically a healing or a buffing skill, spawning or resurrecting, is usually taken away from the monsters when they're revived. So, for instance, like when you go to Travancore and you're fighting those, specific monsters, the ones that have lightning. I can't remember their name right off the top of my head, but I'm sure we'll find one. These guys right here, the Hierophants, it says heals other. They don't heal your army. They'll cast spells. They'll cast the Blizzard. They'll cast the Lightning, but they're not going to heal your army. And any monster like that has any kind of healing, buffing, spawning, or resurrecting skills are not going to perform those actions when you resurrect them. So like, for instance, the Fallen Shaman that has the ability to resurrect other, like Fallens. He's going to use his Fireball and his melee attack, and he's not going to use his Resurrect on the other Fallens, obviously. So he can no longer do that once you revive him. And many of the monsters have this thing going on where they lose specific abilities once they're resurrected. Now, there are things that they retain. So certain monsters in the game actually have buffs depending on whether or not they're minions. So you can't resurrect unique monsters, or Diablo or anything like that. Oh, that would be really cool if you could walk around with a resurrected Diablo. But like, say for instance, you were fighting Shank, the Overseer, right? So maybe you're over here and you're fighting, Shank or Eldritch. These monsters specifically that say minion underneath of their name are considered to be stronger than other monsters. They usually have a very specific buff, probably something that came from the super unique monster that they're attached to, and those specific super unique buffs do stay with the minions when you revive them. So if the minions have something like additional resistances, or maybe they were given, additional damage, or maybe they're extra fast because they were extra fast minions underneath of an extra fast boss, anything like that is given to the minions in addition to what they normally have stays when you revive them. So seeking out minions can actually be extremely good for your revives. Like, for instance, say you were running along in, River of Flame, and you came across a unique Erdar that has minions, like, for instance, this one right here. We can go take a look, and we can see what the boss minion has on him for modifiers. And what we're looking at is Fire Enchanted, Stone Skin. Of course, he doesn't want to stay still. Or Enchanted, Immune to Physical. So obviously the Immune to Physical didn't translate to his minions, but the Fire Enchanted may have, which is additional fire resistance. So those particular minions may be more fire resistant, or they might not. It depends on what abilities are being transferred to the minions and what abilities are not. And as you can clearly see, they're not fire immune, they're not physical immune. So neither the Stone Skin nor the Fire Enchanted was actually being transferred to them. I think Extra Fast does transfer to them, and I know there's a couple of the modifiers do, but I don't know all of them don't. Anything else that we're missing here? Faster cast. Faster cast helps a lot with revives. So one of the main issues with revives is getting all of them up and alive before the timer runs out. As I talked about earlier, a lot of the times you'll end up running out of revives. They'll start dying before you end up summoning them all. If you have a decent amount of faster cast and a pretty beefy mana pool with some mana pots standing by, and a lot of corpses, which is usually something like the cow level or somewhere that you've pre-prepared the corpses, because obviously you're not going to have like 40 dead bodies just sitting there waiting for you. Not even if you go to the Neolithak portal in Act 5. I think there might be like 25 or something like that. I can't remember the exact number when you go in here, but I know it's not 40. But you can summon as many as possible within a short period of time, and the reason why you want to do this is because they only have a lifespan of 180 seconds. So if you're going to utilize them for a specific purpose, like fighting a boss, killing the Ubers, or anything like that, you're going to want them to have the longest duration possible before, you fight that boss. You don't want to, like, have one of them that's about to die in 20 seconds, one of them that's like 60 seconds duration, and then another one that's 180 because you just summoned him. You want to have all of them at as close to 180 seconds as you can before you hop through the portal and telestomp whatever boss it is. And that's one of the cool things that you can do, is that with Erdars specifically, Erdars have that very nice crushing blow chance. And so what you do is you try and get as many dead Erdars as you can in one place. You summon as many Erdars as you can, with a full skeleton army, of course. And then you can do things like telestomp on top of Uber Diablo or Uber Baal. And 40 Erdars for 3 minutes with a very nice, 15 skeletons or whatever you're running, and maybe even some mages, can make pretty short work of even the toughest monsters like Uber Diablo. And this is the really cool way that you can pull this off. But if you don't have enough faster cast, you're not going to be able to summon quickly enough to actually get that army running. The other important thing is that if you want to beef them up just by a little bit, you can have some pre-buff equipment. So you could have maybe like a really nice, plus to skill wand, maybe an Arm of King Leoric on your alt, and maybe a really nice Necro head on your other hand. And what you do is you only really have to have them equipped while you're summoning the revives. And you just go in, you summon all your revives as quick as possible, and you get out.
I can't.
Let me see how many I can summon again. Let me get a good number here with my... I don't even think I have any faster cast. Let me just double check here. So how much FCR am I running? I'm running 117% faster cast. Okay, so with this particular build, let's see how fast I can summon, or how many I can summon within this given time period. Alright, kind of messed it up a little bit there, but it was about 13. Let's try that again, because I feel like I can do better. I feel like I can do more. I can do better.
How may I be of
Let's grab some mana pots too, so I can really give it a what's for. I think part of the issue there, though, is there's a lot of line of sight going on through that portal. All the pillars and everything, and you can't quite hit everything as quickly as you'd want. Oh, 14. I got some more line of sight issues, but I got 14 that time. It really does cost a lot of mana, though. Like, before you know it, you're going to burn through all your mana doing something like that. And eventually, when you get your full army running for that 3 minutes that they work, it's pretty terrible. I really wish they would do something about the duration of the revives, because I really feel like it holds them back tremendously. 180 seconds, or rather 3 minutes, is just long enough for them to be useful, like to kill one boss. And not always. Like, sometimes, depending on the boss, depending on the player count that you're running, they might not finish the job before they're all dead. I've done this a couple times on some Summon Necros, where literally I get a full army, hop down and try and kill Baal, and they usually all end up dying. The revives all end up dying before Baal dies. And I think I did a solo self-found run with Necromancer a little while back, and I killed Baal in hell with some pretty poor equipment, mind you. But it took me, I think it was like 3 or 4 revive armies before I was able to finally kill Baal. It might have even been more than that. I'm not sure, but I know it was bad. It was pretty bad. I think the boss rooms are really kind of where things get amplified, though, because there's no corpses there. Obviously, you can't, you have to leave and you have to go build an army elsewhere, revive everything, and then come back. And, like, by the time you end up doing all that, you end up losing a huge amount of time. I mean, like, let's just, for instance, just really quickly, I know this has already been 25 minutes, but let me just pretend I went to Canyon of the Magi, right? So I went to Canyon of the Magi, and I'm trying to build myself an army, right? So I'm running around. I build myself an army. I got my skeletons up. I got my mages up. I finally summoned my last revive. So I use my portal. So we got 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then we click on the portal, right? I'll just freeze it at 18. Hold on, 18. So 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. We've already burned about 23, 24 seconds just to, from the point where we summon the army, take the portal, run to the waypoint, run back to the other portal, and then teleport back on top of the boss. We've already burned a pretty significant portion of our revive's life just in the time span it takes us to run from the place where we're summoning them to the place where we're going. And I feel like one thing that they could really do for the revives, if they wanted to change this and they wanted to kind of like tweak the revives a little bit, is definitely come up with a way to make them last a little longer. I would kind of offer a couple suggestions. Number one, have their duration freeze when they're in town. So as long as the necromancer is in town, have them stay alive. Number two, and this is just a kind of like a whole necromancer thing in general. The necromancer really needs a way to keep his army alive in between games. I think that would be really cool. So like if I'm on a necromancer and I've built an entire raised skeleton army and I've built like an entire raised skeleton mage army and I've got like a full revive pack and I'm sitting in town, if I leave and come back to another game, honestly, they should just all be there. Like I'm a little like it's a little disheartening on the necromancer. You have to really be a necromancer and play a necromancer for a long period of time to know what I'm talking about. But when you're playing the necromancer and you've got your full army bumping and you're having a blast, and let's say you get kicked from the server or the power goes out or whatever happens that makes you disconnect from that game, even if it's only for a split second, and then you come back in, there's just this moment that hits you. You're like, oh man, I gotta redo my whole army. I had the freaking revives going. It's just, I already used up my Neolithak summons. Might as well just make a new game. Like, it's just this thing that kind of like us summon necromancers know and we feel. And the revives kind of just make this even worse. Because at least the skeletons and the skeleton mages are pretty easy to revive and they stay up. You know, like once you've raised them from the dead, so to speak, they stay up for a pretty long time unless they die. And usually if you've got your necromancer built properly, the skeletons won't really die very easily, and the mages aren't really that important anyway. So you're not really too worried about it. Your golem is super easy to summon, at any point, so you're not worried about him either. But when it comes to the revives, it's work. Like, you got to go kill stuff. You've got to get them all dead within a certain time period. You've got to summon them all at the same time. Then you got to go over to your particular area. And I just think it would be a lot cooler if they could somehow maybe, number one, increase the duration. I think increasing the duration from 3 minutes would be a big step toward making the revives more useful for the necromancer in general. But also maybe freezing their duration when you're in town. Because there's nothing worse than having like a full necromancer army. You got this full revive army. You're like, I am the king. And then, like, I don't know, your girlfriend asks you to take out the trash or something, or whatever's going on, or maybe the dog's got to go pee. And literally, in the time span that it takes you to take the dog outside, let the dog go pee, and come back, they're all dead. Everything's dead. Like, all the stuff that you worked and, slaved over to resurrect your army, they're all dead. Now, there are a couple items that give the ability to revive monsters, and I feel like we should talk about that before I end this video. There are 3 items in the game that give the revive ability. Number 1 is Bloodraven's Charge Matriarchal Bow. Now, this is only usable by the Amazon, and it is level 5, which of course means that it has 5 revives. And there are 30 charges. The Eternity melee weapon has level 8, and it is 88 charges. Eternity is probably one of the worst rune words in the game. But it does have revive charges. And then finally, there is the Harmony missile weapon, and this is probably the best one of the lot because it has level 20, which means you can revive 20 monsters, but it only has 25 charges. Unfortunately, if you take the Harmony missile weapon off, you lose the revives. But it is pretty cool, though, because you can essentially have a nice little army, believe it or not, as a non-necromancer. And as we discussed earlier with the revives, honestly, the Skeleton Mastery isn't really that massive of a bump to the revives. The revive skill doesn't really get much more than just simply the number that you can revive, and the Harmony missile weapon gives you a very respectable 20 revives. Now, the problem with this, though, is it does cost 45 mana per revive. And depending on what character you're on, like maybe if you're on an Amazon or something like that, you might not have 45 times 20 mana to spend on revives. I mean, 45 times 10 is already 450. 45 times 20 is what, 900 mana? So you would need 900 total mana to summon forth an entire army using the Harmony missile weapon at the same time. On top of that, well, you might not be on a character that has a lot of faster cast, and the Harmony missile weapon is consuming your weapon and your shield slot, so you're not really going to have faster cast from those two sources either, and you have to actually wear the weapon. The Harmony missile weapon does give you some other interesting buffs, though, and that is the Valkyrie. So you get the Valkyrie as an O skill. It's kind of basically the freaking summon-like item of the game. So not only does it give you 20 revives, it also gives you a free Valkyrie, and it gives you the level 10 Vigor Aura when you put it on, too, which basically means that you just have, like, a really fast 21-man army that's just running around doing your bidding, which is pretty funny. And believe it or not, the revives are actually pretty powerful because the revive skill doesn't really require a whole lot to be useful. Like I said, you don't necessarily need to have Skeleton Mastery for the revives to do anything. And if you were, say, a barbarian, and you could, beef up that army utilizing your shouts, or if you were a paladin and you could beef up the army utilizing your auras, or any other number of characters that may have ways to beef up or help their army. Like, for instance, the Amazon can utilize things like slow missiles and inner sight, and like the Druid could utilize things like the Heart of the Wolverine and whatnot. You can effectively get some pretty good use out of these revives to help you with things. And for the same exact way that the Necromancer can utilize Erdars and things like that, you could also, even as something like a Paladin, have a little 20-man army of Erdars to go do your bidding, if that's what you would like. And they can actually dish out some pretty good damage in that 180 seconds that they're alive. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I spend 34 minutes talking about the revive skill. And as always, keep watching. All right. That completes the summon tree. We're done. So we're done with the poison and bone tree, and we're done with the summoning tree. The only thing left is the curses tree, and honestly, like, I don't really know. I feel like these will fly by. Ate the other half of my donut. All right, so we've already done amplify damage. According to my list here, I've already done life tap curse. I've already done attract. And I've already done decrepify. I have not done lower resistance. I have not done Iron Maiden, Weaken, Terror, Dim Vision, or Confuse. I feel like we should just start with Dim Vision, which is one of the coolest ones anyway. Of the ones that are left anyway. And that way we can knock these out. We just move on. Dying over here. Trying to go over the ins and outs of this ability, but it really doesn't have a whole lot to it, to be honest. Alright, I think we're pretty much ready for this. This one shouldn't be that long anyway. I always say that, and then it's like 30 minutes long, don't I? Heh 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 heh. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over some curses, because we just finished up with the Summoning Tree and the Poison and Bone Tree, which means we're on our way to completing the Necromancer. We're going to start off with one of the curses that we haven't done. We already finished Amplify Damage. And we already did Attract, Decrepify, and Life Tap. So if you want to check out those videos, they're already up. Dim Vision is a very interesting curse. It's also a very powerful curse that gets overlooked a lot. And I don't really know why, because quite honestly, it's just really good in general. And I could demonstrate this extremely easily by just going to Frigid Highlands and just showing you the difference between blinding a bunch of monsters and not. Now, there are some interesting things that you need to know about the Hits Blind, or rather the Dim Vision curse. Number one is that even though they are technically blind, they are not blind. Okay, really how the game does this is it basically sets their light radius to 0, which means their light radius is directly underneath of their feet instead of spread out around them. Now, the easiest way to see this is to go to somewhere like Catacombs Level 2, where the monsters have light radiuses around them, and you can kind of see where they are. So, like, for instance, let me see if I could find a monster here. But, of course, I'm clicking on stuff. I see these guys here kind of have their own light radius as they walk around a little bit. When you curse them, what happens is their light radius is then set to exactly and precisely underneath their feet and nothing else. Now, if you walk into their light radius, they'll attack you. But if you stay out of their light radius, they won't. And since their light radius is so ridiculously small, it's difficult for you to get into their light radius. You really have to try. Now, when it comes to unique monsters, it doesn't work. And for the most part, anything that is not a minion or a trash mob, it's not going to work on. So as you cast this on targets, you'll notice that it will work on just about everything except for those special monsters. Now, in this way, you can utilize this to isolate those special monsters. So you can obviously use it to trap them. So if you, like, say for instance, you were out here in Frigid Highlands and you were trying to fight, I don't know, just Eldritch. Like maybe for some reason you wanted to just fight Eldritch and nothing else. Well, if you blind his entire group, the only monster that's going to come chase you is Eldritch. That's it. And now you have him separated from the rest of the group, which is pretty cool. Another very interesting thing about this is that the monsters are then restricted to only using the abilities specifically that can be used within melee range. And this means that monsters like gloams and various targets tend to be almost completely neutered by the fact that they are blinded. So when you blind gloams, they literally can't do anything but melee attack you. And if nothing impresses you about this skill, that is the one thing that should impress you, is that being able to blind gloams completely makes them harmless. And gloams are honestly one of the most deadly monsters in the early game before you can get your resistances set up. They will absolutely annihilate you at every turn. Now, when you blind the monsters, they will still continue the last action that they were about to complete before you blinded them. So, for instance, see how these monsters are on their way to hit me? Well, I can blind them, but they're still going to come and try to hit me during that. That was their last action. Like, they're still going in the direction of when they last moved before they end up going, okay, well, I'm blind, I can't do anything. And if it looks like the blind isn't working for some reason, that's probably all that's happening. And all you really need to do is just, like, let them take one swing at you, and then they will not take a subsequent swing because they're done with whatever their last action is. There are also some monsters in the game that do not have melee attacks. And when you blind them with this particular skill, they become completely useless. They have absolutely nothing that they can do because they don't have a melee attack that they can spend. A lot of these monsters are things like these skeleton archers that don't have melee weapons. So when you go and you blind the skeleton archers, they can't actually fight you anymore. Spear cats also don't have melee attacks as far as I remember. And there's quite a few monsters in the game that are like this. They actually don't have an alternate attack that they can use. Now, there are a lot of items in the game that will give you a hits blinds target effect. You can utilize things that have the hits blinds target. And hits blinds target is actually just casting dim vision. And based on the level of the hits blinds target is equivalent to the level of the dim vision. However, hits blinds target does not have a radius. It is just on that one monster and nothing else. Whereas when you cast the curse, there is a huge radius difference between lower level versions and higher level versions. As you can see, right now I'm at level 21 with a radius of 16 yards. And if I dump a bunch of points into it, I'll be at a radius of 28.6 yards. The duration of this is also different depending on the difficulty that you're in. This is also important because all AI controlling effects like this, anything that modifies the way that AI works on a monster, is subject to penalties. So if I take this Necromancer, and I bring him to normal difficulty, you'll see that the duration is now 85 seconds. It's absolutely insane. And then when I take him to Nightmare difficulty, the duration decreases from 85 seconds to 42.4 seconds. And then again, when I go to Hell difficulty, it decreases one more time to the really low price. I'm just kidding. The really low duration of 26 or something like that, at 21.2 seconds. Now, 21.2 seconds is still a pretty long time, If you go out here and you blind some monsters with 21.2 second duration, it's going to be pretty ridiculous. They're going to be kind of just sitting there for a pretty long period of time. But to get that effect, you really have to beef up the ability. And as you can see, once it's at a high level, like it literally hits the entire screen. With a radius of 28.6 yards, like you literally are hitting like almost everything on the screen. And even a little bit past the edge of the screen at that point. And since you can control exactly where your curse is, you can technically hit probably the largest area out of any ability in the game. Because you have to think about the fact that normally, when you curse a monster, the monster is going to specifically be like hit within that radius around you in a circle, right? So like if you were to use an aura as an example, the aura is going to spread outward from you at the center, right? But because you can curse at any place that you want to, I can hit the largest area possible by cursing once in the center, once at the edge of the screen, in each corner. And by doing this, I can literally hit every single monster for a massive range around me in every single direction. To the point where literally monsters off the screen by freaking ridiculous proportions are getting cursed. Like, I could just go ahead in here and just curse in every corner, and then you'll see there's literally monsters off the screen way far away from me that are being cursed because of the massive potential with this. And as you can see, like, when they're cursed, what am I doing? I'm just, like, walking through everything. Like, you can use this to literally just move your way to an objective point. One of the classic examples of where you can utilize this to the best effect is Anya's Frozen River quest. When you're running around in the Anya Frozen River quest, you can, of course, utilize this ability to blind all the glomes, and in the process, make the entire quest super easy. As long as they're blind, they're not shooting lightning, and as long as they're not shooting lightning, you're fine. Now, there are a couple items in the game that are rather interesting that do actually have the curse effect on them. And they're relatively low level, but they can actually be exceptionally good in terms of how they keep you alive. As you guys have seen, when you blind a monster, they stop what they're doing, right? So, you know, at that particular point, the monsters stop what they're doing. And even if it doesn't last particularly long, they're not doing anything while they're blinded. Well, the Darksight Helm Bassinet and the Gloom Runeword both have level 3 blind on it, or rather dim vision, with a pretty decent chance of 6% with the Darksight Bassinet and 15% chance with the Gloom Body Armor. Now, what happens is when a ranged monster hits you with one of these items on, they get automatically cursed if it procs. And because of the fact that it stops them in their tracks of what they're doing, it causes breakups in the amount of damage that these monsters output, because while they're blinded, they're doing nothing. Now, granted, it doesn't last anywhere near as long as mine. So if I wanted to give you like an accurate example of how long level 3 lasts, we can go ahead and reset this character. And let me go ahead and just grab just enough so that we can get this to the right level. Level 17. So we're at level 1. So this is level 3, which is about 2.7 seconds. And, of course, I can't actually wear anything. Summoning, poison and bone. Curses. Curses! There we go. All right, so in that same situation in Frigid Highlands, it would look something like this. And as you can see, it stops them in their tracks And when it casts this spell on them, it's going to hit everything within that radius, too. It's not just going to hit the monster. It's going to hit that monster and everything that's nearby. And in this way, the Gloom Body Armor and the Dark Side Bassinet can be interesting choices defensively to give yourself an advantage against like these ranged monsters as they're hitting you. In fact, a lot of the times on my characters, one of the monsters that usually kills me the most is the frickin' Spear Cats. I don't know why, but the Spear Cats always tend to get me, or the Fire Archers. The Fire Archers and the Spear Cats are just nasty, especially when they group up on you and you end up with so many of them. So, like, having the ability to just, like, automatically blind them. And the same thing works for the Gloams, by the way. When the Gloams are shooting lightning at you and the lightning hits you, the lightning will proc the blind effect and stop the Gloams from firing more bolts during that duration of the blind. And this can be exceptionally good in lower difficulties because, as you can see, it's only 2.7 seconds in Hell difficulty. But when we go to normal difficulty, that same level 3 blind is actually pretty good. As you can see now, it's a 11-second duration. And so having an 11-second blind that's going off on any target that tries to attack you can be absolutely amazing in terms of like how it keeps you alive. I mean, 11 seconds is a pretty long time, as you can see. Like, these monsters are pretty much useless for a pretty prolonged duration during that particular time period. And imagine that this is going off all the time as monsters are striking you. So anytime a monster is hitting you, there's a chance that the blind is going off, and it, you know, can be useful in that way. I've actually kind of like always poo-pooed on the Gloom rune word, not gonna lie, but looking at it specifically from the perspective of that level, at 15% chance of level 3 dim vision being cast on any monster that attacks you, it actually does have surprisingly good defensive bonuses. Now, keep in mind, though, that if you're a melee character, as we talked about earlier, if you're in melee range of a monster, it's not going to have the best effect for you because blinded monsters that are within melee range are still hitting you. However, if you're in situations where you have large amounts of ranged monsters that are attacking you, or you're worried about gloams, or any other kind of monster that, you know, is attacking you from range, or you're a character who generally is at range for the most part, the blind effect is going to have a much stronger effect for you, especially in Nightmare difficulty, where I feel like it probably has the best use. In Hell difficulty, of course, that's shorter duration and is going to be a little bit of a detriment, but it will still help out a little bit. I think that's pretty much everything for blind, or rather dim vision. And as always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about something as simple as the dim vision curse. And as always, keep watching. All right, dim vision out of the way. Now we can move on to confusal. We're going to confuse them. Confuse them all. There's a lot going on here. Mm. Wow. A lot I didn't know about Confuse. Hmm. That's pretty cool, actually. Is a small charm worth jaw if it has a 7 MF with 10 light resistance? Yeah. I mean, it's 1% off perfect, which would be 11, so a 7% MF with 11. But a 710 should still be worth a pretty penny. It's only 1%. Although that 1% is a premium. That's the premium price. Probably get a lot more for it if it had 711. 711. Go get me a Slurpee. A Slurpee. Yes, I did know about Blood Golem and Iron Maiden. That was a long time ago, though. Doesn't do that anymore, unfortunately. Would be nice if it did. But it doesn't. So it don't. So it dude. It don't do do don't do do don't do do. I used to abuse the crap out of it back in the day. I absolutely used to abuse the crap out of it back in the day, my friend. Like 100 bazillion %. And then they patched it, and then nobody wanted to use the Blood Golem anymore because it was garbage. It was garbage. Garbage. The Blood Golem kind of still is garbage, to be honest. They really need to do something with him to kind of like make him a little bit more interesting. I think one thing that they could do that could definitely give him a little bit more of an interesting effect that could make people actually want to use the Blood Golem, by the way, is make it so that instead of healing himself only and you, make it so that he heals your entire army as well. Like, make it just like a small percentage or something, but make it so that he's not just healing just himself. If he's applying that same heal to like your entire army, he could be a lot more of an interesting choice for necromancers, especially in very dangerous situations where your army might otherwise be, horribly dying. And on top of that, like maybe he could do other things like I don't know. I'm not really sure. It doesn't have to be a large amount of heal either. It's just a small heal. It could just be like a 0.5% lifesteal or something, like of whatever damage he does, like transferred to your army. Just like a small, like bonus effect that heals them over time. It's just to be an interesting way to keep your army at full health. You know what I mean? Maybe counteract poisons or something like that. I don't know. I don't think they're ever going to bring back the glitch with, I don't think they're ever going to bring back the glitch with the freaking, Blood Golem and the Iron Maiden combination. I don't think that's ever coming back. Could I say hi, Beth? Why is she a dick? What's wrong with Beth? What did she do to you? Diane, or is that his name? It might be his name. I'm sorry. Tricky. I'm sorry, Tricky Dick. Napa York. What does that mean? Isn't that the word for understanding or something like that? Or seeking understanding or seeking truth or something like that? I don't even know. But hello, girlfriend. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. You're never gonna leave. Well, you're not allowed to. Anyway. All right, let's see here. Let's get this confuse out of the way. Let's get this started. All right, so 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the curse known as Confuse. Confuse is a rather useful curse. It actually is. It's very useful. Even just 1 point in Confuse can be absolutely excellent in terms of survivability, or even just an oh crap skill to save your life in a dangerous situation. Say, for instance, you went to Frigid Highlands and you found a bunch of monsters there and they were just being mean to you. You could always confuse them, and in the process of confusing them, you could potentially save your life. The confused monsters have a couple rules that they follow. So, number one, they're going to continue the last action that they did before you confuse them. Number two, they can attack other confused monsters. They can attack they can attack anything. So like anything nearby, they're confused. You know, it's like a Pokemon where your Pokemon gets confused, and your Pokemon is like he hurts himself in his confusion. Like, it's silly. Like, they can attack all sorts of things. Now, the duration of Confuse is relatively low in Hell difficulty, and that's because, unfortunately, any AI modifying effect has its duration changed depending on the difficulty that you're in. So right now I'm in normal difficulty, and you can see that the duration is currently 48 seconds at level 20. If I leave and I go to nightmare difficulty, the duration is going to get cut in half. And this is unfortunate because Confuse is really nice in terms of crowd control, but now it's only 24 seconds. And when you get to Hell difficulty, the duration is cut again. And all AI-controlled effects are cut this way. And you can clearly see the duration change between difficulties. As you can see now, it is 12 seconds. So even maxed out, we only have 12 seconds on this. And of course, you can have plus to skills and things like that, increasing the level, which is going to get you a couple more seconds here or there. So we're at 16.4. And it definitely helps to have Confuse at least 1 point into it, because it's very useful in terms of survivability. Personally, I think I'd probably prefer Dim Vision over Confuse, because Dim Vision works so nicely. But Confuse can also be very nice. As you can see, I can clearly confuse this entire group of monsters, and then they start fighting amongst themselves. Now, any monster that a confused monster kills, you don't get any EXP for. If you kill a monster that's confused, you still get EXP for the confused monster. There's also some quirks in the way that the confused monsters do things, because they really don't have a whole lot of control over what they're doing. They just kind of randomly run around and do whatever. But as you can see, it's extremely useful as a crowd control mechanic, just to kind of keep the monsters away from you. They will, however, still complete their last action, as you can see. So if they were chasing me at the moment that they were confused, they might still continue chasing me until they perform that action. And then after they perform that action, all of a sudden they will stop and then start fighting their, team member, or whatever you want to call it. Now, unlike Dim Vision, the problem with this, with Dim Vision, is that Dim Vision doesn't work on elites and champions and things like that. Now, Confuse doesn't work on elites and champions either. However, because Confuse can cause one of the monsters that are not elites and not champions to attack a champion, And also the champion or the elite can choose to attack a confused monster. Confuse can actually occupy the attention of a elite or champion, whereas dim vision cannot. So this is a clear distinction between the two abilities, and it's important to note this. Friendly auras and buffs don't work on confused monsters. So like if you have a barbarian or using shouts, or you have a paladin using auras, none of that stuff applies to the confused monsters. It's really just for crowd control. Like you can't really like abuse it in the way that you would maybe like beefing up a revived monster or something like that. And it really just kind of helps you stay alive in some tough situations. It's also important to note that there are certain curses that cannot overwrite Confuse during its duration. So while Confuse is up, and I feel like the best way to do this is to go to normal difficulty so I can show you. That way I have the maximum duration, and I can just cast the other curses and kind of show you what I mean. So Confuse cannot actually be overwritten by Terror. It cannot be overwritten by Attract. And it cannot be overwritten by Taunt, Grim Ward, or Hits Blind's Target. So if I go out into Frigid Highlands and I throw this curse up, which now has a duration of 66 seconds, which should give me plenty of time for demonstration purposes. I drag a couple monsters over and make them fight each other. Once the monster is confused, I can't hit them with dim vision. I can't hit them with terror. And basically I can't hit them with attract. So once they are under the effects of confuse, they are kind of stuck with this ability. Now there are curses that you can't overwrite, so amplify damage will work. It's just kind of interesting that certain curses will not overwrite confuse, but other curses will. And it's interesting because, well, there are other curses in the game, like Attract, which cannot be overwritten at all. If I cast Attract on a monster, you notice he has this special little spinny thing around his head. I can no longer overwrite him with Amplify Damage. I can no longer overwrite him with Confuse. Once they are Attract, they can be overwritten by nothing. However, Confuse doesn't have the same kind of thing going on. Confuse only has a specific number of abilities that can't override it, and they seem to be all AI controlling abilities. So Hits Blind's Target, Grim Ward, Taunt, Attract, Terror, and Dim Vision are all abilities that control or affect the way that a monster's AI works. So it seems like when the monster is under the effect of Confuse, they cannot be controlled by any other AI controlling effects in the game. It can also not be overwritten by itself, which is also kind of strange. So you would think that you could refresh the duration. So, you know, say you have a monster, he's confused, and you want to just like throw another confuse up to refresh the duration to make sure that it lasts, you know, for 2 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever. You know, maybe you wait till 65 seconds and then you recast, and you're hoping that it's going to last another additional 66 seconds. But it doesn't. It has to expire before it can be reapplied, which is also a little weird. Confuse also comes on some various items. So you can get Confuse on daggers, wands, shrunken heads, circlets, and rings. And it also comes on some unique items, the Fetid Sprinkler Holy Water Sprinkler, Delirium Helmet, at a very nice level 18 with an 11% chance to cast, and also level 15 with a 10% chance to cast on the Dream Helm and the Dream Shield, which when worn in combination actually combine together to give you a 20% chance to cast level 15 Confuse, which means that it goes off pretty much all the time during the use of the Dream Helmet and the Dream Shield. I have used Dual Dreams before, and the constant proccing of the Confuse can be extremely useful and sometimes a little annoying, but for the most part extremely useful. The monsters can still be killed, so it's not really that big of a deal. And it works out very nicely as a crowd control effect to make sure that you're not being overwhelmed. And if you do get overwhelmed, there's a very good chance that the confuse effect will go off and save you, which is very nice. As that is part of a very high level and very popular set of items, the Dream Helm and Shield, you might want to accompany or like get used to how confuse works. Delirium Helm is also pretty popular and can be utilized on mercenaries, yourself, druid pelts, barbarian helms, all sorts of cool stuff, and also has a very nice crowd control effect. That level 18 with an 11% chance, you'll see it go off often enough that most monsters around you will be confused. It's obviously not going to protect you completely. Like, as you saw when I confused the monsters, they can still attack me. Sometimes they attack the guy next to them. Sometimes they attack me. Sometimes they attack my golem. Sometimes they attack, like themselves. I don't even know. It's like, it's a little strange. Their behavior is obviously, as you would imagine, it's confused. So, sometimes you end up with them attacking you. Sometimes they attack each other. If you run away, they'll change targets. And it seems like just in general, they don't really know what the hell they want to do, right? So, you can't entirely rely on confuse to keep the monsters from beating on you. But there's a very good chance that they all won't be beating on you, right? So at least you'll have some of them probably not beating on you. I think that's pretty much it for this ability. There's really not a whole lot more to go over when it comes to confuse. It's decent, but it's not a 1-point wonder curse. A lot of the curses are 1-point wonders, and this is really not quite one of them. Not unless you have a really nice, decent amount of plus to skills. And the reason is because, well, the duration issue. So in normal difficulty, yeah, it has a really nice duration and it can do pretty good. But in hell difficulty, without a decent amount of plus to skills, the duration is just too low for it to be overly useful. And most people aren't going to want to dump a whole bunch of points into Confuse to bring that duration up to a point where it's viable. Whereas utilizing items like Delirium and, Dreams can be a lot easier of a way to get a pretty high level of Confuse that does pretty decently. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watch my videos, and keep watching. All right. What is next? Iron Maiden? Sounds like fun. Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden. The Maiden of the Iron. The Iron of the Maiden. The Maiden Iron of the Maiden. Damage return is based on final physical damage, so reducing or even negating physical damage will result in less or no damage returned. Damage returned is always applied to the attacker, but it can be reduced or even negated to immune to physical monsters with damage. Return damage is calculated based on actual rather than potential physical damage. If 1,000 physical damage is dealt, but only 100 damage to kill the attacker, then 100% returns 200 damage, not 2,000 damage. Return damage is 1/4 when applied to a player or mercenary. Adds 2% damage returned by Thorns and Spirit of the Barbs, but due to attacker takes damage. Due to attacker damage resist, casting amplify damage normally results in more damage when using those skills. Oblivion Knight no longer casts this. Heh 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 heh. So Popo, number 1. Do I play on Xbox? No, I don't. I play on Nintendo Switch, and I play on PC. Mainly PC, but Nintendo Switch when I feel like it. Usually when I'm downstairs away from the computer, I want to play. Which is usually, like when I'm hanging out with my girlfriend and she's playing like Dead by Daylight or something like that. I think I've got everything with this ability, so let's go ahead and cover Iron Maiden, shall we? Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over another one of the Necromancer curses, and that is Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden has had a sordid past. It really has. Back in the day, it used to be cast by Oblivion Knights in Chaos Sanctuary, and let me just say that was quite a cause for controversy among the melee characters. Barbarians often died there, and actually it was a pretty dangerous place even for hardcore characters. Because, well, yeah, you didn't want to go take a freaking hardcore character there. If you were a melee Zealer or a Whirlwind Barbarian or something like that, and one of the freaking Oblivion Knights cast Iron Maiden on you, it could immediately mean your death. Let me just say that much. Iron Maiden also had a very interesting interaction with the Blood Golem back in, was it 1.09 or something like that? I can't remember exactly the patch. But basically what was going on was that every time the Blood Golem was taking Iron Maiden damage to the target, it was acting as if the Blood Golem had did that damage himself and was then giving that damage in heals to himself and to you, and basically made both of you immortal. You could literally sit in the middle of a whole bunch of monsters, and as long as you had Blood Golem and Iron Maiden on, you were basically invincible, which was, pretty cool. Also, Iron Maiden just has one of the most iconic, in my opinion, like sound effects out of, I think, pretty much all the curses. There's just something about, I think, living through the days of the Oblivion Knights in Chaos Sanctuary casting this that just puts chills up your spine whenever you hear the Iron Maiden sound effect. You would just automatically like stop what you were doing back then, and you would just like walk away. Because if you were a barbarian or a paladin or a druid or anything during that time period when Iron Maiden was being cast on you, you knew immediately that you needed to stop what you were doing and back off, because it literally would end in your death if you didn't. And I think for those of us who lived through that time period, like the sound effect of Iron Maiden, I think is probably one of the most feared in the arsenal of the curses. Now, what does Iron Maiden actually do? We've talked about it for a while here, but we haven't actually talked about what it does. Well, it's basically thorns damage. So it applies a returned damage amount the same way that the Thorns ability does on the Paladin, or at least the same way it used to. The Iron Maiden curse no longer is the same as Thorns, because Thorns got changed and Iron Maiden really didn't. Thorns now applies attacker takes damage of as well as the returned, and Iron Maiden only has the returned percentage. Now, recently there's been some interesting developments in the Thorns area, where apparently if you put on a bunch of physical damage sunders, you can increase the amount of physical damage that you take, and in the process allow more damage to hit you and also more damage to return to the monster, which is pretty silly, but it does actually work, and the more damage you take, the more damage the monster takes, and it gets kind of insane. The problem with Iron Maiden, though, isn't really the amount of damage that it returns. It's actually the attack speed of the monsters and the fact that it's physical damage. So if I pull Iron Maiden up real quick, let's just go ahead and stack it to its 900% with a 79.2 second duration, right? So we have a pretty high amount of damage here. The problem is that it's 900% of the actual damage, not 900% of the potential damage. And the distinction in this is pretty severe. So, let's say, for instance, we had a theoretical monster who was attacking us. And let's say this theoretical monster was dishing out 1,000 damage, right? He's going to smack us in the face for 1,000 damage. But wait, we have 50% physical damage reduction. So that brings his damage down from 1,000 to 500. And then on top of that, we have, like 100 physical damage reduction from various pieces of equipment, which brings it down to 400. And then as it turns out, he actually had a weaken curse on him, so he was hitting for a little bit less than he normally does. And by the time it actually hits us, by the time it actually impacts our health, we're only taking maybe like 200 out of that 1,000. And then after we actually take the damage, the number that actually gets subtracted from our hit points is what's being multiplied. And, all of those effects that you cause to reduce that number are also in turn going to reduce the amount returned. That's problem number one. Problem number two with Thorn's damage is that it's physical. Now, this means that elemental damage can't be returned. Any kind of elemental damage is just completely, not acceptable as far as Thorn's damage. It also doesn't work on ranged monsters, which is also not really that great. So if you were to go out and like Frigid Highlands, let's see if we can find some ranged monsters down here. Usually there's some archers or some spear cats or something. Here we go. So here we have these guys. And you'll notice that when a monster hits me, he gets the little thorns effect, right? But when these monsters use their ranged attacks on me, you don't see any thorns coming up. There's no thorns coming up from these guys because they're not applying thorns damage to themselves because they're ranged monsters. This is a problem with thorns as well. That's problem number, what are we on? Problem number 3? We've already covered the fact that it is actual damage, not potential. We've covered the fact that it is, obviously also being not applied to ranged monsters. And then we also have the fact that it's physical damage only. So that's 3 problems with Thorn's damage already off the bat. And then we have the worst of the lot, which is, unfortunately, I think the most damning of the problems with Iron Maiden. And this is the attack speed of the monster. A lot of people don't consider this when they're thinking of Thorn's damage. They're like, okay, well, if he hits me for such and such amount of damage, then he's going to have this amount of damage reflected back to him. But the problem with that is that they hit so slowly. Monsters, specifically AI-controlled monsters, like, just regular trash mobs that are running around, hit so slowly that in the process of hitting you, they literally go through an entire, rotation before they hit you again. And it's so slow that relying on a monster to effectively kill themselves takes forever. I mean, this is a little baby maggot. He's got no HP. He's just a little baby. And this is normal difficulty that I'm in. Let me hop to Hell difficulty, and let me show you kind of what it takes to kill a monster in Hell difficulty with even max level Iron Maiden. So we're going to go to the same place here. I'm going to hop down to Canyon of the Magi. We're going to see if we can find another one of those maggots. And I'll show you the difference between, normal difficulty, where Thorns works really good, by the way. I feel like Thorns works exceptionally good in normal difficulty. And I will always say this. Thorns and Iron Maiden damage in general always works good in normal. But in Hell difficulty, it does not work very good. And it never has. This guy doesn't want to come over. I don't know why he's being a butt. So here we have a couple monsters. They're nice and thorns up. And as you can see, they're hitting. And as they hit, they're dishing thorns damage to themselves. But what I want you to notice is the fact that they're not actually taking damage. So why do you think it is that they're not taking damage? This is something that I've tested considerably, and I've actually figured out. The reason why they're not taking damage is because they're regenerating. So in Hell difficulty and Nightmare difficulties, the monsters have a pretty healthy amount of regeneration. They regenerate quickly enough that they can overcome the damage that's being done to them by thorns. They don't care that you have thorns on at all, because the regeneration, the native regeneration that they have is so strong that even 900% thorns is not going to be enough to overcome that native regeneration. And this is something that I figured out through some blood, sweat, and tears using one of my necromancers. So I'm going to take you over to my solo self-found necromancer, which is actually, he's actually on here, if I remember correctly. I can't remember what I named him, but what was his name? But my solo self-found necromancer was utilizing thorns a lot. He had an edge bow that he would equip at any given time to allow him to be able to do what he needed to do. And as I played around with him, I realized that the thorns aura really didn't do a whole lot. And there really wasn't anything that I could do about it to make it work. And then one day, I figured out that, well, if I applied Prevent Monster Heal to the targets, I could actually see how much thorns damage it was actually doing. And it didn't take very long before I figured out that that was the easiest way to deal with the problem in general. And his edge bow is missing. Why is his edge bow missing? I can make another one. If you guys are ever in need of an edge bow, all you really have to do is go to Charcy in normal difficulty. And let this be a little thorns lesson in the middle of the video. Go to normal difficulty, go to Charcy, and search Charcy for a 3-socket bow. It's super easy. She usually has a 3-socket bow at some point. Doesn't matter what it is. Once you grab your 3-socket bow, get your Tear-Tal Am, which I believe is Tear-Tal Am, and if I'm wrong, I guess I'll just look silly. Tear-Tal Am, and then you got your edge bow. Simple as that. There is absolutely no excuse for not having an edge bow in my book because they're so ridiculously cheap. So what I want to show you here is that the same regeneration issues apply to pretty much everything thorns related. And it has to do with the speed that the monsters are attacking, not the damage that's being returned. They're attacking slowly enough that the regeneration of the monster can apply in between the frames. And this causes issues because if the monsters are constantly regenerating, how are you going to be able to use your thorns to dish out damage? Now, the edge bow also happens to have Prevent Monster Heal on it, believe it or not. So all you have to do is hit the monster one time. You don't have to hit them any other time other than that. You hit them one time, and the Prevent Monster Heal will apply.
All who oppose me, beware.
And let's find a fire immune monster since my boy is fire. Here we go. We got a bunch of fire immune monsters. So this particular monster right here, this fallen. And, of course, I cast Amplify Damage on him, which amplifies the effect. Let me get one of these guys that's not amped. Of course, Amp is definitely very good for Thorns, but the problem is that we're going over Iron Maiden, which you cannot use Amp and Iron Maiden together at the same time. It's rather unfortunate. Now, in this particular case, you can clearly see that the Fallen are taking pretty good damage from the Thorns, but if I tap them with a anti-regeneration curse, even for just one hit, they can no longer regenerate, and they're going to take pretty significant damage from the Thorns, and they won't be able to regenerate any of the damage that's being done anymore. And as I played around with this, I realized that, yes, Thorns does a pretty significant amount of damage if you can prevent the monsters from regenerating that damage. If you can tap them at least one time with a Prevent Monster Heal, or maybe you have open wounds on your mercenary, or any other number of things that can prevent a monster from regenerating, this will effectively create a situation where you can actually do damage, which is great. It's exactly what you want out of Thorns. And Iron Maiden is no different. So if you can stop the monsters from regenerating whatever way that you can, it doesn't matter how you pull it off, whether you're applying open wounds, whether you're applying prevent monster heal, whether you're poisoning the monsters, because poison can also prevent regeneration as long as the monsters are green. It's important to note that the monsters do have to be green for the regeneration to stop completely with poisoning. If the monster turns back to white at any point, doesn't matter, that regeneration then resumes. This will enhance the effects of Iron Maiden tremendously. Now, unfortunately, the biggest way to increase the amount of damage that Thorns does is to use Amplify Damage. And unfortunately, Amplify Damage and Iron Maiden cannot be up at the same time. So this is it's a rather unfortunate thing about Iron Maiden, is that literally the best thing to increase the damage output of it is something that you can't use. And for instance, let's pretend I was using an edge bow on this particular character, and it had thorns on it. If you apply Iron Maiden to a target, and thorns is running at the same time, the percent returned is just simply combined. It's not multiplied or anything, it's just combined. So if we take a look at the Thorns Mercenary up here, we can go take a look at a Thorns Merc. The Thorns percentage on a Thorns Merc is 1,330%, which would combine together with the Iron Maiden curse of 900% to equal, what is that, like 2,000, like, I don't even know, 2,400 or 2,200? Like 2,230 or something like that, which is going to be pretty crazy. And honestly, though, in my opinion, Amplify Damage is the better choice here. And the reason why I'm going to say this is because, in general, when it comes to your Thorns damage, it is primarily physical damage. And the main problem with this is that most monsters have a 50% or higher physical damage reduction. Which means that even if, say, for instance, the monster hits me for 1,000, and then I reduce that damage down to 200, then I take that 200 and I multiply it by 1,330%, and I send it back to the monster is still cutting that damage in half, right? So if I can apply Amplify Damage to a target, I'm going to cut that monster's resistance down to 0 and quite possibly bring them even lower than 0, because negative 100% will likely bring the monster down into the negative numbers, increasing the Thorns damage that the monster is taking. This means that having something like Amplify Damage and Thorns is always going to be superior to Iron Maiden and Thorns. Just simply because you're not just modifying the amount that's returned, you're also modifying with Amplify Damage, you're modifying the amount that they're taking, which is more important than increasing the amount that's dealt. And to give you an idea of kind of like how that functions as an actual problem, let me give you like an idea on a calculator here. So I'm going to pull up a calculator just for this example. And we're going to run this on a calculator using both problems. And a calculator. All right. So let's assume for a second that we have a monster who's dishing out 1,000 damage, right? We have 50% damage reduction, which is going to immediately cut that by 50% down to 500. And maybe we have about 50 DR, which is going to cut that down to 450. All right. Then we're going to multiply that by our Thorns damage. So Iron Maiden has a 900% return. So we're going to plus 900% to Thorns, and that's going to give us 4,500. All right. And then we're going to send that damage back to the monster. But the monster has a 50% damage reduction because he is a rather tanky monster. And most monsters in Hell difficulty are. Which means now our 4,500 is reduced down to 2,250. Which means that we're doing a lot less damage to this particular monster with this effect. Now let's look at the Thorns as an example. So let's take the same 4,500 because we have the same amount of damage coming. Sorry, not 4,500. Let's take the same 450 damage. So we got 450 damage. And that's being multiplied by the Thorns Aura, which is 1,300%. Right? Which is 6,300, which is still going to get applied to the monster. Okay? But in this particular scenario, we have amplified damage on the target. He has a 50% physical resistance. Amplified damage reduces his physical resistance from 50% to 0, and then 0 to negative 50%, which means that now he is taking 50% more damage than he should, which means now we have to add 50% to this number, which means we end up with like 9,450. And this might seem like a lot of damage, but it's really not. The problem is that this is a lot of damage to you. And this is where Thorns has always had an issue. So, as a player, even in hell difficulty at like level 95, unless you're a barbarian or you're running like, Heart of the Oak or something, you generally settle around anywhere between like 1,200 to 1,800 HP, right? So 9,450 seems like a lot of damage to you as a player. But when you're talking about monsters, it's like not really that much, especially in Players 8. Like, this amount of damage is actually kind of paltry comparatively to the monster's HP. And to give you an idea, let me pull up just a random monster. Let's pull up the Corpse Spitter monsters, which I believe are called... I believe they're called Corpse Spitters. We're going to go to Hell difficulty, and we're going to pull up the HP of a Corpse Spitter in Hell difficulty, which is not listed for some reason. Let's choose a different monster. Let's do Pit Lord. Beep. All right, so the HP of a Pit Lord in Hell, roughly Players 1, by the way, this is not Players 8, is 15,455, and then Players 8 is going to multiply his HP by a pretty large number. What is the... Can't remember the exact percentages off the top of my head. I know it's 50% per, and I think at Players 8 it's 450%, I believe. So we're looking at that's a pretty large amount of HP there. 15,455 plus 450%. Looking at somewhere around 85,000, which means that our 9,450 is going to reduce the monster's HP by a very small amount. Now he's down to 75,552. And this is where Thorn's damage fails, and it has always failed, is that the damage output that a monster does in Hell difficulty is scaled specifically for the player, whereas the HP of the monster is ridiculously high. And the percentage returned needs to be a lot higher to account for the fact that the monsters have such high physical resistance, number one, and also such high HP. One thing that I had recommended when it came to Thorn's damage was that they could remove it from physical damage. Maybe turn it into something else like magic damage, or turn it into... I'm not really sure, but because it's physical damage... It's very restricted, especially in Hell difficulty. Also, the percent returned is also very poor. And then on top of that, I think the main and most just terrible thing about it is the regeneration problem. So even when Iron Maiden or Thorns or any of the other abilities that apply Thorns damage dish out their Thorns damage, a lot of the times the regeneration just ends up coming in and just completely overwriting things. One thing that maybe could be done to fix this is have Iron Maiden have a chance to apply open wounds or something. That could be really interesting, is have Thorns and Iron Maiden have a chance to apply open wounds. That way they have a chance to prevent the regeneration process every time a monster hits them. And since open wounds is a rather short duration of only 8 seconds, there is no chance that it's going to last forever. And there's every possibility that a monster could hit, maybe 8 or 9 times within that time period and end up not getting procced, depending on what the percentage is. But there's also a chance that it could potentially last forever, depending on, the number of times or how fast the monster is hitting. And I think if balanced properly with Thorns, could potentially completely overwrite the whole regeneration process, because open wounds does, of course, prevent regeneration. And as long as the monster is hitting, they would still be taking damage. And it could be a very interesting way to fix the age-old Thorns issue, which is, Thorns just really isn't that great. These days, you won't see a lot of people use Iron Maiden, and it's really just because it's unfortunately fallen out of grace. Ever since the Blood Golem thing disappeared, and ever since the PvP nerf as well, which I didn't talk about at all, but I guess I could talk about very briefly. Iron Maiden and Thorns used to be extremely powerful in PvP until it was completely nerfed into oblivion. You used to be able to, a long time ago, just simply Iron Maiden a barbarian who tried to whirlwind you, and he would immediately die. Same thing with a paladin. If you were on a paladin and you were PvPing and a barbarian came in and would try to attack you, all you had to do was switch to Thorns, and they would immediately die upon whirlwinding through you. And I can't remember exactly which patch it was, but after that patch, Thorns and Iron Maiden were essentially useless in PvP for the most part. And it's just like everything that Iron Maiden or Thorns could do or was good at some point just got nerfed into oblivion. And maybe one day they'll be revived. But who freaking knows? Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I rant on for 26 minutes about Iron Maiden. And as always, keep watching. All right, Iron Maiden out of the way. I hope I was thorough enough on that skill. It definitely has a lot going on, and I know that a lot of people get excited about Thorns' abilities. They want to make a Thorns character that works. They want one that can do the kind of damage that they want it to do. And, I'm not saying that you can't make a Thorns character work, but I think it's important that people know specifically why Thorns has so much trouble. And knowing why Thorns has so much trouble, you can, try to find a way to counteract it. Counteract those issues. For instance, I probably wouldn't use Iron Maiden if I was going to go with a Thorns character. I would probably use Thorns, maybe Spirit of the Barbs, Amplify Damage definitely, because Amplify Damage has a huge effect on Thorns' output. Whereas Iron Maiden, not as much. Adding an extra 900% return doesn't really do as much for it as reducing the monster's resistance by 100%. What are we on to now? Lower resistance? Lower resistance. There's really not a whole lot to go over with this ability. I'm not really even sure this one's going to be a long video. Let's just go ahead and knock it out. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the bottom of the skill tree, which is lower resistance. Lower resistance is kind of a controversial one, I think, a little bit, because number one, it's really far down the tree. A lot of people don't want to put the points in to get there. I mean, you've got to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points to get to lower resistance. And unless you specifically need lower resistance, a lot of the times you don't want to invest the points to go down to it. Like, for instance, if you're a Skellymancer, you really just want to use Amplify Damage. You don't need lower resistance for that. If you're a Poison and Bone Necromancer, like you're using Bone Spear or Bone Spirit, again, you don't really need lower resistance for that because it doesn't reduce magic damage. Or doesn't reduce magic resistance. It only reduces fire, lightning, cold, and poison. No magic. It used to reduce magic, I think, a really long time ago. And they took that away pretty quickly because I think it made these skills kind of like broken OP. There is some interesting things going on with lower resistance. The first off I think we need to cover is that lower resistance can actually break immunities. I actually have a little handy-dandy graphic, which I like to pull up on occasions for specific reasons, because it shows off everything that we need. So as you can see here, lower resistance is at maximum, basically around negative 70% resistance. It does indeed reduce the resistance of fire, cold, lightning, and poison. When it is affecting a monster that is immune to an element. So if you are casting this on a monster that has an immunity, it is applied at a penalty. And the maximum that it can do is 14% under that penalty. Basically what you do is you take whatever percentage is written on the skill and you divide it by 5, or you just negative 80% straight off of it. Whatever you want to do when it comes to this ability, you can do it a myriad of ways. But you should end up with basically around 14% if you have negative 70% resistance. Now the other problem with this ability is that you don't generally end up with negative 70. And it has to do with the heavy point cost and also the rather bad diminishing returns on the ability. So as you start putting points in, you'll notice that it goes up pretty well at the start, and then it starts to really slow down. And before you know it, you're putting in points and you're not getting any plus percentage. Like, for instance, right there, I just put in like 3 points and it was at like 64, 64, 64. Now it's at 65, and it's at 65 again, and it's still at 65. And then finally we're putting in another point and we're still at 65. So I literally just capped it out. I put 3 points in at 64% to go to 65. And then literally 1.65, 2.65, 3.65, and I'm still at 65. I didn't gain anything on the last level. And you have to put in a pretty large amount of points to get those last couple percentages. And a lot of people won't put in the points to get that. It's actually a pretty heavy investment to drop like an extra 10 points into ability and only get what, like a couple extra percentages. Let me give you an example here. I'm going to go ahead and throw my points in so I can actually wear my equipment. I've got on all my plus to skill gear. Let's just pull out these broken, hacked Hellfire and Annihilus charms that I've put in here because I don't really have proper equipment. I'm using Trangs. And if I was wearing proper equipment, I'd be, utilizing things like an Enigma maybe here, and like I probably wouldn't be using Armored King Leoric on this particular build, and then I'd probably have like a +2 helmet on and so forth and so on. So it probably is going to equal out. So anyway, I go down here and I put 1 point into the ability, right? And as you can see, I'm currently at 64% with a level 24 with only 1 point in lower resistance. Now, if I were to dump all the rest of my points in here from 64%, how many points would 10 skill points buy me? Okay, so let's try that first. So 64 to 66. I've gained 2% for 9 additional points. Let's put in 10 more additional points, right? So I've gained 2%, 10 more points. Now I'm at 68%. So I went from 64 to 68%. So I gained, for 20 whole skill points, I only gained 4 negative percentages, which is pretty pathetic when you think about it. For me to put in 19 skill points into an ability and only gain negative 4%, is that really worth it, do you think? And if you have the extra points, I guess, or if that is your specific goal, maybe. Like if you don't have anything else to put the points in. But for most people who are going to be building lower resistance and who probably want to start, maybe pumping some points into their skeleton or beefing up their golem mastery or maybe grab and revive down here, or maybe they want to put a couple points in bone armor so they can survive easier, those extra 19 skill points that only really netted us an extra 4% don't really seem as worth it. And then if we look at the duration, there's also some issues there as well. So we've got, let's go ahead and grab some more strength here. So let's go down here and let's look at the duration and the range. So with 1 point, I'm sitting at a duration of 66 seconds. That's literally a whole minute. And it has a radius of 20 yards with no points, with basically just 1 point. 20 yards is huge. It's ridiculous. Like, I literally cast this curse and it's going to take up most of the screen. So I'm not really gaining anything there from the actual plus to skills in terms of duration or radius, really, for that matter. Now, granted, the radius is going to increase and the duration is going to increase, but do I really need it at 32.6 yards and 104 seconds? Then there's also some other interesting things about this curse that you may or may not know. So I'm going to go over them really quickly. The first off is that the monster only needs to be cursed when the monster is poisoned. So this is a rather interesting one. And let's say, for instance, you are a poison necromancer. So we just go ahead and grab some poison skills here. And let's say you're using, I don't know, Poison Dagger's got a 19.6 duration here. Of course, I don't have a dagger on me. But let's say you've cursed the monster, right? Once you apply your Poison Nova effect to the monster that has been cursed, you can actually recurse them with something like Amplify Damage, and the poison damage that they take will still be in effect. And this is because the poison damage is calculated upon the casting and application to the monster. And since poison has a duration, for instance, like maybe you're using Poison Explosion, which has a duration of 19.6 seconds, or Poison Dagger, which also has a duration of 19.6 seconds, they will keep the full damage despite the fact that lower resistance has ended. Now, for a skill like Poison Nova that only lasts 2 seconds, you're going to want to keep it up. But if you're using a longer duration poison, you can actually cast it, attack once, and then switch to something else and let your minions deal extra damage using Amplify Damage or maybe Life Tap to keep them alive or another curse or something, which is kind of interesting. There's really not like a whole lot more when it comes to lower resistance. I think the only other thing that we can go over is its ability to break immunities, and in reference to the Sunder Charms. So the Sunder Charms will break immunities too, and unfortunately lower resist is still applied under the penalty. So in a situation without the Sunder Charm, the lower resistance curse has to break the immunity itself. And to give you guys an example of how this looks, I'm going to bring up a calculator real quick, and I'm going to show you guys. All right. So here's the calculator. Let's pretend we have a monster that's 120% immune to poison, right? Well, versus immunes, our lower resistance can only do a total maximum of negative 14%, which is going to bring that to 106, and it's not going to break. Even if we have a monster that's 110% immune to poison and we apply that negative 14, we're only going to bring them down to 96, which is not as good. However, if you have a monster that's broken by the Sunder Charm, they will be set to 95%, and then the negative 14 will apply on top of the 95%, bringing them down to 81, which is, of course, going to be a hell of a lot better than 96. In this way, the Sunder Charm and the negative resistance from lore resistance can work together better. And then you can also apply other negative resistance effects, like, for instance, the negative resistance on things like Triangle's Wing, which do work in tandem with low resistance. So that negative 25% is going to apply on top of it, and it does not apply with a penalty because the negative enemy poison resistance does not break immunities. So the only things that get applied the penalty are things that can actively break an immunity. So combining lower resistance with the Sunder Charm, with items like Triangle's Wing and Death's Web, I thought that was Death's Web. With Death's Web, you can get some pretty sick negative numbers, and you can bring a monster as close to negative 100% as you're probably ever going to get. In fact, if we calculate it, I can just calculate it right now, because Death's Web is 50%. Triangle's Wing is negative 25, so that's already 75%. Then lower resistance is going to give us an additional 14% versus that target. So we're looking at 89, right? So negative 89% right there just from the Triangle's Wing, the Death's Web, and the lower resistance curse. And then we can also apply a facet in the weapon, and we can apply a facet in the shield. So we get an extra 10% there, which is going to bring us to 99%, negative 99%, which is going to bring the monster down to negative 4% poison resistance in totalis there. And of course, we could also potentially add another poison facet to the helmet, or maybe even utilize something like Arcane's Valor with a poison facet in it. And before you know it, you've got your negative poison resistance down to an incredibly low amount. I'm pretty sure that's it, actually. I don't think there's anything to go over when it comes to lower resistance. Obviously, lower resistance is useful only to a select number of skills. It's very useful to the poison skills. And in fact, is actually the only spell that reduces poison. Conviction, which is the one that everybody loves because it's on infinity and the paladins have it, does not reduce poison resistance. Lower resistance is the only one that reduces poison resistance, and the only one that can break poison resistances besides the poison Sunder Charms. It's also important to note that any monster that can be broken with lower resistance can be broken by level 9 lower resistance. So the highest level that you need to break any monster that's actually capable of being broken with just the spell is level 9. Anything that has a higher resistance cannot be broken anyway, so the higher level lower resistances actually won't break any of those monsters at all. But now that we have Sunder Charms, it's a little bit different. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I'm just yakking about some lower resistance. And I hope this video helped you out a little bit. And as always, keep watching. All right, so that one is now finished. We really only have 2 more curses left, and we're done with the Necromancer. I didn't think we were going to finish tonight, but dang, all right. I kind of want to finish the Necromancer now. You don't like videos you haven't finished watching? You fool. Weaken and terror. Terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible. Let's go ahead and do Weaken. Let's get this out of the way. Weaken is a pretty simple one. They did make some changes to it recently, though, that do make it kind of interesting. Will reduce physical attack damage by 33%. In the absence of +% damage, if +% damage is applied, then weaken equals -% weaken is negative. That seems not the greatest. Are we talking off-weapon ED here, or are we talking... I think I remember testing out weaken a couple times. I'm not sure if that is entirely accurate. What's up, Miklos Mihawk? How's it going, man? I'm a little bit worried about the way that Amazon Basin worded it. They almost made it seem like it was off-weapon ED, which would potentially be nothing. Like, I know it sounds kind of weird, but... Hmm. I'm having trouble finding good information on the skill as how the ability actually functions. Canadians. What's up, Craig? Canadans. All them dang Canadans. Canada-da-da-da-dens. Canada-dee-doo-da-dens. Canada-dee-da-da-da-dens. Canada-doo-da-dens. Do-da-dee-doo-ga-doo-dens. Canada-doo-da-dens. Canada-doo-da-dens. What? Canada-doo-da-dens? Hmm. Hmm. I think what they're talking about is the monster modifier. So there's a modifier that monsters get. It's called extra strong. I think that's what they're talking about. Although I could be wrong. 1.75. Yeah, I think that's probably what they're talking about. What's my main character? My level 99 character that I got to level 99 this season was a Freezing Arrow Amazon. And I also leveled up a couple other characters this season. I leveled up a very nice North Star Smiter Paladin, which was an amazing build. I'm actually freaking in love with that build. And then I also leveled up a Holy Freeze Paladin and a double Sting Barbarian, which I did recently. It's been fun this season. I don't really know if I have like a main character. I have favorite characters. I hope you're doing well too, Craig. You know what I think the best way to do this is? Let's go to a barbarian real quick, and I need to like actually see this. I need to see it. That's what I need to do. I need to physically see it. So I want to see if I can get weaken cast on me by a mage, which isn't honestly that difficult. And I'm gonna have to use something else other than grief, so I can actually see the damage reduction. What I need to see is I need to see whether it's off-weapon ED or whether it's something different. And to do that, I'm going to need a really nice high-damage weapon. Alright, that should work. So I'm running pretty decent damage output here. I'm going to leap my way to victory on this one.
Not in town.
Your Sorcerer's Torch is definitely going to be one of the more difficult ones to come by, Hitman. That's one of the things that you have to keep in mind when you go to make your characters. You need to, especially ladder characters, you need to remember that certain things are going to be in high demand because everybody makes those particular characters. Sorcerer's Torches and Paladin Torches are among the most rare of the entire lot. And you're not going to be able to find one relatively easily, and you're not going to be able to trade for one relatively easily because everybody wants one. And that's why picking sometimes the underused classes can definitely come in really handy, because you're going to end up with some really nice, easy to get items, which I think is where people kind of like don't realize just how much of an advantage it is picking some of those lesser, liked classes. Because you can get your torch really easy, you can get your gear really easy. Whereas on the sorceress, you're struggling to get a torch. And you really can't get it yourself either, because it's not that easy to farm Ubers on a sorceress. You can farm keys. You can definitely farm keys. But that's not quite the same thing. Alright, so we got our weaken. And we're currently at 3,825 damage. So that's exactly what I wanted to see. Let's get cursed with a different curse really quickly. And it didn't really do as much as I thought. I'm actually very disappointed in that. Is my concentrate maxed? It is indeed. My battle order's maxed. I do indeed. Combat mastery is maxed. Yes, sir. Well, well, well. That does not seem to bode well. That was a lot less damage than I thought it was. Like, a lot less damage. So to give you an idea of just how terrible that amount of damage is, I believe I have a pair of gauntlets in my stash. Steel wrens. I think I have some steel wrens sitting around. They're on another character. Let me go grab them real quick. This is unfortunate because this means that weaken is even worse than I think it probably ever was before. Now I'm like absolutely convinced that it's even more terrible. It's even more terrible than it ever was. Okay, he's got the steel wrens. Okay, so this is what we need here to show this off. And I'm going to bring those over. Oh yeah, Leap is absolutely insane. Don't sleep on Leap. Leap is crazy. Alright, that's about right, although it's a little bit more than it probably should be. But I think it still demonstrates what I'm trying to demonstrate. It's just unfortunately that high strength is doing a lot to counter what I'm looking at here. Alright, let's do this video. I feel like this will show off what I'm trying to show off, and then you guys will understand what I'm talking about as I record it. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at a skill called Weaken, a curse called Weaken. And why are we not on the Necromancer? Well, the reason why we're not on the Necromancer is because I want to show you how the ability works, and to do that I need a character that does physical damage, so that I can actually show you what Weaken does to your character. Now, as far as actual elemental damage goes, we don't have very much, just the Ravenfrost, which is 15 to 45. Now, Weaken only affects physical damage, and to demonstrate this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you into River of Flame, and I'm going to have Weaken cast on me. The easiest way to have Weaken cast on you is to find an Oblivion Knight. It's one of their favorite curses for some reason, and it's not a very good one. Weaken is going to reduce your damage by 33%. But what 33%? That's the question. Are they reducing your damage by 33% like base? Are they reducing your damage by 33% like, you know, like off-weapon ED? What particularly is it that they're doing? Well, as you can see here, by the amount of damage that I'm dishing out right now, at 3,848, what they're actually reducing is your off-weapon ED, which is not a particularly good damage type to reduce. In the end, 3,882, which is what I have with my shouts, is still very close to how much damage I'm dishing out normally. As you can see now, I've been recursed, and I'm dishing out 4,052. 4,052 damage is only about 200 damage off from my 3,800 that I was dishing out with the Weaken curse on me. And to demonstrate this for you a little bit more succinctly, off-weapon ED and on-weapon ED are two different sources of damage. So when I have on-weapon ED, like for instance the damage that's on my Flesh Ripper Fanged Knife of 300%, that is a on-weapon ED number. And any on-weapon ED is a massive increase or decrease depending on how much you have. Even just 50% can be huge numbers in terms of damage output. However, off-weapon ED doesn't really have the same kind of impact on the way the character's damage output is determined. And off-weapon ED comes in forms like Fortitude, Phoenix, and Steel-Rend Ogre Gauntlets. Now, I have these on me right now specifically to show you how much 60% enhanced damage can do. Now, this is actually, believe it or not, this is actually 80% enhanced damage, because 20 strength gives you 1% off-weapon ED per point, and it has 20 strength on it. So it's a total of 80% increased. Now, when I take these off, you'll notice that I go from 3,763, or to 3,763, and I put them back on, I go to 4K. it's about the same amount of damage that I'm losing when they weaken me. And this is to show you that the weaken effect is being applied in essentially the same way. Now, this could be wrong, because the character screen loves to lie. So don't get me wrong. The character screen does love to lie to you. But it seems to me, by looking at the way this character screen works and actually experiencing the curse in person, it seems to be about the same type of damage. So weaken isn't actually reducing the base number, like your base damage, by 33%. Instead, it's just simply reducing your off-weapon ED by 33%. And we're going to go over the curse a little bit more in detail later, but as you can see, 4,018 to... see if I can get them to weaken me again. Then I have Decrepify, which is 3,800. Decrepify also applies the same kind of effect as weaken, by the way, which is a small off-weapon ED decrease. And the difference between Decrepify and weaken is that Decrepify doesn't last very long. So as you can see there again, I'm down to 3,848. So about a loss of about 50% off-weapon ED, which is not very impressive. Now let's go over to the Necromancer and let's take a look at the ability itself and see what the hell you'd have to do to make it worthwhile. Which, honestly, now that I know that it's off-weapon ED, unfortunately I don't think it's worthwhile at all. So, Weaken, which is our ability right here. With 1 point in it and a pretty massive amount of plus to skills, we're sitting at 21.3 yard radius and we have 69.2 second duration. Now that it goes up in percentage as it levels, we're looking at negative 56% off-weapon ED to the targets, which isn't really a lot at all. And a duration of 69.2 seconds, which, I mean, I guess from a standpoint of like hitting everything around you, and also, you know, like having a really long duration, it certainly is nice in that regard. But the amount of damage that it reduces the monsters by isn't enough to really be, like, exceptionally worthwhile. Especially considering the Decrepify does the same thing, and also applies negative attack speed and negative run walk speed. So it's like... I mean, we've got like a really kind of a weird scenario here. You know, Decrepify, although it doesn't last very long, does have a much better effect than Weaken does, in just about every way, and it basically replaces Weaken in every single way. And even if you were to dump all of the points into Weaken, the highest that it goes up to is negative 75% enemy damage, but it doesn't have any of the other effects that Decrepify does. It doesn't have the 50% physical damage reduction. It doesn't have the attack speed reduction. It doesn't have the run walk speed reduction. You know, and it doesn't have that much more negative enemy damage than Decrepify does. So in many ways, unfortunately, even though they have changed Weaken and made it go up in its initial value, it just doesn't really apply that negative damage, it seems, in the right way to be useful. Like, in my mind, how I saw it before I, you know, did a lot of testing and tried to, figure out how it worked, was I was thinking that it was reducing the base damage of the monster by 33%, or how much the, monster was hitting me by. Like, for instance, let's say the monster was hitting me for, 1,000 damage. What I had imagined in my mind was that Weaken was reducing the monster's damage by, 33%. So 1,000 minus 33%, which would have been 666 left over. And that 666, 0.66666 would have come in and hit me and then applied to my resistances and gotten even lower. But it seems like it works in the other way. It just simply reduces the off-weapon ED of the monster. And if the monster has no off-weapon ED, it simply applies negatively to their weapon damage. So, like, for instance, if you were just using a regular attack and you had no off-weapon ED enhancing that attack, then it would start to go into the negatives and reduce your attack in the opposite direction. However, any monster that has any kind of on-weapon or off-weapon ED in the form of might, concentration, fanaticism, or any other thing like extra strong effect, There's a lot of different ways that a monster can have off-weapon ED. It's going to counteract the weaken curse, and it's going to make it less effective. I mean, it does have a low mana cost at only 4 mana, and Decrepify has a mana cost of 11. But I just don't really know like how it could ever really be useful in the game if all it's doing is reducing the monsters by 75% off weapon ED. This is a problem throughout the game, by the way, and I've noticed this on many characters, that for some reason the game developers thought that off-weapon ED was this amazing, ridiculous thing, right? And then I guess somewhere along the line they realized it wasn't. There's a couple rune words specifically that exemplify this more than anything. And if you ever take a look at these particular rune words, you will wonder what the hell they were even thinking. Because you look at them and you're like, well, you don't have any off-weapon ED. Like, there's nothing going on here to increase the damage, or on-weapon ED. There's no on-weapon ED to increase the damage of this item. And it doesn't really work the way that you would think. So, like, even in the case of these amazing rune words, because they have no on-weapon ED on them, and instead are using things like demon damage or undead damage, which do not apply as on-weapon ED and instead apply as off-weapon ED, these rune words basically have no damage whatsoever. And I think somewhere along the line, that's where things got messed up, is that somebody was programming this game and was like, okay, let's add this really nice undead damage, or let's do this really cool demon damage, and it's going to be so awesome. And then, like, in actuality, it's garbage, right? Because you didn't put any on-weapon ED on the weapon, and because you didn't put any on ED damage on the weapon, it ends up being very, very low. The other thing is that all off-weapon ED sources combine in the calculations. So, like, every time a monster has an effect, like if you were to run into a group of monsters that has, like, fanaticism and might at the same time, the off-weapon ED from fanaticism and might are both applying at the same time. And then the weaken on top of the monster is just going to subtract a little bit from the fanaticism and the might. It's not even going to really do much of anything. In fact, in many ways, Decrepify's negative attack speed is far more useful than the negative damage that weaken applies. Because slowing down the monster has a net result of decreasing his damage output by a huge portion, whereas just reducing his off-weapon ED does relatively nothing. So weaken is unfortunately one of those curses that is just very weak, pun intended, and honestly should just generally be avoided at all costs. If you want to use weaken, don't. Just use Decrepify instead, because Decrepify is by far the better curse between the two, and weaken is just not ever going to be useful, I think. Even with the buff that they gave it, it just doesn't really fulfill, I think, the purpose that it's trying to fulfill. Maybe if they reworked the way that the negative enemy damage actually applied to the monster, or even the player, it can have a much stronger effect. But even if it did exactly what it stated, the problem is it's still just physical damage. It doesn't affect lightning, it doesn't affect fire, it doesn't affect cold, it doesn't affect magic. It only affects the physical damage monsters. For weaken to truly be as effective as I think it was originally intended to be, it would need to affect everything. Like, all damage types across the board. It would need to apply an actual 33% negative damage reduction to everything, including elemental spells, all of it. And then maybe people would actually want to use it. But unfortunately, because it only applies to physical damage, and because it applies as off-weapon ED, it's just a relatively useless spell. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about such a weak ability. And as always, keep watching. All right. Well, that was funny. Now that I understand how that ability actually reduces the damage, I don't feel so terrible about never using it. And I think we're on to the last curse. So the last curse is terror, and then we're going to be done with the necromancer completely. That's interesting. I guess you guys get to actually, you know what? We had like a kind of like a semi tie with the last time we decided, so I'm probably going to go to the sorceress next. That'll be the next character that we run abilities for. The necromancer has been nerfed a lot. I'm not gonna lie, he has. But he's also just a really powerful. He was also a really powerful class, like just to begin with. I think the reason why they nerfed the necromancer so much is they didn't want an automated character, somebody who just kind of just like summoned all this crap and just like passive damaged. It's the same reason why I think Holy Fire, Holy Shock, and Holy Freeze need the passive damage that they do, kind of like toned down a little bit more, even more so than they already are, because what it does is it really promotes a very extremely passive playstyle. Back when Holy Fire, which is completely bugged, by the way, in beta, or the PTR, you could literally just walk around and just watch everything die. It literally turned the game into a walking simulator. And I think at some point that's kind of what the Necromancer was. It was kind of like a walking simulator. And maybe that's what they're trying to prevent with the Necromancer, as they don't want the Necromancer to be a walking simulator character. But in the process, I feel like they took a lot of the fun away. It was the synergies, specifically, I think, that took the most fun away from the Necromancer. You used to be able to just kind of like mix and match and have fun with like all sorts of stuff on the Necromancer. You used to be able to throw a couple points into Poison Nova and grab some Bone Spear, and you used to be able to grab some skeletons and mix it all up, and you'd have a lot of fun like with a blood golem and a bunch of other stupid stuff. And it didn't matter kind of what you did on the Necromancer back then before synergies, because you could really kind of make a lot of different builds work. But then they added the synergies, and they completely donkey punched Bone Spear and Bone Spirit in the gonads, because you literally can't do anything with them now other than just look at them and be like, oh yeah, that would be kind of nice if, maybe perhaps, possibly I had 100 skill points to spend and put in some other stuff, but I don't have 102 skill points to spend, and so you look at Bone Spear now and you're just like, okay, there's that thing that I used to include in my builds that I can't anymore. You can't make an iron golem out of Brisa. It's, isn't the Brisa made out of wood? I can't even remember now, actually. I don't think I've ever tried to make an iron golem out of Brisa. I mean, I would honestly, if it were up to me, I would be like, okay, the crossbow has metal on it, but it might not have metal on it, now that I think about it. Let's get this last curse out of the way. Terror is actually useful, unlike Weaken, which is not. Bum 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 bum. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. All right, so let's get this started and finished and move on to the next character, shall we? Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. This is the last skill for the Necromancer. I actually really enjoyed going over the Necromancer skills because, well, there's just so much to learn. There always is so much to learn, whether you know it or not. I guarantee you one of you guys has watched one of my skill videos and been like, huh, I didn't know that. And you've been playing the game for like 22 years and you still didn't know that. Because there's stuff that I learn every single day going over these abilities. So, you know, it's fun. Terror is actually one of the curses that is actually pretty useful. It has a couple very distinct uses. You don't see necromancers use it all the time, but it is definitely one of the Swiss Army knife abilities in the the arsenal of the necromancer that definitely has some nice uses. Like, for instance, in Uber Tristram. Terror is obviously an ability that makes monsters run away. But there's more to it than that, of course. Making monsters run away isn't the only thing that it does. It also, believe it or not, isolates specific monsters. So if you cast it on a bunch of monsters and you make them all run away, the only monsters that won't run away are the super uniques, the elites, the bosses, the champions. So as you can see, Eldritch the Rectifier, despite the fact that I've made most of these monsters run away, is continuing to attack me and follow me. So I can literally continually isolate him from his group. Now, unfortunately, Terror doesn't have a very large radius, and I'm not exactly sure why they decided not to give Terror a radius increase, especially when there's a lot of other abilities in the game that actually do have a pretty ridiculous radius. Howl, for instance, and both Grim Ward have ridiculous radiuses and will basically make everything within that radius flee. And it might have something to do with the order in which they're allowed to be applied. If you take a look at any website that lists this kind of stuff, like Amazon Basin, it will tell you that fleeing effects have a hierarchy. And Terror is actually number 2 on the hierarchy list underneath of Grimward. So Grimward can overwrite Terror, but Terror cannot overwrite Grimward. However, Terror can overwrite Hit Causes Monster to Flee and Howl. Now, Terror does have a duration of 33 seconds in Hell difficulty. So the duration is actually cut to 1/4 in Hell difficulty, and this is because all AI controlling effects or curses are reduced in duration for each individual difficulty setting. If I take this character down to normal difficulty, you'll see that the duration of Terror actually is much, much, much longer. And this allows you to have a duration of, what is it, 36 seconds? Did I choose Hell again? Why has it not gone up? Well, it should have gone up. It looks like we've got an issue with the duration not being displayed properly here. But it does have a reduced duration. It is one of the AI corpses. Yeah, it says it right here. But unlike the skills, description does not reflect this reduction. So this means that in normal difficulty, it is 33 seconds. In Nightmare difficulty, it is half of this. So we are looking at, what, 15.1, 16.5. So we're looking at 16.5 seconds in Nightmare. And in Hell difficulty, we are looking at 1/4 of that, which I'm not even going to bother to do the quick math. I'm just going to pull up a calculator just for fun. So 33 divided by, minus 75% is 8.25 seconds. So 8.25 seconds in Hell difficulty. Now, of course, that's with 1 point and 25 plus to skills, which is actually pretty common on Necromancers. Necromancers tend to have a lot of plus to skill equipment, utilizing any number of things like Shaco, Enigma, like plus to skill wands, plus to skill, heads, Soges, Arachnid's mesh for the belt, all sorts of different things that can give you plus to skills. Now, granted, you can always dump points into it. And if you dump points into it, it does go up to a total of 52 seconds. And this means that it will cause the monsters to run away for a little bit longer. Obviously, still cut to 1/4 in hell difficulty, which is going to get you, what is that, like? And the half would be 26, and then half of that would be, my quick math is always so bad. What is that, like 18 seconds? So about like 18 seconds if you maxed it out. Now, the reason why this is actually still useful on the Necromancer is just simply because you can utilize it to isolate super uniques, bosses, specifically in Uber Tristram. If you're trying to make the little minions run away, or like maybe you want to kill Shank, and you don't really want to kill his minions, all you got to do really is just curse all the monsters away. And once you curse all the monsters away, you literally have Shank kind of just like here by himself. And the monsters will continue to run away for the duration, but it's important to note that they will continue usually their last action before you cursed them. So, you know, for instance, let's say they were coming to smack you in the face as you cursed them with the terror spell. They're going to still run over and smack you into the face before they initiate the terror runaway response. And I know this is kind of silly, but this is the way the AI works. The AI likes to continue the last action that it had before it comes and, you know, like initiates whatever the AI-controlled spell is. So in this particular case, we've got Eldritch the Rectifier, and I just isolated him from his entire army, just like that. And that's really all you should think about terror for. You don't really want monsters to run away, usually. But in specific situations, maybe you want a super unique or a boss or something to be by himself. And this is really all you use terror for, is the isolation of a super unique. And it has its best effects when you're dealing with things that like summon infinite numbers of monsters. Like take, for instance, Uber Tristram, which has Uber Mephisto, Uber Bale, and Pandemonium Diablo. These three monsters will continually spawn more and more minions forever, right? There's no reason to kill all of them. So instead, what you do is you're just going to curse them, make them run away from you, and then continue to kill the bosses at your leisure. This means that in general, you don't have to worry about it. Now, one thing that you do need to worry about is that the minions of super uniques, I've noticed this in the past, is that they seem to be tethered to the boss. So usually, even if they run really, 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 really far away, a lot of the times, if they're tethered to the boss, they will still somehow find a way back. But your regular monsters, the ones that are not considered, you know, minions, will usually never find a way back. Once they run away, they will continue to run away until they hit a wall somewhere, and then they will stay there. Once the effect of terror runs out, they're not going to come back. If they do come back, it's usually because you're within range of them. So, like, take, for instance, these guys right here. I'm going to go ahead and horror all these guys real quick, or terror them, or whatever you want to call it. And notice that these guys ran and they hit a wall over here. So when they finish their terror effect, I'm still going to be within melee range, and they're going to go, hey, we want to beat this guy up. He's still here. Let's kick his butt. And it's when that duration ends. So 52 seconds is a pretty long time, and they're just going to sit there running into the wall for 52 seconds. And as soon as they finish running into the wall, they're going to decide that they don't like me very much again, because I'm within range of them and they're going to attack me. But the other monsters, the ones that ran that way, the ones that ran really far away from me, that out of range, they're never going to come back unless I go over there and I poke them in the butt. It's not as easy for the regular monsters to actually like re-engage with you. These two will. But none of the other ones are going to come back unless they're within range of me. So that one right there was still within range. And this one right here, I saw him down there. I could actually see the curse above his head. He was stuck against a wall. So any monster that's stuck like that, that doesn't get very far, is going to come back. But the monsters that were not stuck, like this guy, he went far enough away that he didn't re-aggro. And it's definitely a useful tool in the arsenal of a necromancer. You don't have to put more than 1 point into it. It's on the way to Decrepify, which means that, well, guess what? You get it for free. So if you go down to Decrepify at any point, you're going to have 1 point in Terror, and it's just going to be a tool in your Swiss Army knife, and that's really all there is to it. Is it worth putting 20 points into? No, probably not. Is it worth putting 1 point into? Yeah. I mean, you could definitely put 1 point into it on your way to Decrepify, and whenever you're in the Ubers or something like that and you're trying to help out your friends, you could utilize that to assist them. And the other good thing about this is that Terror does not work on super uniques. We were just talking about that, right? So let's say, for instance, I'm in the Uber zone and somebody is fighting Uber Mephisto, right? And somebody curses him with life tap, which is very important when you're doing the Ubers. Terror doesn't work on super uniques, which means there is absolutely no risk to spamming Terror on the boss to keep the monsters away from him, because you will not overwrite life tap with the Terror curse. And this means that it's absolutely excellent to help in an Uber run. If you're with your friends, you're with your brother's, uncle's, mother's, cousin, whatever it may be, and they're in there, on their smiter, and they're applying their life tap curse, and they're trying to stay alive, you can actually help them and apply life tap yourself. And also, you can help them by applying the Terror curse to everything around to make sure that they're not getting overwhelmed by monsters. And also apply it around yourself, too. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is that because it doesn't overwrite life tap, you're perfectly safe to spam it to your heart's content. Now, there are plenty of curses that do override life tap, like Amplify Damage overrides life tap, which is definitely not good. You've got things like Weaken can override life tap. So you probably don't want to cast any of these. Decrepify can override life tap. And this would give you something to spam while you're in the Ubers that can definitely be helpful to anyone that's in there. Because, as you can see, I've immediately made the monster run away from me that was having any kind of effect on what was going on. And there's tons of monsters in there that are going to be annoying. You've got the mages, the ghosts, you've got the stupid little pit lords that are immune to everything. You've got the ghoul lords, which are constantly spamming their stupid little meteors and all other bull crap. And, you can just put them all on chill for however long you want to. Just put them on chill. And there's other curses that you could potentially use, like, for instance, Dim Vision also works fairly good for the same reasons. And Dim Vision will also stop the ghoul lords from casting all their spells. The only problem with Dim Vision is that Dim Vision will work very good against the ranged monsters, but it won't do anything versus the melees. So if you're in melee range with the, say, Uber Diablo, Uber Mephisto, or whatever, and you cast Dim Vision on the targets, the monsters will still keep attacking you because you're still within melee range. They don't care that they're blind because you're literally within touching distance. They can feel your nose, and they're going to punch it. All right? But if you use Terror on them, they have no choice but to flee. So Terror works really good for the melees. It works really good for any monster that's going to get in there and attack you, the ghosts, the pit lords. And the Hits Blind's target, or the Dim Vision, works better for the ranged monsters that are going to be standing along the edges, just generally being douches, like the mages, the ghoul lords, the archers, and so forth. And that's pretty much Terror in a nutshell. I don't think there's any much more to go over this skill. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I am trying to terrorize you. And as always, keep watching. And that is it for the Necromancer. Yay! We finished the Necromancer, guys. Little bit of round of applause. So for those of you who have made it this far in the video, I really appreciate you guys watching and hanging out with me all night. I'm probably going to be going to bed tonight, or now, basically. But tomorrow, I was actually planning on doing a special episode with my girlfriend, if she will join me up here. I think we're going to be playing Link to the Past. If you guys want to join me for a Link to the Past stream, maybe not so much, the fact that we're playing Link to the Past makes it special, but that my girlfriend's going to be joining me for Link to the Past. And she's absolutely amazing at playing Link to the Past. Like literally like bazonkers good. Way better than me. Like if I am like an absolute expert, like god tier level Diablo 2 player, she is like up here above me in terms of Link to the Past. Like that's her skill level in Link to the Past. I don't even hold a candle to her in Zelda Link to the Past. So yes, I did. I beat that last night already, Hitman. That was a full stream. We went all the way through and we managed to beat it in one go, which was what I was hoping for. Utilizing the map that I made as a kid, it was pretty easy. We had everything nice and marked out and everything. Another interesting thing, and it's you guys have hung out with me for so long, and so you got to be like some of my freaking biggest supporters. So I'm gonna share this little tidbit of information with you guys. It's not really something that like I'm super proud of or anything, but when it comes to YouTube and the amount of revenue I make, January, February are among the worst months imaginable. I don't really know any other way to put it. So like during like November, like the December time period, like pre-Christmas, all the companies like, they blow their wads on advertising. And so usually like, those months, like, before Christmas and leading up to Christmas, and even usually December, which is a pretty decent month, tend to be pretty good in terms of revenue. But when it comes to January, February, the ad revenue drops drastically. And like the amount of money that I take in from YouTube during that time period gets scarily low, like to the point where I want to go back to work and like not have to worry about I'm literally already thinking about taking on extra hours at work. So like I don't really usually do this, but if you guys at any point feel like shooting me some donations or maybe a membership during just like January, February, it would really help me out. Maybe prevent me from going back to work full time, and maybe make it a little less scary during this time of the year. It's apparently a thing that happens all the time though, so I don't want to like make it seem like this is a special thing that only happens like once. Apparently every single year around this time period, all YouTubers, this is only like my first year as a YouTuber, by the way. Apparently all YouTubers know this, and I've only just learning it, that apparently during the months of like January to like I think Joy said Easter, that's when the revenue really drops. And then it picks back up again toward the end of the year. And so it's perfectly fine like during the last, 7 or 8 months of the year. But during the first couple months of the year, it gets kind of scary. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. And I'm going to go catch some Z's. Be sure to join me later for the Link to the Past stream. I want my girlfriend to feel a nice, warm welcome. And as always, keep watching.